We're Scott and Julie Halpert, the co-founders of Garrett Space.
Our lives were forever changed 5 years ago when we lost our beautiful son, Garrett, to suicide.
But Julie and I take some comfort in knowing that Garrett's legacy of goodness and helping others is being passed on for generations to come through the work of Garrett Space. Since our last fundraiser, our wellness program has become a trusted support option for struggling young adults in our community. At the same time, we've kept our eyes on the ball in moving closer to our vision of a holistically focused residential retreat for this population. New support options like ours can't come quickly enough. Mental health challenges for young people continue to grow. Young adults feel even more alone since COVID, and their self-esteem continues to suffer, fueled in part by seeing others' best lives portrayed in social media. Ever since we founded Garrett Space, Julie and I have been on the receiving end of some very difficult phone calls. Sometimes they're from parents desperately searching for advice on how to help their child through a crisis and for options on where to take them. Other times, even more sadly, we hear from parents who've lost a child to suicide and are looking for guidance on how to find any path forward. They also want us to know that they believe Garrett Space could have made a difference for their child. I want to briefly highlight our accomplishments during the past year. First, our wellness program is taking off. We've assembled an extraordinary team of facilitators to support our participants. They're the reason our programming is so successful. This begins with our exceptional clinical director, Peggy Gallimberti, who has helped to make our groups a place where young adults feel safe and supported, filling a critical void in their lives. We're also blessed to have Marley Spicer Schneider and Nikki Hubbard to lead our mood and movement activities, and Nick Berdar, Marissa Keep, and Kayla Douglas to help facilitate our peer support group. All of them are just amazing, and we're drawn to our cause because they want to make a difference for young people, and they're doing just that. Some quick statistics. Since our last fundraiser a year ago, we've enrolled 27 new young adults, and we just added another group as word of our support option is spreading fast. One data point that reflects how our participants are feeling about our groups is that they're staying for an average of 6.5 months, and that number is rising. And they're also showing up whether they're having a great day or a tough day. The feedback we're getting from them is gratifying. They're letting us know that they're comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities and just being themselves. They're rallying around each other and are benefiting from being with others who get what they're going through. There's no better way to restore perspective and hope than by bonding with peers who are dealing with similar challenges. Just this past week, we heard from a social worker who referred a young adult to our group many months ago. She said that Garrett Space truly has saved her client's life. Our groups are virtual now, but we can't wait for the day when we can welcome our participants as guests to our holistically focused residential center for immersive in-person support. And we've identified a spectacular site in the Ann Arbor area that has everything and more that we could have hoped for our campus, including a breathtaking natural setting. Our goal is to make this place a place that struggling young adults who may be demoralized will be attracted to and want to try. We're currently working through zoning and planning matters to try to make this our new home and our community's new place of healing and refuge for struggling young adults.
We feel so fortunate that Robert Adams has joined our board of directors and is helping to support our efforts. Robert is an associate professor of architecture at the University of Michigan's Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning and chairs U of M's initiative on disability studies. He's leading our search for an architecture firm to design a state-of-the-art residential center located in nature that will be a model in the way it embraces healing design methods. Robert also led a studio design course for his graduate students at the School of Architecture based on the Garrett Space Treatment and Residential Center model. The students developed innovative concepts that we can incorporate into our spaces. A few of these same students, Lindsay, Brian, and Sang, created the following video that illustrates many of the features, spaces, and activities that we all envision for the center. We want you to see what we're thinking about.
Yes, you may see me in the hallways.
Great, stay right there.
Damn, that boy looks pretty. I wouldn't mind buying his time. He's got the glow of a rainbow, the wit of mouth to open a parcel tongue lock, an enthusiastic attitude, a giant heart. But they don't know the real story.
And we're back. Go ahead.
As you see, there are walking trails and a creek, outdoor spaces for playing basketball and pickleball, therapeutic animals, gardening, and just being in nature, hanging out in hammocks underneath the stars. Inside, you see individual rooms for meditation and internal reflection, spaces for yoga and exercise, as well as a large communal kitchen for healthy cooking classes. And of course, we'll have warm, welcoming spaces for peer support groups and other activities. We recently enlisted the support of Connie Wood, who's traveled all over the country as part of her job to place young adults in residential facilities. She's volunteering to help us as we mine the best practices to adopt for our center. She agreed that what we're doing doesn't exist and is sorely needed. Working with faculty from the University of Michigan and other experts, our goal is to make our center a model that can be replicated across the country. We've been working over the past several months to bring you 24 hours of original programming intended to educate, inspire, and entertain you. We're so grateful to the dozens of participants who volunteered to join us and be part of this fundraiser. You'll hear from young adults who have struggled and found the tools to overcome their challenges and thrive, leading mental health advocates, as well as an array of amazing artists, from poets and rappers to Broadway performers, jazz, and other musicians. And then there are a range of fitness classes you can take. This diverse group has one thing in common. They all believe in what we are doing and see the importance of Garrett space. We are honored to have Mario Sulaksana, Garrett's dear friend and a musician who is producing and hosting this event again. He'll be kicking off an exciting live music festival in Agoura Hills, California, near where he lives, this evening at the house that John Beal is graciously making available. We'll be joined by two other incredible hosts, Davy Rothbart, a contributor to This American Life and founder of Found magazine, and Leonard Navarro, a U of M musical theater graduate. I know everyone will be blown away by these hosts. We're also grateful to the dozens of businesses and individuals who donated well over 100 items to our online auction, which is occurring during the fundraiser. You can find the auction link on the Give Butter live stream site. We also want to thank those who spent their time making certain the event goes off with hardly a hitch: Rachel Solkowski, Amanda Nothaft, Alex Baum, Caitlin Klein, Melina Schaefer, and our graphic designer, Lori Bloom, as well as Julie Krasnick. We're also grateful to Mark Madama, a faculty member of the University of Michigan School of Musical Theater, Ken Fisher, former president of the University Musical Society, and Thomas Laub, a producer in New York, all of whom worked their magic to get us so many talented guests. In everything we do at Garrett Space, we continue to be guided by the memory of our beloved son. We can't help but think that if our support options would have been available to him, that he would still be here with us, giving us his trademark ear-to-ear grin and a giant bear hug. We, along with our daughters, Allie and Madeline, miss him every day. We hope you'll sit back and enjoy the next 24 hours and tell everyone you know to tune in. And of course, please consider making a donation. With your help, we can continue to provide our programming and achieve our vision, one that we believe will help young adults stay in this world and live the beautiful life they were meant to live. Now I want to show you a group of supporters who have joined us to kick off the live stream. So we're going to turn the camera around and go out to our supporters here, who you'll be able to see. Everybody's here. Happy to join our fundraiser. 3, 2, 1. Go 24! And I want to apologize for I will turn this over to Davy, our live stream. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Julie. Hi, Scott. Thank you for including me in this amazing event. And thank you for all.
Hi, Davy. Turning over to you and excited. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Julie. Bye, Scott. The work you do is inspiring. My name is Davey Rothbart. I'm really happy to be with you to kick off this 24 hours of awesome programming. We've got just an incredible lineup of filmmakers, musicians, U.S. senators and congressmen. We're going to be talking to all these folks and just kind of diving into the magic of Garrett Space. You know, it's a place, and I'll get into it a little bit later, but it's a place when I was young that I could have benefited from as a young adult. I wish a place like Garrett Space had been allowed, had been around for me. And I so it's a personal issue for me. And having also lost friends through suicide, this work is just critical. And it's this is a local organization, but it has national implications. This is a model that's already being followed around the country. People are seeing the work that Julie, Scott, and the team at Garrett Space are doing and finding inspiration from it. It's innovative. It's incredibly meaningful. So this is not going to just impact people in Michigan locally. This is going to impact people around the country and honestly, perhaps beyond. So thank you for joining. Thank you for donating throughout the day. We'll update you on our totals. We are starting with some donations in hand, but we also are going to have some matching funders throughout the day. So if you give $50, that's going to be doubled to 100 this hour. Actually, we're in the first hour here, and we have some matching contributors. So your $50 is going to turn to $100. Your $100 is going to magically turn into $200. So now is a great time to give. Help us get kicked off here. Go to the Give Butter site. It's easy to do. It takes about 90 seconds. Help support Garrett Space moving forward. We really appreciate that. There's also some great auction items, as Julie mentioned. They're really cool stuff. And, check out the auction page. That's going to be going throughout the next 24 hours as well. So in just a little bit, we're going to hear from Garrett's sisters, Allie and Madeline. Really looking forward to hearing their words and their reflections and some of their music. But we're gonna start out here with a legend in the mental health field, former Congressman Patrick Kennedy. He, first of all, JFK, John F. Kennedy was Patrick's uncle, and I know he took a lot of inspiration from his uncle and from his father, longtime Senator Ted Kennedy. But Patrick Kennedy has really established himself, besides serving in Congress for 15, 20 years, he's established himself as a leader in the mental health space. And he also worked on the President's Commission combating drug addiction, and he was really a warrior in the opioid crisis. But mental health has always been something that he's been passionate about. And former Congressman Kennedy is just a special, inspiring guy. And we're very lucky to have him join us today as part of this programming. So I'll let him take it away, and I'll be back afterwards with some special presentations from Garrett's sisters. You'll really want to hear those from Allie and Madeline. So we'll see you in just a little bit. And here is Patrick Kennedy. It's a big honor to introduce him. Here you go.
Hello, my name is Patrick Kennedy. I'm a person in long-term recovery, which means for me that I've not had to drink or use drugs since February 22nd, 2011. I'm also a person with a co-occurring mental illness of depression and anxiety. I want to say how much it means to me to be part of this effort to raise needed funding to support Garrett Space, a program that we need to take to scale, a program that helps fill enormous gaps in our broken mental health system. I want to say I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for not just the 12 steps of recovery, but most importantly, the fellowship that I get from being amongst my peers and learning how to live life on life's terms. That doesn't come from a vacuum. It doesn't come from literature alone or learning various therapeutic techniques. It comes from being with others who are also struggling to learn those things, and in working with others and watching them grow and them see how they apply good cognitive behavioral therapy in their own lives. I get the benefit of their learnings and I'm inspired by it. I also see where things don't work out because people do not have that connectivity to the program of recovery that really is the salvation for all of us. It's because really these are illnesses of isolation, and isolation is our biggest challenge, and that is why Garrett Space is so vital for us to support. If you think about what it would take for us to improve the outcomes for cancer patients or oncology patients or cardiovascular disease patients or people with diabetes, you would think that we would employ whatever rehabilitative model is out there that shows the greatest promise. And that's what we do. We have a personalized medicine approach. We tackle these illnesses by really going upstream wherever possible through early screenings and through chronic care management, and we pay for that care. I have spent my life in the United States Congress fighting to ensure that these brain illnesses get the same types of treatments, not the same necessarily in just inpatient care and psychopharmacology care and therapeutic care in a professional sense, but get the kind of spiritual supports that come from people being able to connect to their fellows in recovery, which has demonstrated such huge outcomes for people who have been disconnected and find that they can thrive in spite of their illness because they have a community that they have surrounded themselves with who can help them, who they can learn from, and who can guide them in many respects around what it takes to live a stable life and a fulfilling life. And I just want to say Garrett Space endeavors to do that. And I know from my own experience that these kinds of community resources are really at the heart of what we need more of in our broken mental health system. So I recall the words of President Kennedy when he signed the original Community Mental Health Act. He said people with mental illness, quote, need no longer be alien to our affections or beyond the help of our communities. And he wasn't saying people with mental illness need to necessarily get more inpatient psychiatric services, but we need those, or more pharmaceutical interventions, although we can use those, and better neuroscience to better target and treat these illnesses. He didn't say that we needed more therapists, although we all know we have too few to meet the growing demand. He was really stating the idea that these issues cannot just be left to professionals. It's incumbent upon us to think about this as a community response to the challenges of mental illness and addiction, and to bring people out from isolation because of their intellectual and developmental disabilities as well. I've been so honored to grow up in a family that created Special Olympics, and I recall growing up seeing my Aunt Rosemary and knowing that in spite of her challenges, that she was part of every part of our family's life, and seeing all of those Special Olympics games that my Aunt Eunice led, starting way back in 67 in Soldiers Field in Chicago, and seeing just the love and celebration and inspiration that comes when people come together as opposed to feeling ostracized, isolated, marginalized, as they have so often felt because of the stigma towards people who have brain-related illnesses. We are still fighting those old stereotypes, the old bigotry, the old misunderstandings and myths and misconceptions about these illnesses. And yet, if we were really to embrace what we know can help people improve their lives, it would be really, we wouldn't give it a second thought that we would be paying for the kinds of things that work, whether they are technically medical or not, if they reduce the medical spend, if they produce better outcomes. And it's nothing more than providing a safe place to live, a community support program like a clubhouse, or to fill in those major gaps in access to treatment by giving people that peer support that is so vital to their recovery, no matter what it is that they're recovering from. Then we would really turn the corner in this great challenge that we're facing as a nation with the rising suicide rates and overdose rates. So while all of you are supporting Garrett Space, we also have to work to make sure that programs like Garrett Space really get taken to scale, where they're not reliant just on you in your own precious philanthropy, supporting a cause that often does not benefit from too much philanthropy, because we pay for overall healthcare in other domains of healthcare, and we spend a great deal of money on those things to thankfully protect and take care of those who have these other physical illnesses. But the same is not true in the dollars that we spend fighting and taking care of and protecting people with these illnesses. Because if we were to really do those things that work, we wouldn't just stop at providing more inpatient psychiatric hospitals or pharmaceutical benefits or professional therapy. We would be doing these other things like Garrett Space is doing. We would be building community, because it's really community that brings these illnesses to the fore. Because with community, these illnesses aren't allowed to thrive in the darkness of shame and isolation. We often say in recovery, we're only as sick as our secrets. We often think that our problems are unique to ourselves. But when we belong to community, when we work with our peers, we learn very quickly that our problems are not unique. They're part of the great human suffering of our condition. And what allows us to survive and even thrive is the ability to do it with others, to learn from them, and for them to learn from us, for us to learn together how to cope with life and to make those decisions that will allow us to live the most optimal life of fulfillment that we can have in our lives. And that comes from community, and that comes from the kinds of things that Garrett Space really pulls together. So I want to thank all of you for your support for Garrett Space. I want to particularly close by thanking the Halpert family. I wish I could tell you that there were a lot of courageous and persevering and very strong people like the Halperts who have taken their crisis and their loss and turned it into something that can benefit so many others. But I have to be honest, there aren't many people like the Halperts. And that's because the shame and stigma of these illnesses and the shame and stigma of suicide continue to hold us back from making the advances that we know can reduce mental illness, can reduce suicide. So God bless the Halperts, because they have taken their enormous pain and tragedy and turned it into a blessing for so many other young people who will get the kind of connection that Garrett perhaps didn't get. And so really to them, I thank them, because Garrett's loss is going to be so many other families' gain, in that they're not going to have to suffer the tremendous pain and tragedy that you have had to suffer in losing Garrett. But in a sense, his spirit is really touching the lives of so many that he'll never know, and whose lives will forever be better off because in his name, you, the Halperts, have made a difference in bringing the services to others so that they don't have to suffer in silence. So I am enormously grateful to all of you for doing what you're doing, and stand with you in solidarity and promoting Garrett Space and in fighting to make this world a better place for those who are suffering from mental illness and addiction. Thank you once again.
Thanks to Patrick Kennedy for joining us. As you can see, Garrett Space is an important place for him, and really appreciate him chiming in on just how special Garrett Space is and how important the work that's happening at Garrett Space is. Now is a great time to give, so go to the Give Butter site or go to Garrett Space website and see what you can give. Remember, this hour, all your donations are being doubled by an anonymous matching contributor. So your $100 donation is going to turn into 200. Your 500 is going to turn into 1,000 instantly. So now's a great time to give. I'm really excited about our next guest. This is Garrett's sister. She's a musician. She's a composer, a great performer, Allie Halpert. She released her first album called Loosen this year, and it was a song that was born out of grief of losing her brother Garrett. Her music, it's been a source of healing for a lot of people, including herself. And she's joining us right now from her home in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here's Allie Halpert.
Thank you, Davey. I'm just gonna jump right in. This one's a cover. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. We're right here. We're right here. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. We're right here. We're right here. We are at your back. Feel the waters of ancestral blessing. We are at your back, and we're right here. We're right here. We are at your back. Feel the waters of ancestral blessing. We are at your back, and we're right here. We're right here. In the air that you breathe, in the knowledge that you seek, in the wisdom of your hands and in your bones, in your bones. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. Lean back, they say. We're right here. We're right here. So that's a song that I've been enjoying playing to myself over the last couple months. It's by Sarah Salem. And just a reminder that we're not alone here and that lots of people have our back, including our ancestors. My name is Allie Halpert. I'm Garrett's sister, and I'm really honored to be here along with my parents and my sister and so many beloveds, including Mario, and so many new people to me also. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here in service of the work that my parents are doing, which is really so beautiful and important, and the work that so many people are doing. And yeah, like Davey said, a lot of my music has been about processing the loss of my brother and also about a real desire for life. And I think that's what this organization is about too, is about supporting people to really be able to live. And just to be real, like we do not live in a world that we don't live in a society that is conducive to supporting life right now. We live in a society that is full of oppression in so many different ways. And of course people are struggling in that context. So a lot of my music is about wanting to give us the hope that we can change the world to make it a society that is actually livable for all people, where we can end racism and classism and all the things that are holding us back. So yeah, I'm gonna play you a song now that's the title track of my album, Loosen. And this song has traveled to many different places, and I hope that it can travel where it needs to travel for you right now. Loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Holy breath and holy name, will you ease this pain? Holy breath and holy name, will you ease this pain? Oh, loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Oh, holy breath and holy name, will you ease this pain? Oh, holy breath, will you ease this pain? Loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Loosen, loosen, baby, you don't have to carry the weight of the world in your muscles and bones. Let go, let go, let go. Holy breath and holy name, will you ease this pain? Holy breath and holy name, will you ease this pain? Thanks, everybody. It's always funny ending songs on Zoom into quiet, but I know you're all out there. We're all just sitting on whatever couches and chairs we're sitting on and being together in this way. So I have one more song for you all today, and this is another track that's off of my album, and it's called She's on Her Way, and I'm playing it, shout out to Julie Halpert, to my mom, because it's her favorite song. And it uses a quote on the chorus and the bridge from Arundhati Roy, which says, "Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing." And yeah, this quote has been with me for a while now, and makes me think about all the different ways that imagining is actually so crucial in order to hang on to a vision that we can work towards. And I think that's what Garrett Space is about, and what so much of the work that all of us are doing to build a different world is about. So, hope you enjoy this one. The policemen have thrown away their guns, they kiss their sons and their daughters, and their souls are at peace. No more black boys, black girls, trans women dying, no more reasons that could ever justify their loss. And mothers send their teens out at night to breathe the sweet summer air and exhale on the ground. The earth was made for them. The earth is made for them. She is on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. And no one can be silent anymore. Every death is a death that my family mourns. We've traded in our numbness and all of our fear to fight for the lives we now hold dear. And everyone has come to greet the reckoning. The place where hearts got smaller and smaller now grows to hold the pain. The brokenness that leads to change. She's on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. Oh, on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. Oh, on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. She is on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. And when the world we're building is ours, we'll be tall inside. There will be no question as we pray and sing that we have each other, and what that means we'll finally get to be together. Stare with our hearts at what has been and find some place of home. And find some place of home. She's on her way, on her way. Thank you all so much for being here and for supporting. It's an honor to be with you all.
Thank you, Allie, so much. And her new album, Loosen, is I can't wait to hear the rest of the songs on that. It's just beautiful. How can people get a hold of it?
You can find it on Bandcamp and most places where you stream your music, like iTunes and Spotify, etc. You can also follow me on Instagram at alhalpal.
Say the Instagram one more time.
It's at alhalpal.
Awesome. I think you're gonna have some new fans after those beautiful songs. So and I love the way you framed them too. They're just gorgeous. So thank you so much, Allie.
Thanks,
And
Davey.
yeah, Allie's beautiful songs inspired some donations. We have some thanks to the Furlong family, thanks to Olivia Rother, to Ryan Murphy, Julia Kortberg. Really appreciate you supporting Garrett Space, jumping in here. This is what this is all about. The next 24 hours, we're going to have an incredible string of guests, from the amazing Allie Halpert to the amazing Jewel, two great singer-songwriters, two of my favorites, both Michigan natives. We'll have Rosie O'Donnell joining us later. We'll have Senator Gary Peters. I'm excited to speak to a legend in Congress, Debbie Dingell, later today. And all these folks are rallying here because of the value of Garrett Space, what it's doing for the community in Michigan locally and around the country as people watch the work that Garrett Space does and learn from it. And this model begins to be replicated all around the country. So Allie, we're really grateful to you and your whole family for building Garrett Space and just sharing your story. It's so important. It's touching a lot of people.
Well, thank you. It's really good to be with you.
Thanks, Allie. You too. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to have Garrett's other sister, Madeline Halpert. She's going to share some thoughts. She's a great journalist and has written a lot about mental health and including sharing some personal stories. So she'll be doing that shortly. I want to remind everyone that we have the auction going. If you go to the Give Butter site, or if you go to the Garrett Space website, which I believe is garrettspace.org, you can see links here to the auction. There's almost 100 items that are actually really awesome and cool. So sometimes people will bid on something at an online auction just because they want to support the cause. But these are items I think you're going to want to bid on because they're so awesome themselves and well worth springing for and getting excited about. I'll share just a story with you all personally. I started this magazine, Found Magazine, 20 years ago with some friends of mine. And, Found Magazine is a collection of notes and letters that people found on the ground, found on the street, love letters, to-do lists, journal entries. They really give you a glimpse into other people's lives. These are like a window. It's like people watching on paper, as my mom likes to describe it. And I'll share some of these finds with you throughout the day. But one thing that, Allie said that really resonated with me was just talking about the aloneness that people feel, the struggle in our world right now. And that's what so many of these notes, that some of the found notes are joyful, but you really see the pain, the isolation, the suffering that a lot of people are experiencing when they write their thoughts down on a piece of paper, a journal entry, something that they thought no one else might ever see, or maybe they hoped one day that someone else would see. And so I've learned from reading these finds that get sent in to us from all around the country, these little scraps of paper, I've learned just how much suffering there really is out there, how many people are feeling alone. And for me, Found Magazine has made me feel less alone because I see I'm not the only one that's struggled with these things. I'm not the only one feeling these hard feelings. And I think that's what Garrett Space does so well, is to, as Congressman Patrick Kennedy alluded to, one of the most powerful things for someone who's struggling is to be around other people who are dealing with the same kinds of things. And that's what Garrett Space does. That's just really important, really magical, and ultimately really, really effective in helping people when they need the help the most. So we're lucky that Garrett Space is springing up. We're lucky that they're putting so much work into building this new residential facility that's going to be an incredible resource. And we're lucky that this model is being watched around the country so that other places can follow in Garrett Space footsteps. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Davey Rothbart, honored to be co-hosting this 24-hour fundraiser with Leonard Navarro, who you'll see more of tomorrow morning, and Mario Sulaksana, who's put together this amazing concert later today. So be sure to tune in later this afternoon and evening in Los Angeles. Mario has assembled some great musicians, and they're going to be celebrating Garrett Space and helping us raise money during this fundraiser with some awesome live performances, which we'll get a taste of later today. Right now, we have joining us another special guest. This is Garrett's sister, Madeline Halpert. Madeline's mental health journey began when she was 16 years old. She co-wrote a piece in the New York Times that was called Depressed But Not Ashamed. Really intimate and revealing piece that started a huge conversation about the importance of just talking openly about mental health struggles as a way of reducing stigma around these kinds of struggles. So I'm really pleased that she's joining us here. And it's obviously, it's so powerful to hear directly from Garrett's parents, Scott and Julie, to hear directly from his sister, Allie, and her beautiful songs, and now to hear from Garrett's sister, Madeline. So let's welcome Madeline Halpert. Thank you, Madeline.
What did you have for breakfast?
What did I have for breakfast? I had scrambled eggs
Wow.
that I made myself. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. How was your trip over here?
It was a little bit hectic because it was raining quite a bit, and I went to buy an umbrella at CVS, and it was $40. And so I opted not to buy the umbrella because I thought that was unreasonable.
It was. You did well.
Thank you.
Who are you?
I am Madeline. I am Garrett's sister, daughter of Julie and Scott, our inspirational parents who are working to create something very beautiful.
Where are you and what do you do?
Where am I right now in this moment?
So say, where are you living and
Okay.
And what do you do?
So I live in Brooklyn in New York, and I am a journalist, write about breaking news.
Okay. What inspired you to go into journalism?
Partially my mother, who is an incredible journalist, but also I've just always really liked journalism since high school and felt like it's a very nice way to make an impact, and yeah, it's very meaningful work.
Sure. So, we're talking about mental health and whatnot. Has any of your work covered mental health? And so when I say it, you can rephrase the question, say like, I have done for the, you know what I'm saying? So, through your work as a journalist, have you covered anything about mental health?
So mental health has come up in my work a bit. Well, before I was an official journalist in high school, with a friend, when we were co-editors of our high school newspaper, we wanted to dedicate a whole issue of our news magazine to talk about student struggles with mental health, just because we felt like it was so pervasive, and it was something that back at the time, that was like 10 years ago, something people didn't really talk about openly very much, and so we tried to dedicate this edition of our newspaper to that cause, and our school. Our dean did not let us do that. So then we ended up writing an op-ed for the New York Times about why we felt it was important to talk about mental health. And that's how, I would say, that's mainly how I became interested in journalism, but also mental health awareness as a whole. We got a huge response from people, adults, adolescents, talking about how hard it was for them to talk about mental health and how important they felt it is to talk about. And so since then, I've covered it here and there, but it's just, obviously been a very important issue in my life and is in so many people's lives.
So do you feel like there is now more of a discussion about it openly through young adults and all ages?
I think there's definitely more of a discussion about mental health. And, I'm lucky I'm in a community where my friends and I, this is something we talk about frequently, and it's certainly not that way for everybody. But, back 10 years ago when I was in high school, it was certainly something I felt like when I was struggling, I couldn't be as open about. And now, everybody's talking about their mental health on social media with their friends. I think that's a beautiful thing that conversation has been able to be opened up a bit more.
What's something positive that you felt has come of having discussions about mental health? What's like a positive thing you've seen or felt?
Well, I think the fact is that we all really struggle, and there is really a lot of comfort in sympathy and empathy and sharing your struggles with others. You know, I think everybody has something they can relate to in other people's struggles, and I think when we're really able to be there for each other, that's a beautiful thing and really helps you get through hard times. I couldn't have gotten through anything in my life, including the death of my brother, without my friends and without being honest about what I'm going through.
There's obviously a lot of topics we can cover, a lot of directions to go, but I do want to try to focus on the positive. What's a nice memory, Garrett, that you want to share?
That's a good question. Let me think on this for 1 second because I have a lot.
Yeah.
I would just say this isn't one specific memory, but this also involves you, Mario, which is, I just remember in high school, my brother and I were, 4 years apart, so I was or 3 years apart, so I was a freshman and he was a senior, so we had 1 year of overlap in high school. And, I would hang out with my friends. The Halpert home was the place to be in high school back in the day. Great snacks, great baked goods, really chill parents. Maybe a little more chill than they should have been. No, they were great parents. And so, my brother Garrett and his friends would hang out there, and me and my friends, we would hang out there too. And I just remember at the end of the night, I was kind of like a little weenie freshman, and my brother, most older siblings probably didn't really want to hang out with their younger siblings, but at the end of the night, my brother, Mario, all of Garrett's friends would just come and hang out with us and just have this really beautiful moment. You guys would be playing the piano and we'd sit and listen, and I just missed that kind of harmony at the end of the night. It was really special, and my brother just always welcoming me into whatever he was doing.
Garrett's space. You think, what do you feel about Garrett's space as a positive impact on mental health, and why is it an important place?
I would say that I can't really think of anything more critical for mental health than the kind of services my parents are hoping to provide through Garrett's space. I remember when my brother struggled, feeling quite helpless, feeling like there were not a lot of places to turn to, and that was me, as a younger sibling. I can't even imagine how my parents felt, right? Because there isn't a lot of in between. There's, therapy, which you could do once, twice, 3 times a week, perhaps. And then there's the psych ER, which is really just a last case or worst case scenario, right? And so neither option there's not enough intensive options. There's no welcoming space, not enough welcoming spaces for people who are really struggling to go to. And I thought of this week because I had a really close friend who lost a close friend to suicide, a 26-year-old. And I just thought, not another person. Since my brother died, I've met so many people who have lost somebody. So many people feel so alone. So many people need a place that they can go and feel like it's not them. It's not their fault. It's not that something's wrong with them, but that we live in a really, really difficult world, and people need resources to help cope with that. So my parents are really trying to fill that gap, and I think there's nothing more. It's such a critical service that they would be providing.
Is there any last thing that you would like to say to people watching? This is live. Think about this. This is going live. Just anything you'd like to say.
Well, first I'd like to say that, my parents, let me start over. First, I'd like to say that every year we come across, sorry, I'm gonna start over. Every year that we, approach the anniversary of Garrett's death, it's incredibly difficult. This year is the 5-year marker, which obviously, brings its own challenges. It's really difficult to think that it's been 5 years that we've missed with Garrett. And we are all incredibly thankful for all the support we've received from our friends and our family, those people we don't even know, for helping us get through this. And we really appreciate your support for supporting Garrett's Space, for recognizing this, critical mission. And my parents and everybody who's involved with Garrett's Space are going to be able to do some really beautiful things for young adults. They're going to be able to help help more adults feel less alone, and that is so important, because so many people do feel that isolation. And I'm so excited to see it all come to fruition one day.
Thank you, Madeline, for sharing those really personal and special thoughts about your brother Garrett. the 5-year mark. You know, we know it's a precious and emotional time for you and your family, and for you to share these memories, these sweet memories, and also just your reflections on the power of Garrett Space and why it's been such an effective and meaningful resource for people in the community, and why it's being studied by others all around the country and replicated all around the country. Really, really important. People that are giving to this fundraiser, they know they're not just supporting a local organization in Ann Arbor, Michigan, that's meaningfully helping people in this community, but also helping people all around the country who may be suffering with mental health struggles, and really could use a place like Garrett Space, because as Garrett Space continues to grow and succeed, other places like Garrett Space are going to sprout up, just following this lead. It's being watched so carefully, and we're already seeing others following the footsteps of Garrett Space. And it's pretty amazing that after such a short time, Garrett Space has had that kind of influence. But it's been really exciting to see too. So thank you, Madeline. I want to give some special shouts, some thank yous. We got some donations just in the last few minutes as Madeline was speaking. So thank you to Molly Halcomb. Thank you to Monica Maka. Thank you to all who are watching right now and donating to support Garrett Space. You can give on the Give Butter website. It's very easy. It takes about 90 seconds to punch your info in and support. Remember, this hour, we actually have a new matching contributor. Now that we're on to the noon hour, we have a new matching contributor. So this hour, we are going to, again, be having matching contributions. So if you give $25, that's going to turn into 50 instantly. If you give $100, it's going to be 200. And a $500 donation instantly becomes $1,000 if you can give right now during this noon hour. So I'm Davey Rothbart, honored to be co-hosting this fundraiser for the next 24 hours. And yeah, please give during this hour. Well, there's a great chance to double your money and double your gift. We really, really appreciate that. Also want to just mention some of the auction items that we have available. There's some, like I mentioned, there's some really, really cool stuff. There's a ride in a private plane, which is something I'd be interested in checking out myself. There's 2 tickets to see the new musical, The Notebook, in Chicago. Really, really great production. There's tickets to the Ark, tickets to the Blind Pig, great Ann Arbor restaurants like Black Pearl, Monty, Zingerman's. It's a little sandwich shop over there in Carytown. Might be worth checking out if you haven't been there in the past. Great place to go. And then one of my all-time favorite Ann Arbor institutions, Pacific Rim, has donated a delicious dinner. This place is awesome over there on Liberty. It's maybe my favorite, one of my top favorite restaurants in Ann Arbor, especially after the closing of Bell's Pizza. So check out the auction items, bid generously. Remember all of your generous, all your donations, all your auction bids, they're all going to support Garrett Space. And our goal is $125,000. We've raised about $79,000 so far, just in donations, online, through private contributions, and so our mission today, we've got about 40,000 to go, and we're off to a great start this morning. Thanks to so many of you. Thanks to Diane and Randy Orley for their contribution. They actually kicked us off 3 days ago on this Give Butter website with a very generous contribution. We appreciate Diane and Randy Orley. We appreciate all of you who are donating. So now is a great time. Go to the Give Butter website. It's probably what you're watching this on right now, if you're not on one of our other platforms. But go to the Give Butter site. Give whatever you can, because like I said, $50 will instantly be doubled into $100 if you can give during this hour with our matching contributor. A generous matching contributor will double your money right now. So $100 will be 200. See what you can do to help Garrett Space continue to grow and do its important work. Coming up next, we're going to have another incredible guest, and we have a string of great guests. We have some awesome activities later. We're going to have a yoga class here live on the live stream with Ann Fancy of Citizen Yoga. We're going to have more performances throughout the day. I'm going to be talking to Senator Gary Peters and Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, legends in the halls of Congress, and who are doing just incredible work, both of them, to support things like this, things like places like Garrett Space, and they'll talk to you about why Garrett Space is such an important place, and why it's being watched nationally and in the halls of Congress. Debbie Dingell, great representative from from Michigan's 12th district, Senator Gary Peters. We're gonna hear from them talking about the importance of Garrett Space. So stay tuned for all that. But right now we're gonna talk to Ivan Maisel. He's if you're a sports fan like I am, and you're online, his name byline you always see. He's a great sports journalist. He also wrote a really moving book called "I Keep Trying to Catch His Eye," which is about losing his son to suicide. He's a college football writer, so you see him writing about the Michigan Wolverines. But he also widely does interviews about losing his son, and I really appreciate his openness. It's one thing to suffer through that kind of experience. It's another to kind of open yourself to it, and understand that you are a resource for people, that you have suddenly become an expert in something you never wanted to become an expert in. But Ivan, like Julie and Scott Halpert, Ivan understands the value of sharing his story, and we're really grateful that he took some time to chat with Mario. So we're going to hear now from Ivan Maisel. Thank you, Ivan, and thank you, Mario.
All right, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday here at the 3rd annual Go24 for Garrett Space. I am here with Ivan Maisel. Thank you for being here, Ivan.
Mario, delighted to be here. Wish we didn't have to do it, but I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, I think everybody here today, has one way or another been affected by suicide, and your story is unfortunately probably no different from many out here. And before we get into that, though, I guess, do you want to tell the people a little bit about who you are and what you do, and a little bit about your journey?
Sure. I am a sports writer. I have covered college football. This is my 36th season of covering college football. I've done it at newspapers, magazines. I was at ESPN for 18 years, and now I'm at On3, which is a website that's just started its 2nd year. I cover college football nationally. I have been to every Power 5 campus, and 94, I think, out of 130 of the top level of Division I campuses, and I do keep track. We are here. I am here because we lost our son Max to suicide 7.5 years ago, February of 2015. He was a junior at RIT in Rochester, New York. We knew he was struggling. He had been in therapy for some time and was on medication, but we didn't know he was spiraling. And we just got a phone call one night, and wow, it's been quite a trip.
Yeah, every parent's worst nightmare, I presume. It's I know you mentioned 7.5 years ago. Has it felt like 7 years? I mean, where does time feel like in the grief process, and kind of just in general? I mean, life has to move on. So how has that been for you?
Well, time is a wonderful healer, but boy, did it move slow for a while, and you just have to be patient, and especially at the outset, all you can hope is that you have a good 5 minutes, and maybe then 10 minutes, and then you hope for an hour. And after a while, you've worked up to you've had a good day, and that's okay. And you have to give yourself permission to have that good day. You have to give yourself permission to continue with your life. One thing I figured out pretty early, Mario, is that my life was going to move on. And as much as I would like to have stayed where Max left us, I can't do that. I couldn't do that. So I had to pick up what I could take of Max, which was really the grief, and carry it and continue onward. Because if you don't allow yourself to enjoy life, then you've lost again. you've lost doubly. I could not fix the loss of Max, and I had to accept that. But I also, at some level, understood that just because this really, really, really bad thing had happened to me didn't mean that good things were going to stop happening to me. And it was it's very easy to say aloud. It's rather difficult to do in practice. But
Sure.
you learn after a while that it's okay to laugh, and it's okay to enjoy yourself, and you just have to go on the best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of what this event is showing, there's a lot of moments where you can laugh, where you can dance, where you can do yoga, you can meditate, and really reflect. And I think something about the spirit of this event, also, you have really channeled for yourself. And the topic of moving on is writing a book. And you wrote a book
Yes.
to honor Max. I mean, tell us a little bit about the book.
Well, sure. It's called, I happen to have a copy right here. It's called I Keep Trying to Catch His Eye. This is Max was a photography student. That's a self-portrait.
Wow.
And to give you an idea of Max's personality, this was supposed to be an author photo for a book of his photography, and that's what he submitted. A lot of us think this is an author photo. In fact, Max didn't think that. He hated to have his picture taken. He was shy to the point of being withdrawn. Probably somewhere on the spectrum. It was never really diagnosed with any degree of specificity, but he had trouble with interpersonal communication. But was a wickedly funny guy, and terrific sense, very dry sense of humor, and a very compassionate young man. I just really felt deeply for other people, felt deeply for himself, and that's really, in looking back, as we tried to figure out what happened, he just got into an emotional spiral and couldn't pull out of it, and
Sure.
we
Yeah.
lost him.
Yeah. And Ivan, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I know for you and your family that must have been a really difficult time period, and of course it still has its difficult moments now. And something that Scott and Julie Halpert, who created Garrett Space here in Ann Arbor, I think they share that with you, is losing their son. And the way you describe Max, it actually does remind me of Garrett a bit. He was very compassionate and very, very kind, and um, maybe to some it was very surprising. I think. Do you feel like a lot of young adults, right? This is something that is um, very, I wouldn't say rampant, but it seems like it's a growing sort of discussion about mental health and suicide. How do you feel like a place like Garrett Space would have helped Max if it was around in a place like Rochester?
Well, we would have had to have gotten Max to engage with it, and first of all, but obviously it would have helped. I mean, the one thing I have learned, and Max was open to getting help, and it was open to getting therapy. He had gotten therapy for a lot of his young adult life. Is we've got to have programs like Garrett Space. We've got to treat mental health the way we treat all other forms of medicine and all other forms of physical health. And I think for so long, as a society, we've focused on the first word, on mental health, and it's really just health. And if we can get past that, just getting stuck on the word mental, then I think we'll be a lot better off, and we'll be able to help a lot more people. And we're beginning to do that. I think people are more open. One thing that has occurred to me, Mario, is that I think when I was a child, and for my parents' generation, people didn't really talk about cancer, and they didn't sometimes you didn't even tell the person who had cancer that they had cancer. And if they did talk about it, it was almost in whispers. And at some point, we brought the fight against cancer out into the open, and the strides we've made over the course of my lifetime have been almost miraculous. We're starting to do that with mental health, and if we can just get people to understand that the brain is an organ that can have issues just like any other organ in your body. The difference is you can't X-ray it, but if you can just treat the brain like we do everything else in your body, and then it can get sick, then maybe we'll do better.
Yeah, absolutely. And to those of you just joining us now, I'm here with Ivan Maisel, journalist for college football and other things, an author of his new book talking about his son Max and mental health awareness, and most importantly, health. We're just talking about health, really. That's what we're talking about. I guess in sort of in your world with sports and particularly college football, I know you've done some columns and videos for ESPN and the like about college athletes and mental health. Is there something about the young adult brain still growing, 19, 20-year-olds, the elasticity is still there. They are still, becoming young adults. And there's a lot of pressure to perform. There's a lot of pressure to be on social media and to be, Saturday night and be at the playoffs and talk to the media. I mean, I'm thinking about when I was 19, and I mean, I sound old. I'm not that old, but I feel like it sometimes. But these kids have so much pressure to perform and to play in front of 100,000 fans. I mean, is there a discussion about mental health in that sphere of the world too, with athletes and young adults?
Oh, absolutely. And it was late getting started, but it is probably the number one topic among athletic administrators these days, vis-a-vis student athlete support, is hiring mental health professionals to help their student athletes cope. The University of Nebraska has 5 sports psychologists on its athletic staff. I think University of Alabama has 8. They are getting the message, and they are trying to play catch up, but they're having to play catch up because for so long it was just not recognized as something that they needed to deal with for whatever reason. And now they're doing a much better job, and the Big Ten Conference has made it a priority under the new commissioner Kevin Warren, and they're doing better. And I think there is a recognition that they don't have a choice but to do better.
Yeah, definitely. And we only have a few minutes left here. I want to ask you a couple more questions, but I guess before I do, is there anything that you would like to say in regards to anybody listening out there, whether it's a parent or a young adult maybe struggling with their mental health? Is there something that you just kind of want to tell the people out there?
Well, one thing, and it is a message that certainly universities are getting to their student athletes, and I think it applies to young people and really anyone who might be struggling with their mental health, is asking for help is a sign of strength. Admitting you're vulnerable is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. And the quicker you get help, the quicker you'll feel better. Mental health in that regard is no different than physical health. And if your leg hurt, you'd go to an orthopedist. If you're struggling and everything seems dark, the fact is you may need some help, and ask for it. Get it. It's out there.
Yeah. Another question about your son Max. Was he you're obviously a sports guy here. Is Max, did he like sports like you? Was he, I know you said photography was his thing, so was he more of art type or sports type, what, both?
I always thought, Mario, that it was an example of God having a sense of humor that my son had no interest in sports.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was, from as early an age as I can remember, I was eating up with it. I've made a career of it. Max really didn't care much. The only sport he liked really was the NBA. And the only reason he liked the NBA was because when he was in middle school, the NBA came out with a Lego set. And so, he wandered into my room one night and asked me who Kobe Bryant was, uh, and, I didn't correct his pronunciation of Kobe. I
Yeah,
just
right.
asked him why he wanted to know, and he shows me this Lego set, and we were in the car driving to Toys R Us in about 7 seconds. So
Mm.
he and I ended up going to NBA games for several years together, and he later told me it was the favorite time he'd ever spent with me, which, by the time he told me that, we had stopped going, and I felt about 2 feet tall, but that's just part of parenting.
Yeah. Wow. Well, now gets to hang out with Kobe in heaven. So I'm really I'm glad that he
Nice to
got to,
think.
yeah, take the Legos above and beyond. Ivan, I just have thank you so much for sharing all this, by the way. I just have one
Sure.
last question here. I'd be remiss to not ask one direct football question to you. Do you have a Final Four prediction for the end of the year here? I know we're well, when this will be airing, it'll be Saturday. The second Saturday is already passed. But if you had to pick now, do you have your four locked in, or is it kind of
Well, let me put it this way. My fourth team, I had Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State. Like most people, my fourth team, Utah, lost its opening game. So you are asking the wrong guy.
well, Pac-12's wide open. They could Utah could still. Um, well, you know what? That's all right. We have some other buddies here who are doing a little sports segment later this evening, and we like to give our picks every year. So, I'll save my picks for that segment if they let me hop on there. So, I appreciate it, Ivan.
My pleasure. I do think Michigan's going to have another good year, and I'm really excited to see how Jim Harbaugh solves the two quarterback issue. I won't call it a problem. I'll just say it's an issue.
It reminds me of the Henson Brady kind of thing. For those who remember, I don't know. That's how it feels. JJ kind of like Drew, Cade a little like Tom. I don't know. We'll see.
Your mouth to God's ears, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's for our Ann Arbor crowd here, because Garrett's obviously based in Ann Arbor, so we're very pro blue in the chat here. But Ivan, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it, and we're going 24 for Garrett. So for you watching at home, thank you for tuning in.
Thanks for including me, and I hope everybody has a good weekend and good days to come.
All right. All right.
Hi, thanks to Ivan Mazel for sharing the moving story of his son Max, who lost to suicide. And the book that Ivan wrote is called "I Keep Trying to Catch His Eye." Beautiful and moving book, and just some great perspective. So thank you again to Ivan. Thanks to all of you for watching, for joining us today. This is a special fundraiser for Garrett Space. We'll be here for 24 hours talking to great writers, filmmakers, musicians, U.S. senators and congressmen. We'll be talking to Rep. Debbie Dingell, a legend in the halls of Congress, later today, as well as Senator Gary Peters. Thanks for we're just getting a string of donations coming in. So thank you to Sharon and Larry. Thank you to Susan and Ed, to Carol and Harry Savis, and to Robert Ariza. Really appreciate all the support. Remember, this hour we have a matching contributor. Every donation is doubled instantly. You give $100, it turns into 200. You give 500, it instantly turns into 1,000. So now is a great time to give. On the Give Butter site, it just takes about 90 seconds to pop your info in and help support Garrett Space, doing amazing work in Michigan and being studied. A great template that's being replicated all around the country. So this is a local organization with national implications, and your donations are helping fund change and meaningful progress all around the country. Thank you so much for the support. If you're struggling with mental health right now, you can call National Suicide Prevention Hotline, 988. Just call 988. You'll find the help you need. There's text support as well. You can text. People are standing by waiting to talk to you and really interested in hearing about what's going on with you. So keep that in mind throughout the day as well. All right, we're going to talk right now to Lisa de Ramos. She's the program manager for the National Alliance of Mental Illness in Washtenaw County, Michigan. Throughout the fundraiser, you're going to hear from people who work with a variety of mental health organizations who are going to discuss resources that are available for young adults. So, National Alliance for Mental Illness is a great organization, and we'll let Lisa take it away. Thanks to all of you for continuing to watch, continuing to donate, and continuing to spread the word. Make sure that you let your friends know. You can pop something on social media, include that link to the Give Butter site. Let your friends know. We're going to be talking to Rosie O'Donnell later, the legend. We're going to be talking to Jewel, who's a great musician from Michigan, still writing great music. Spread the word. Let your friends know what's going on today and let them know about this fundraiser. So we appreciate the donations, but we also appreciate you spreading the word and bringing other people to this live stream. All right, here we go. This is Lisa de Ramos from the National Alliance of Mental Illness.
So, who are you?
I am Lisa de Ramos. I'm a program coordinator and program manager for NAMI Washtenaw County. We're a local affiliate of NAMI National. And if you're unfamiliar with NAMI, it stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And we're the largest grassroots, volunteer-led mental health organization in the country. And also, NAMI Washtenaw County, we recently won the NAMI Michigan Affiliate of the Year Award, so that was pretty neat. Yep.
Great. So, I guess tell me about your story with NAMI. How did you get involved?
Yeah, so I first started volunteering with NAMI at the end of 2019, like right before the pandemic. And I started with doing the hospital visits. And that was when it was still in person before the pandemic. And we would go to the psychiatric units of hospitals in the area and just let them know about NAMI resources and what we have to offer, and we're a place to go that's welcoming and supportive and non-judgmental, and we're a good way to help those in the hospital programs to continue the work that they're already doing once they get out of treatment, out of hospitalization. So that's how I got started. And then I also enrolled in the peer-to-peer class for those who live with mental health conditions. And I think it was January 2020, right before the pandemic. So I was one of the last cohorts to have the class in person before we transitioned all of our programs to Zoom. And so that was very cool. And I really enjoyed that class even more than I thought I would. I took the class because I was interested in teaching it, but I didn't realize how much I would benefit from it myself, and just the sense of camaraderie with the other class participants, and how we became kind of like a little family just in those 8 weeks, and how comforting it was to be able to be with others who just get it. You don't have to explain yourself. Even though we all have different mental health conditions, we're able to find that connection and similarities. And it's, because before NAMI, honestly, I live with mental health conditions myself. I live with depression, anxiety, and ADHD. And prior to NAMI, I thought that was just my life. Like, I was just always gonna have depression and anxiety and just have to deal with it, and that's it. But once I discovered NAMI and, got connected with other volunteers and other participants, I realized that it can actually be better than this. And, my conditions don't have to be limiting. And, and then after that, just volunteering more and more with NAMI. And like volunteering of any kind is obviously beneficial, has beneficial properties, but volunteering for NAMI specifically for a cause that I care very deeply about and is very personal to me just is so satisfying. And I couldn't be more proud to be part of NAMI's mission and really to help others. That's the huge thing, is being able to help others who are going through a tough time, and like knowing I've been there and that it gets better. There is light at the end of the tunnel.
Why do you think Garrett Space is a good place for the community?
Yeah, I really support what Garrett Space is doing because I believe that young people deserve to have the space they need to heal. That's one thing that I learned early in life. My parents, they sent me to my first psychiatrist and therapist when I was in high school, and I told my dad I didn't need to go, and he very adamantly said, "You are not okay, and you need to go, like you need help." And I was just in denial, but it was the first time, but definitely not the last, that someone had to convince me that I deserve to take up the space I need to heal. And that's, that message from my dad really stuck with me, and I've continued on in other therapy and other mental health treatment, and I've been able to find a treatment plan that works for me. And I really believe that for other young people, that just being around others, like I've been saying, who get it and are supportive can really help you in your recovery process. It's important to me because language is powerful, and I think that one of the best ways to help reduce stigma surrounding mental health is to talk about it. Like how in Ending the Silence we share our stories about mental health to help normalize these conditions, to show it's more common than people think, and that it is treatable, there is hope, and there are people out there who are there to support you.
Great.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. Really appreciate those thoughtful insights. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the continued support. We're having a great noon hour on the East Coast. It's 9 a.m. here in Los Angeles. I'm Davey Rothbart, honored to be co-hosting this fundraiser for the next 24 hours. We have an amazing array of great guests, from musicians and filmmakers and writers to politicians. Soon next hour, we'll be talking to Senator Gary Peters from the state of Michigan. And also Congresswoman Debbie Dingell will be joining us later today. We have Rosie O'Donnell, Jewel, amazing Broadway performers. This is just an incredible collection of people all here to rally energy and support for Garrett Space. So we appreciate you watching. We appreciate your donations. Remember, this hour, we have a matching contributor. So any donation you give will instantly be doubled. You give $50, that turns into 100. You give 100, that's 200. If you give $1,000, we'll really appreciate it. And that will instantly become $2,000. So just think about that. Your $1,000 gift is going to be matched that instant, and an extra $1,000 will be placed aside it to help support Garrett Space, doing incredible work, a national template for suicide prevention. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the stream of great support we're getting this hour. It's awesome. As we talk about wellness, for me, taking care of our bodies, taking care of our minds, our spirits, is just so vital. And one of the ways I've done that in my life a bit, for me, it's hiking, it's playing basketball and ultimate frisbee, but it's also doing yoga. And I'm really happy that we're joined today by Ann Fancy from Citizen Yoga. Ann's a premier yoga instructor. She runs an extremely popular studio called Citizen Yoga in the Detroit area. It's focused on building community, and Ann does incredible work. So we invite all of you right now, pull out your yoga mats. If you don't have a yoga mat, pull out a blanket, find a nice wooden floor, put on some loose fitting clothing. Ann is going to guide us through some yoga this hour. And, we invite you all to, focus on your own wellness, support Garrett Space, go to that Give Butter site, give a donation. Giving is one of the best things you can do to find your own wellness, supporting your community. but also, you know, yoga, whatever meditation, going for a walk, listening to some music that means something to you. Those all help as well. So I'm going to pass it off now. Welcome, Anne. How are you doing?
Doing great. Happy to be here. Thanks
We
for
really,
the
we,
intro.
yeah, we really appreciate you. So we'll let you take it away. Thank you,
Great.
Anne, and everyone watching out there. We appreciate you as well. So thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy this session with Anne.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm honored to be here. This cause is important to me for a myriad of reasons, but my yoga career started 21 years ago when I was 21 after some injuries, and I didn't realize then that the bigger medicine, so to speak, in this practice for me was mental health. I'd struggled my whole life since the time I was very, very little with anxiety and depression, and just really uncomfortable in my body, in the world. And I'd tried lots of different modalities for support. And while some helped to some degree, the truth is that yoga changed me. Yoga changed my brain. Yoga changed the way I related to myself in the world. And in my personal experience, it became the best and most consistent medicine for me. That's not for everyone. And I support any way that you are willing and able to seek help. So maybe you just add this into your toolbox of things you can do to help support yourself or others. So thank you again for being here. Loose fitting clothes, mats, towels, carpeting, you can make this work. We'll keep it simple and just do your best to ride along. One of the most important and valuable pieces of yoga is learning to be what we call a compassionate witness. So your ability to move and be with yourself without letting that judgmental voice come in. So right off the bat, I just want you to like set the critic aside best you can, meet yourself where you are, see if you can make a connection with your breath, some movement, your body, and then you'll be doing yoga. At least you'll be doing asana. The yoga is really the inside work. All right, so find a comfortable position to start. I'll have us start on our backs. If you're not comfortable on your back or if something I suggest doesn't work for you, a huge part of this practice is learning to trust ourselves. So taking back control and trust over your ability to manage and regulate your own body and make decisions for yourself. So take a comfortable place to lay. You might bring your knees together and let your feet fall apart. You might instead straighten your legs out or just keep your knees bent, any way you're willing to lay. And if you just lay for the next 40 minutes or so that we're together and breathe and listen, that is yoga. So take a deep breath, maybe a hand on the belly, hand on the heart. Take a deep breath in through the nose, filling up as much as you can, and then opening the mouth and emptying the exhale. Doing that again, big, full breath in. Open your mouth, empty, and release your exhale. Good. Then sealing your lips together, assuming your allergies aren't too bad this time of year, and allowing your breath to begin to move slowly in and out through the nose only. I'd even invite you to move your hands down maybe so that one hand is on your mid belly and one hand is on your low belly. And I want you to do your best to allow your belly to relax as much as possible. So that as you breathe in deep and full, we're actually working to allow softness in the belly, which allows the breath to take up as much room as possible. So go ahead and take a really big inhalation, filling. And then exhale out the nose. Keep moving in that way, letting the breath come in through the nose, filling as much of your inner torso as you can imagine. So all the way down into the hips, all the way down into the belly, all the way into the chest. Of course, we're not really belly breathing, but we're taking up room with the lungs. The breath is one of the most vital parts of this practice. I'm going to encourage you to keep breathing in that way. In and out. You can always do this seated too. In and out. Through the nose. If you have a tendency towards anxiety, stress, one incredible breath technique that's really simple to do is that you'll count your inhale, say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then allow the exhale to try to get to double. So you slow the exhale down all the way potentially to 8. Now, this helps the nervous system regulate itself. It helps your body come into a more neutral state. Now, that being said, if your neutral state or your sort of natural tendency is to end up in more of a depressed state, then I'd encourage you to keep your breath a little more even. So 4 inhale, 4 exhale. But all of us can benefit from letting that belly soften. Promise it won't stick that way. You can go back to sucking it in if you think you need to. But as Westerners, we don't let our bellies take up enough space. Okay, so your number one job is to keep this breath diaphragmatically moving. So breathe in, breathe out, and notice when you stop breathing. Good. Let's go ahead and hug the knees into the chest and just rock a little side to side. Again, if anything doesn't work for you, as my mom always say, you don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Just trust yourself that you'll find something to do that makes sense, that feels better for your body. You can't do this wrong. You're just trying to be in a conversation with your own internal experience. Good. Allow your arms to come to a T or a goddess type shape, like a sin or a cactus, and let your knees fall right and your gaze turn left. Notice that the breath starts to feel more cramped and there's less room. Just let yourself breathe. For me, what this practice did for my own experience of really disembodiment, feeling disconnected from form. And I was even more so disconnected with my relationship with trust with myself, that I had some innate wisdom, that my body was telling me things about my experience. And that I even had some say over the feeling state I found myself in often. I'd often described for me that anxiety was like a drug, come back through center and switch sides. That as soon as I got that first panicky hit, it was like I had no choice but to follow down the rabbit hole. I didn't know how to stop that process. Good. You're just twisting the other way, letting yourself breathe. And so you might find that in this practice, you could call it edge. Right? It's a fancy way of saying manageable discomfort. And what we're trying to do as a collective and as an individual is let that edge creep in, and it exists in different places for us. Sometimes the edge isn't just simply slowing down, breathing and stopping, all the doing. Good. Whichever way is easiest for you to get up, you might just roll to your left side. You might come back to center and rock up. I'd like you to come forward to your hands and your knees. I'll scooch my face this way, coming into what we call cat cow. So hands are under the armpits, knees are under the hips, and you soften the belly, let the head lift, take an inhalation breath. And then exhale, go the other way, letting the head drop, the tail curl. Okay. Keep moving in that way, letting the belly soften, shoulders peel away. Those of us who've experienced that feeling of like never ending, or the fear of never ending malaise or anxiousness, know that even those moments of pause where we momentarily feel okay are sometimes the only thing that feels like a moment of head above the water. And I think this practice is this invitation to start to kind of nudge up against the way that you've been living inside yourself and reestablish a relationship of trust. Keep going. Exhale the round. Inhale to soften. Drop the belly, lift the head. Good. Maybe just take 2 or 3 more. If you want to make your movements a little more free, you can always kind of push your booty back towards your heels. You can let your heart come a little more forward, like an up dog. You can go side to side. Sky's the limit. You can break the field here a little bit. You don't have to be all rigid. Again, you're not doing it wrong. You're just stepping in to being in awareness and relationship and conversation with your body. Let's try for a down dog. This may not work for everyone, so see what you got. I always encourage you to take what we call a no thank you helping, which is I'm going to try. and then we see, okay? Toes are gonna curl under, and then you're simply lifting your knees up. Tendencies to wanna come forward in your hands like a plank. I want you to push your booty back, keep your knees nice and generously bent, especially if you run tight. And then from there, let the shoulders stay nice and broad, and maybe you straighten the legs a little bit, but don't make straight the goal. We don't want to look like we're a rainbow here. Okay. Instead, there's a nice V shape to the body. Let the heart melt forward, heels gently press down, booty pushes back, and then remember, breathe. If it's too much pressure here, you can always drop the knees and take what we call puppy dog. This works just as well. Now, because I can't see you, I'm just going to make this really, really accessible. If you're feeling called to move a different way and you just want to be here, cool. Listen to yourself. This is the whole thing. Can I start to trust myself? Can I move beyond the head, the thinking, and into a quieter voice? Like, can I feel my handprints on the mat right now? What does that feel like? Even without words or labels. Great. Dropping your knees back down to the floor. Extending the right leg behind you, hips level. Okay, so most of us tend to hike up, try to level the hips. I realize this may not be the best angle. I'll turn this way too at times. And then you're going to extend your opposite arm. So right leg is back, right toes might stay down on the ground. And then the left arm's going to extend forward, maybe, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it stays down. Maybe it's just a leg. I don't recommend just an arm. It is possible, but I find it the wrong kind of uncomfortable. You want productive discomfort. So some of us are going to feel that productive discomfort about breath too. I encourage you to see if you can ride it out a little bit. For me, the discomfort was so tightly wound up with my experience of anxiety and depression that it took me a long time to trust that I could manage that discomfort without spinning out, without it meaning something else, without it becoming something else. So if your brain wants to come on and start to story tell about your inability, why yoga sucks, or that you wish you were moving faster, or on and on we go, I challenge you just to stay with that breath, breathe. Take breaks whenever you need to. There's no hierarchy. It's not athleticism. You're not being graded. You already got a gold star. You're trying. Take one more inhalation here. Left butt cheek should be starting to feel pretty fiery. Good. Drop the left hand down. Step the right foot up between your hands. Okay. Between your hands. You can always kind of give it a hand if you need to. And then some of us will keep that left knee down, lifting our arms right here. Some of us, you might be looking for a little more work. You may, of course, curl the back toes under, lift the back knee up. And you can even put that heel down if you want to be off the knee, but you have a little more need for stability. Good. This is called Warrior One or Crescent Warrior. Plugging the right hip back into the joint, pulling down in the rib cage and up through the back body. If your mind is starting to take over, if your arms are going to fall off, drop them and just put them back up when you can. This practice became, over time, a really empowering practice. Right? Like Glennon Doyle says, we can do hard things. It became a reminder that, like, I don't have to keep doing things the way I've been doing them. But first thing first was I had to become aware of those pitfalls. And my tendency in the style that I teach is often to push you a little because I know I needed the push. But if you're feeling pushed and your tendency is to push, I'll encourage you to bring your hands down to your heart or put your knee down or do a little less. Because certainly we know more is not always better, right? Take 2 more breaths. Good. Dropping the hands down to the floor. Dropping the left knee back down to the floor. Taking the right knee back to meet the left knee. Maybe it's cat-cow again. Maybe it's a down dog. How about breathing? First thing to go, right? Especially when we were in a pandemic and breathing in public became scary. Doesn't have to have sound with the breath, but if you've got an ADHD brain like mine, I love some sound. It helps keep me on track. It's also why I talk to you a lot. Good. Drop your knees back down to the floor. Cat cows again if you need to. Just trying to find that neutral spine. We've got that beloved spinal balance again on the other side. So now it's left leg back, left toes could come down or not. Right arm can go up or not. Just like when you hit discomfort doesn't have to mean anything. The variation you choose doesn't have to mean anything about the quality of your beingness, who you are, your worthiness. What I personally love about this practice is that it's like a sneaky way, not only that we teach ourselves to be more embodied, more connected with our form in a positive, potentially positive, hopefully positive relationship. But it's also this thing we hear about, especially lately, or if you're a parent, about self-regulation. That I'm learning now because it is learned. And if you weren't taught how to regulate yourself, your emotional body, your nervous system, if you didn't have anybody who could help you co-regulate at home, the community space, even virtually. One more breath if you've got it. If you don't have it, you should be out of the pose, ideally. Drop the right hand down. Step the left foot up between your hands, keeping the right knee down or lifting the right knee up off the ground, finding your way to your warrior. Okay, so knee down is great. Big belly breathing. I know we're doing this virtually and at home. I'm even really much funnier in person when I have people, but I'll try to be a little funny for you here. But what I was going to say about being funny, I had to do more with community support. And if you have the ability, the chance, and you're able to come out of your house and find a yoga studio, a community space near you, I highly recommend it. 2 more breaths. Remember, you're allowed to drop your arms. You're allowed to take breaks. We're trying to not be in the head about it, though. I want you to like feel into it and go, yes, wanting a break is coming from a knowing, right? Or not taking a break is coming not from my stoicism, my athleticism, my feeling like I gotta do it, but just really feeling into what is right here. And I'm just being with myself. Good. Put your weight into your left foot. If you're on the ground, you'll maybe pick your knee up or grab a hold of the floor. Right foot steps forward to meet left foot. You can stand all the way tall. Mountain pose. Closing your eyes if you're comfortable doing so. Maybe you just take a moment right here. I like to think of like the Care Bear stare, those of you alive in the 80s. Like you imagine, or you've seen it on a graphic t-shirt perhaps, you imagine that like you've got this, I don't know, heart or sunshine or cloud or whatever you got going on your belly. And that we can see like energetically we're connected. We're in this field of connection together. This is me going a little woo-woo for you. But it doesn't even really matter what your symbol on your tummy of your Care Bear stare is, and maybe it's up towards your heart, but even in this collective online virtual space, can we open up energetically to give and receive? So can I open myself willingly to send out love, support, connection to anyone participating in this anywhere? In the same token, maybe into your own heart center or the palms of your hands. Can I trust that someone's sending me, anonymously sending me support and love from afar? Right? Because whether in a community space of yoga or just humanness, what we're working to remember is our shared humanity, which also includes shared suffering, shared struggle. And that when we feel alone, that too is an illusion, but the feeling is real. How do I find this connection piece? Good, holding on to that feeling, maybe of your feet, your hands, the heart. See that you can sit back into your heels a bit. So it's chair pose. If you know me, it's one of my faves. Weight in the heels. Now feet can be together, knees together. I like my knees to be emotional support knees. They like to help each other out. But some people prefer wider. All is good. I want you to do your best to imagine you're reaching for a kindergartner's chair. So you're kind of sitting your butt back low, but it is not deadlifts at the gym. We're not down here. Come on up. Good. Now anchor the ribs. Again, arms up or arms down. Palms to the heart is totally good. Totally legit. Breathe. Let your legs get a little fiery. And instead of avoiding the fire by thinking about something else, see if you can just sit with the fire. Let the fire tell you what it wants to tell you. Left arm forward, right arm back. Maybe you look off your right hand. Maybe your 42-year-old neck doesn't like that, so you look straight ahead. That's me. Feel that belly breathing. I keep doing Ujjayi too. So if you're falling into Ujjayi, see if you can soften the belly, let the breath in even fuller. Good. Take a break when you need to. Inhale, arms up. And you switch sides. All right, all feelings have a bell curve. And I think that's what this practice allowed me to understand, to learn. That I could just take some time to validate what was trying to be expressed through me. And that all sensation didn't have to carry with it a pattern of again, that downward spiral. That was my experience. Inhale, back up through center. Those legs should be on fire. Trying not to swear. I'll be good for this live stream. Good. That's actually BS. I don't even like that I just said that label. Okay, I just won't swear. How about that? Stand tall. Good. Exhale, fold forward. Let the knees be nice and bent. I tend to think that a straight leg means a stretchy hamstring, but it's not actually true. So let your knees be as bent as they need to be. Take your feet as wide as they need to be to make up room for belly or boobs or whatever you got going on, or just tightness. And then let yourself really fold in deeply. Now don't judge yourself against me. I have hypermobility and it's too much. I'm actually too mobile, which is not helpful. And then check in. We tend to think if I just lock my knees back, I'm going to be in a nice deep stretch, but that's not true. So bend your knees. And then the work comes in lifting your own butt cheeks up just a little bit and get that shimmy dance feeling in the back of your hammies. And then again, can I just be with sensation? Maybe you grab either elbow, open and close your mouth. Relax your jaw. One more breath. If your back thinks this is crappy, just come up halfway or go right back up to standing. Good, we're all going there anyway. Good, pull the energy of the heels apart gently and slowly rise up. Awesome, you're doing great. Step out wide to face the wide edge of your mat if you've got a mat. You can do a little bit of, I like to imagine that I'm like those inflatable grand opening things. Do a little shaking it out, okay? I would have never shook in my 20s publicly, but here we are, right? Okay, so turn your toes out a reasonable amount. You're not a ballerina, at least you might not be. Well, you might be a ballerina, but we're not being ballerinas here. So I want you to bend your knees only as much as your toes and your knees can go out the same amount. I like to say they're in a cohesive relationship. They agree on where they're pointing, okay? And then how low you go into your legs, no one cares. It's like a spinning class. You just make a yoga face if you're in a public class and you just pretend you're working real hard. But really, you just get to decide what's the right amount for me today. Breathe, arms are in a cactus-y sonora shape. Come up and down as much as you need to. I love this posture personally because it holds like the heart of what this practice has given back to me. I feel strong and empowered and like ready to go. But also the important parts are open. My throat is open, my heart is open, my belly is exposed, right? All the chakras are exposed. Two more breaths. I'm feeling the fire. One more breath. I usually miscount breaths, not on purpose, but kind of. Straighten the legs. Whew. Shake them out a little bit. Okay, turn your right toes to the right, left toes turn in. So they're either pointing straight ahead or in a little bit. Left hip bone comes on a diagonal, like a kitty corner left hip bone. And then reach down for right knee, shin. If you had blocks, which if you're new to yoga, I don't expect you to own blocks or even a mat, okay? But you're trying not to dump onto your shin. Grab a hold of something. Don't worry about low. Low isn't better. And then peel the left shoulder back. I think like a 1980s glamour shot. Okay. And then maybe you look up towards your left hand. Again, my neck doesn't love it. I look straight ahead. And then breathe. Try not to lock out the right knee. and trace sensation. We don't even have to call it discomfort. But if it feels validating to call it discomfort or pain, call it what you need to. But can I stay with it? I think for a lot of people, the other thing this practice invites us to do and be is to peel away the layers of who we are not. When we spend a lot of our time trying to please the world, trying to protect ourselves by protecting our others' perceptions of us when we're feeling inauthentic, it takes a lot of energy to do that. Good. Bend the right knee, maybe keeping your hand on the block. Maybe the forearm goes to the thigh. Maybe you have a chair underneath your right butt cheek right here. And then left arm reaches all the way over the ear. This is called extended side angle. I know personally for me, a lot of my experience of anxiety and depression was in many ways a tamping down of who I was, a betrayal of my own instincts, unintentionally, of course. 2 more breaths. Rise back up, switch sides. Now, I don't like to go easy on any of this, triangle pose, because you can do less. That's not babying yourself, that's listening. But again, I needed to trust that I could handle the heat, the discomfort. You may not need that. You may need to trust that you can handle surrender. So what does it feel like to do less? Now, for me, personally, authenticity wasn't a hard thing for me. I always felt pretty comfortable, just like, this is who I am, take it or leave it, maybe with a middle finger waving. But I definitely know there's still lots of places and lots of patterns of pleasing and making okay, sometimes in really close spaces, interpersonal spaces. But that's definitely not true of all of us either. And so learning to be uncomfortable in our bodies is a gateway to learn how to be uncomfortable speaking our truth, speaking your truth, shifting your identity to feel more in line with who you really are. Listening to that quiet voice of wisdom and trusting that it's the best guide you have. Because it's starting to build a relationship, this breath builds a relationship with that knowing field within you. And that courage field. Bend the left leg, maybe the forearm comes to the thigh. Arm sweeps over the ear. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing Garrett, though. I know and love his aunt, and I've met his parents and sister. And while we can all agree that his passing is creating space for something really incredibly powerful and beautiful, I'm certain everyone who loved him and misses him and still loves him wishes he was here. That this dream, this space, this idea could have come around another way. Come back up to your center. Turn the legs to the wide edge of the mat. Turn the toes to the wide edge. Okay, last standing posture we'll do. Go ahead and take a fold. So reaching for the floor, reaching for blocks. Again, don't worry about straight legs. Bend your knees. I don't know if you can see that. Flip sideways here. Bend your knees a little bit. Try to balance the weight not forward or too far back. Tendencies to go back. But just keep that softness to the knees and then fold in. Grab a hold of anything you want to. If your blood pressure's feeling a little low, if you're on that West Coast getting up, straight out of bed, then go ahead and stay halfway up even, or just stand. What I know for sure is that anyone I know who's lost someone to suicide wishes there was a way to intervene, wishes they would have known or that there would have been a space like what Garrett's parents are working to create, what the Hubbards are working to create. Good, come on up, pull the heels apart, rise all the way up. I know that I would have benefited way earlier with intervention. Go ahead and come into a yoga squat as a little kid with something that felt more holistic. It gave me tools, but allowed me these connection points of being, palms at the heart. It's okay if you can't go all the way down, you can stay here. You can also just put your booty on the floor and bring the bottoms of your feet together for butterfly. tend to go over in class, keeping an eye on the time. Let's breathe. A few more minutes together, you guys, about 10. If you're feeling like you're up in your head, can you drop your awareness down to the sensation in your groins or your feet? Or maybe like me, I can hear the sounds of birds and the hum of the highway. One more breath right here. And then go ahead and let your booty come on down to the floor. Bringing the bottoms of the feet together if you weren't already there. You do a little butterfly flying. Fun fact, I taught some tiny tot tumbling for many years, a young teen and young adult. Good. And then if it feels good just to sit tall, or if you have a block or a blanket, you can put it under your butt, especially if your knees are up really high here. That's just an indication you have tight hips. Okay. So you might just sit tall and let your back kind of come up and straight. Some of us will feel more interested if we fold forward. Got that belly breathing, big breathing, come back in. It isn't a big deal that you forget to breathe. It's normal response to stress. We're just trying to teach ourselves to invoke the breath after. Good, go ahead and come on up. See, I'm trying to decide what to do with you. All right, go ahead and lie down on your back where we started. So just ease yourself back. You're gonna take a reclining pigeon. You might have done this in gym class or jazzercise, or if you take yoga, you've certainly done it, reclining pigeon. You'll take your right leg, try to get the right angle here for you, and cross it over the left. If you're very tight, you'll just scoot your left heel in and just stay here pressing the right knee away from you. If you're not so tight and you need a little more action, everybody make sure your right foot is flexed. So it's like a Ken foot or Fred Flintstone foot. Apparently I only have 80s references anymore. I don't know what that's about. Good, then grab a hold of your left leg and draw that left leg in as you press the right knee away. You can actively push it away. You can press your forearm into it. You can even put a wall behind your left foot. Lots of ways to get this to happen. Most of us will feel sensation in the right hip. Some of us will feel sensation in the inner thigh or the hamstring. A few of us will not feel a stretch at all, in which case you're already open here. You might just throw on a hamstring stretch or something instead. So personally, what I want you to understand about this practice, or maybe open your heart to within it, is to remember that you're born inherently worthy, that you are loved more than you know, that your life makes a positive impact in the world, even when you feel so alone and isolated. What I love sometimes about community class is that we get to laugh through the shared suffering. And so, most people do not feel like they love stretching their hip right now, or did not love holding themselves in a posture with their legs burning. The truth is, no one's had your exact experience. But every human being has felt much of what you feel. Good, undo that. And there's real power in not only allowing ourselves the space to feel what we feel, let it move through us. Seek help. But also to know that we're just not alone. Left ankle across right thigh. Maybe keeping your right foot on the ground, maybe grabbing that leg and pulling in. If you have low back pain, this is one of my favorite add it to your everyday stretches. Well, I got introduced as the owner of Citizen. My friend Casey Must is the owner, though I did help her conceive this baby we call Citizen Yoga. And part of the catalyst for Casey was her own sister's suicide. Citizen Yoga was founded on mental health as a heartbeat of creating support and community. And I feel like my own purpose and soul's mission is very much about learning and learning through my own practices, helping myself, and then doing my best to model and support others. And what I like to think of as whole personhood, that you get to be all the things that you are, the light and the dark, without apology. That you are divinely made, even with your imperfections, and that none of us get to skip the messy parts, the complexity, the in between, the gray. Good, undo that leg. And people who are acting like they're skipping it, it's just an illusion. All right, let's see how we are in time. Last big posture we'll do together. It's bridge pose. My water, that's noisy. Arms at your sides. Roll your shoulders up, roll your shoulders back, squeeze your elbows together, and then maybe press your hips up any amount, 2 inches or higher. You can come higher. You just want to watch to not like pop the pubic bone up. I always like to say leading with your pubic bone is not an ideal choice in general. Do hug the legs together, let the butt come down a little bit. And if it feels better for you to lift and lower as opposed to hold, how do I know it's better? If your back feels like it's contracting, like it's getting tighter, then lifting and lowering might be the right choice for you. Both choices are good ones. You're just trying to lean in and trust that you have the answer. This practice is not about making perfect shapes with your body. It's not about learning cool poses, though I do love when you challenge yourself. But it's really about integrating wisdom, integrating all of the parts of you. And then living from that heart space, that knowledge space of your own soul, your own intent, your own worthiness, your own permission to be as weird as you are. Insider secret, everybody's weird. Some people just spend a lot more time hiding it. Good, drop those hips back down to the floor. Hug your knees into the chest. Maybe curl and round. Rock a little side to side. You are near a wall, a door, anything that you can rest your legs on. A great way to end class, and actually very therapeutic for your back, is to have your legs rest on something. It can even be a chair or a couch at a 90-degree angle. Now, I can make a mess of this curtain that I worked very hard to not let daylight come through. So I'll just go here. But for a lot of us, holding our legs up in the air feels pretty crappy. So don't worry about that if it's not working for you. Maybe you go back to a spinal twist. Maybe you go into reclining butterfly. Maybe you just lay flat for Shavasana right here. But legs up the wall is a great place for the back, for the nervous system. So if you have something, again, to rest your legs on, highly recommend that. Maybe you just let your feet come to the ground and you keep your knees bent. Before we close in Shavasana, let's see if you can just take that invitation one more time to feel something that isn't from your head. So in the practices of somatic experiencing, there's this idea that you change the channels. The thinking channel for a lot of us tends to be dominant. I think specifically those of us who struggle more on the spectrum of anxiety and depression. So can I change the channel to sensation? Good. If your legs are still up the wall and it feels good, keep them there. If you're like me and you're on your back and there's no wall, you might take one last sort of happy baby. It's an upside down yoga squat and rock around a little bit. If you loved that spinal twist that we did at the beginning and you want to revisit that, or if you have a regular practice and you know exactly what you want to do it. The last posture in any practice is Shavasana. So we lay with our legs extended, about as wide as a mat, arms at your side, letting your head rest on the floor. Again, if your back is tender, just bend the knees, plant the feet instead. Your job in Shavasana is to rest to let go of anything that's holding on in the body, and do your best to come back to that witnessing version of you that's beyond judgment. Big breath in through the nose. Open the mouth empty and release the exhale. Certainly, you're welcome to stay in Shavasana as long as you want. In the interest of being conscious of time and keeping everybody on schedule, if you're going to stay on the live stream and enjoy Gary Peters coming up next or the rest of the day, maybe then just simply start to wake the body. Wiggle your fingers on your toes and feel the shift in sensation if you can to movement. You may rock the head side to side. Extend your arms long over your head from that laying down position, extending out, creating tension in the body, tightening the muscles, then letting it out and releasing. Hugging the knees into the chest and easing over onto your favorite side. Gently and slowly lifting yourself up to seated. Bring the palms to heart center. And normally in class, I start us with setting an intention. Let's set an intention from here on out for the day. Maybe this is gratitude to the support systems you have in your life that have allowed you to keep your head above water. Maybe this is gratitude towards yourself for taking a little time to maybe try something new or simply to be with yourself. Maybe this is a loving dedication to someone who's struggling. I'm sending love and gratitude through my Care Bear stare to each and every one of you for showing up, to all the speakers and musicians and participants that are going to be here today for this incredible cause. And I hope you can feel and know in your heart that you are loved, you are worthy, you are seen, and you have permission to not only seek support, but to be who you are. The light within me bows to honor the light within each of you. Om Shanti. Thanks, everyone. Again, my name is Anne Fancy, just like it sounds, F-A-N-C-Y, and I'm grateful to be with you.
All right. Anne, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. I hope our hearts are feeling full and warm. That was just an amazing class. Taught over in Michigan. I'm over here in California. And so we're doing a little passing of the torch. Davey is out and about with his kids, and I am going to be taking over. Thank you again, and welcome everybody. If you're just now joining us, my name is Mario Sulaksana. I am one of the hosts for today. I was joined by Davey Rothbart this morning, and it's still morning for me. It's about 10:18 a.m. over here on the West Coast. You can see my buddy back here. Give a wave here. Phil is one of my producers working with me today. I'll be sort of hopping in and out of different spots all around, and we've got a lot of great, exciting performances later, some more public speakers, and classes that you can take to improve your meditation and mindfulness. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce my next guest. Actually, before I do that, donation. If you're not watching on the Give Butter platform, check it out. Give Butter has the site where you can directly donate to the event. And some of our recent donations here, we have Monica Maka, thank you, and cousins Carol and Harry Savis. Sharon and Larry sending love, $180. Thank you so much. You can put in your location if you want. If you want to let us know where you're donating from, where you're tuning in. We'd love to shout you out. You can type it on the stream. Who else we got here? Anonymous. Thank you, Garrett Space, for doing such important work. Thank you, Anonymous. We take all the anonymous donations. Okay, so it is 10:20 here. It is, what is that? I got a +3, 120, is that right?
Yeah.
120 if you're watching out in Michigan. My next guest is a dear friend of mine that I got to have the privilege to sit down with over in New York City. They are an incredible musician, singer, performer, recent graduate of NYU's theater school, a dear friend of mine from back in Detroit. I would love to welcome Devin Woodson. Let's check it out.
What's up?
Hi.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, tell me about yourself. Who are you?
I'm Dev. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a non-binary person. I am from Detroit, Michigan, born and raised. And I've been in New York City now for almost 2 years officially, but basically about 2 years. I just finished grad school at NYU. I am a singer, actor, activist for all the things, all kinds of things, including human rights, feminist rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and race rights, particularly for Black people and people of color. I sing all kinds of things and act all kinds of things, and I just like to love on people.
What do you love about what you do?
Everybody has a voice, right? But I love that my voice is often amplified for those who don't have amplification. I can speak for those who don't feel like they have voice, who I can tell people stories who didn't get to tell their own, and that's important to me. I love that I love my gift. I love, the gift that, for me personally, the gift that I feel that God has given to me. And so I'm really grateful for, my gifts of voice and music and speaking and whatever that is. But I'm really grateful for my gift of love, to be able to, give of myself to other people where they feel like they aren't able to give of themselves, and my empathic nature to human connection. That's why I love, and I love to do that, be able to connect with people on a deeper level.
Do you sometimes feel when you connect with a lot of different people, do you feel like you absorb a lot of energy? How do you sort of go about when you are in contact with so many different people going through so many different types of struggles or have different stories? How do you manage that for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, that's like a part of, like I said, I'm an empath, and I'm almost that to a fault. I do feel it is one of my true gifts is to feel what people are feeling on an extremely deep level, but it's so visceral sometimes that it can be exhausting. Like I said, it's a blessing and a curse. I'm so blessed to be able to do it, and that's like, I think one of the best connections to my instrumental gift is that I'm able to connect with people on that deep level. So I'm able to like sing with such power that they can feel it on an anointed level. But it is very, it can be exhausting and it can be very hard. I guess that's the best way to say it. It can be really hard to be able to feel those things all the time, especially when you're in such a congested place like New York City, where everybody is everywhere and everybody's feeling everything. And especially in the times we're in right now, people are mad and they're hurt and they're upset. And it's very understandably so, but that's why a lot of times I don't go out as often as I probably would like to, because I know, like, it makes me physically ill sometimes to like be able to feel all that stuff and to not be able to also do anything about it in the moment too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, as you know,
this event is talking about mental health.
Yeah.
And I think all of those points you just made about what people are feeling, what you're feeling, impact your mental health, other people's mental health. I guess, tell me a little bit about, you know, what does good mental health mean to you, and how do you practice good mental health for yourself?
Good mental health is allowing yourself to admit when you know you're not in good mental health. That's good mental health. Like being able to admit, I don't feel good right now. My space is not protected. I don't feel my best self. Like, I'm not okay. That's good mental health. And that's how I think I allow myself to practice. We're all in process of learning and always figuring out what we are and what we're trying to do with ourselves. I believe everybody has a greater purpose on their life. I do. I think some people find it sooner than others. I was blessed to find what I think is my purpose rather quickly. As long as I can remember, I felt this way about people and about all the things. But just knowing that you are allowed to say, you know what, today I kind of feel like I want to give up. And that's okay to say that. But like I said, every day I'm just trying to grow and be better about asking for what I need. Because, we don't do that enough. This society we live in, it's like go, 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 especially being in a creative. It's like, if you're not doing an audition, you should be in a show. If you're not in a show, you should be playing somewhere. You should be gigging, doing constant go, go, go. But it's okay to take a nap and say that it's all right to just like not want to be around people. And it's okay to tell people, like I said, what you need. Like, I think that's really important. People don't say what they need enough.
When do you feel like you were able to kind of realize these things about yourself in regards to mental health? When did you feel like you had the awareness about how you were feeling and how it was impacting you?
I guess I can pinpoint when I realized that like my mental health is so connected to to who I am. Is when I was like a little kid and like I grew up singing in church, and like so singing in church growing up as a queer gay person in church is, as many people may not know, but it's not a very always welcoming thing. It's particularly in past times, but particularly in like the Black church. And so I remember sometimes I would get up to sing and nothing would come out, and that's when I realized that my voice was connected to my soul. And so like if my soul is not at peace or not in a space of warmth or welcome, like, because singing for me is when I'm the most vulnerable. I am the most open ever when I'm able to sing. So if I'm not able to do it in a space where I feel like I'm not welcomed, it's not gonna come out. But I think I started to become more aware of it when I got into like early adulthood, in my like early 20s, like 20, 21. I just started to really realize, take a look at like the world and like in a bigger sense of like, oh, like things are really not good for some people, for a lot of people. And some days that was me, like sometimes things weren't good for me. And I'm still, like I said, today learning that like there will be people who are meant to come into your life for a reason and a season and moments. And that's the hardest thing for me, is like having to like disconnect from people if I've like opened myself up. And that's something I've had to learn to do a lot of. It's like just that people and things are just, nothing's constant but change. Nothing in this world is constant but change. So you're always learning to like have people in and out of your life, which is okay. Like that's just kind of the nature of human life. Whether people leave voluntarily or involuntarily, people are going to leave your life and you're going to leave people's life, and that's okay. But it's a hard pill to swallow. And that's how I like started to realize that like it's the world around me is open to like being shifted. That's the best way to say it. Like you have to be open and ready for change or shift at any moment, all the time, in whatever you do, just because you just never know. Tomorrow's not promised to any of us.
So this organization, Garrett Space, right, is specifically targets young adults and with mental health and suicide prevention. Do you feel like a place like
Garrett Space for young adults. How do you feel like that could have maybe helped you as a young adult in some of your discussions with mental health? Like, why do you think a place like Garrett Space is important?
It's important because because it's not talked about. You know, we aren't, like I said, I cannot really specifically speak from a place of personal experience of being growing up as a Black queer person in a urban environment in a big city in Detroit, Michigan. You know, surrounded by a Black family. You know, I'm very thankful for all that, and that came with such great things. But one thing that, like I said, in my experience, that is very rarely, if ever, talked about in a Black Christian home is that of mental health. You know, our thing is often to just pray, and that things will go away, and or things will come. You know, whatever this. But I mean, if you stick to that logic, you know, faith without work is dead. You have to be willing to exercise your faith, but also put work into who you are, into yourself. You know, it takes work to be yourself. You have to love yourself so authentically and so fearlessly that you dare other people to do the same. And that's something I'm still working on. Like, I'm not perfect by any means. I have my days, weeks, months where I'm just like, ugh, you know, I don't want to do it. But I think Garrett Space is so important because it's a space where you get to tell people or say to people, you know, it's okay to talk about it. And I'm so thankful that we're entering a space, even in, like I said, the Black spaces, that we're talking more about mental health, because it's just something that wasn't talked about for so long, and it can just alleviate so many things. I just always say that 99.9% of the world's issues will be solved if people just sat down and talked about it, had a real honest conversation about what they feel, whether people like it or not. Change is uncomfortable. It is. I mean, that's just the truth. Either you're going to cause discomfort or you're going to feel uncomfortable, but it's necessary. So Garrett Space is important because it's creating change. And it might be uncomfortable, but you need to do it.
I just have a couple more questions for you.
Yeah.
Would you say that in your journey with mental health, you know, if you have to look back, you see the arc of maybe some of the harder places you were, maybe the places you are now, and I guess how are you in this moment, but also if you want to share maybe a time when it was really hard for you, but you were able to, you know, maybe talk to the right people or find it within yourself. How, I guess, share maybe about a moment that was hard for you that you overcame.
Yeah. Well, today in this moment, I'm learning to take things moment by moment. Like, that's a really important thing. I'm like drilling in my head all the time, just taking moment by moment, not even day by day, like moment by moment, minute by minute. And in this moment, I feel good, you know, or not even good. I feel free, because good and bad, I think, are so binary ways of thinking about things. So very free in this moment. But there have been plenty of moments where I don't feel free, or I'm not happy or feel any joy. Like, my mom passed away in 2018, and that was just, I would say probably that was the darkest moment I've personally ever faced, because she was my best friend. She was my person. Like, we always say that she was my person, and I had never lost somebody so close to me, which I was thankful for. But then, you know, and then turn when that happened, it was like the bottom fell out. I didn't know what, I didn't have anybody. I've always, for many people, which I'm thankful for, I don't regret it 1 second, I've always been the person for other people that they can come to me and talk to me and I can be their safety net. I can be their people's safety net. That's always been kind of my role in a lot of relationships I've had. Most relationships I've had have been like that. And I'm happy for it. But my mom was that for me. So when she passed away, like I said, the bottom fell out. Like, I didn't know what to do. So I was lost. And it's still, I miss her every day. Not something happens every day I wish I could pick up the phone and call her and tell her. But I mean, day by day, I've learned to just figure out that, again, people come and go for a reason, a season. And I know, if nothing else, my mom just always wanted me to be okay. And I knew that in the end, as long as she knew that I was okay, or even for moments I was okay, and if I could talk to her, and maybe I wouldn't hear anything, but if I could talk to her, it would be all right. And that was a big moment where it was just like very, I questioned if I should be here a lot. very often. Like there was probably 2-3 years. My mom's been passed now for almost 4 years, so it's been a few years where I just was like, every other day I'm like, I don't know if I still want to be here without her, or I don't know if I want to be here at all, because none of the relationships I'd ever had felt like they were fulfilling me like hers did. And I had to realize that wasn't going to happen. What she was in my life was very different from what anybody else can give to me in my life. You know, and she was my soulmate. We shared a soul. And so accepting that a part of my soul was gone with her, but also celebrating the time we spent together it was really something important. So I laugh a lot because she used to make me laugh all the time, and I'm so thankful. She taught me how to love people. That's something that I can never get from anybody else. I know how to love because of her. So people get a piece of her when they are with me, and so I'm thankful I can share her with other people.
Is there any last thing that you'd like to say to people? Anything.
Yeah, I guess something I say all the time and that I try to follow is to make it through the storm, you have to learn to dance in the rain. So like, no matter what's going on, the storm will pass at some point, I promise. It seems bleak and dark and all the clouds are everywhere, but I promise you the storm is gonna pass.
Real quick. What are we singing today?
We're gonna sing in honor of Detroit. We have to do a Stevie Wonder tune, so we're gonna do "Love's in Need of Love" today. And what else? We're singing "Orange Colored Sky." Orange Colored Sky. There you go. I was walking along, minding my business, when out of the orange-colored sky, flash, bam, alakazam, wonderful you came by. I was humming a tune, drinking in sunshine, when out of that orange-colored view, wham, bam, alakazam, I gotta look at you. But didn't do one look and I get out to my hip. Watch out the flying glass. Cause I still live in the butterfly. I went into a spin and I started to try to be hit. This is it, this is it. I was walking along, minding my business, when love came and hit me in the eye. Flash, bam, alakazam, out of an orange colored sky. And I started to shout, I've been hit. This is it, this is it. I was walking along, minding my business, when love came and hit me in the eye. Flash, bam, alakazam, out of an orange colored, purple striped, pretty green polka dot sky. Flash, bam, alakazam.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Dev, thank you. I know you're out there watching. I know you all just got to see me perform. I had the privilege of being there with my dear friend Devin Woodson out in New York City, and we're going to stay in New York City at the moment. I am joined here currently with a great friend of Ann Arbor, Skyline graduate, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Yep, first graduating class.
Yes, the first graduating class. Ari Axelrod, everybody. We are running a little bit behind, so I'm going to just let Ari get right to it, and you can tell us a little bit about yourself, and we're going to hear a few songs from you. So take it away, Ari.
Thanks, Mario. Hi, everyone. I'm Ari from Ann Arbor. So I'm an actor, I'm a singer, I'm a storyteller, director, living in Manhattan. And so I'll just, I grew up in Ann Arbor, right? And I grew up going to Beth Israel synagogue. And I went to religious school with Garrett. And I didn't know Garrett all that well. I mean, we knew each other as kids and then kind of reconnected a bit when we were in high school. But in between classes at Hebrew school, we would always play football. Like a bunch of us kids would play football. And I was very competitive. We were all very competitive. But there was, oftentimes when I was growing up, I felt kind of, I don't know if ridiculed is the right word, but I felt singled out, except when Garrett was there, when we were playing. He had this way of like being a referee for humanity, and making sure that everyone was good, that we were all good, we were all seen, we were all heard, we were all validated. And he had that as a kid, and then had it when we went to different high schools, but had friends at that were in similar groups, and he never lost that. And I always felt safe in his presence. I always felt seen. I always felt validated and comforted. And he's just one of those incredibly rare people who was able to hold space for everyone, kind of all at the same time. And I've been thinking about him a lot recently, and thinking about what song I would want to sing to honor him. This is what I came up with. I don't have music to this. It's originally a woman's song, so there's no karaoke in my key. So I'm just gonna do this a cappella. I never dreamed of this sorrow. I never thought I'd have reason to lament. I hoped I'd never know heartbreak. How I wish I could change the way things went. I wanted nothing but goodness. I wanted reason to prevail. Not this bare emptiness. I wanted days of plenty, but I refuse to feel tragic. I am aching for more than pain and grief. There has got to be meaning. Most of all, when a life was much too brief, I have got to learn something. How can I give him any less? I want life to go on. I want days of plenty. You have to believe there is reason for hope. You have to believe that the answers will come. You can't let this defeat you. I won't let this defeat you. You must fight to keep him there within you. So believe that he mattered, and believe that he always will. He will always be with you. He'll be part of the days you've yet to fill. He will live in your bounty. He will live as you carry on your life. So carry on, full of hope. He will be there for all your days of plenty. I think one of the things that is so amazing about what the Halperts are doing with Garrett's space is, I'll be honest, I never struggled personally with mental health problems, depression, anxiety, and still Garrett facilitated this space again, like I said, for me to feel seen and heard and validated and cared for and loved and respected and cherished. And what this space does, the power that it has, is to give people that when they enter into this community, when they enter into this mission, that what Garrett gave to me as a kid, that legacy lives on. That space that he created for me and for all of us, really tiny, backyard football field, that space, both metaphoric and physical space, gets to live on. And it says here that ultimately we plan to create a holistically focused residential space that will be a haven located in nature, intended to lift our young adults through times of despair. And so I think of being lifted through times of despair. We've just, been through 2.5 years of despair. These are some of the things that I think about. Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. Cream-colored ponies and crisp apple strudels, doorbells and sleigh bells and schnitzel with noodles, wild geese that fly with the moon on their wings. These are a few of my favorite things. Girls in white dresses with blue satin sashes, snowflakes that stay on my nose and eyelashes, silver white winters that melt into springs. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites, when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things. I simply remember. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see the blue for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, bright blessed day, dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful colors of the rainbow are so pretty in the sky. They're also on the faces of the people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, singing, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn so much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, a wonderful And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. It's so special what we're doing here. It's so special because Garrett was special, his family is special, the feeling that he gave to me was special, and I just wish I could have thanked him. I really think that this work that's being done with Garrett Space is the most important work that we can be doing right now. That's it. I think that's all I got.
Ari, that's more than enough, my friend. That was amazing. Thank you for that phenomenal performance and those kind words. How are you feeling, my friend? It's a very emotional performance you gave there, and there's some beautiful song choices in your words. How are you doing?
You know, I have to say, I think that you're the first person that has ever asked me that after singing. So I just want to take a second and thank you. You know, there's this saying that those who have passed will forevermore have the best seat in the house. And so in lending my voice to a cause like this, honoring somebody that I knew, again, it's not that I didn't know him. I just didn't know him as well as people like you or Brett or Luke or Senna, but like I did know him, and he had a profound impact on my life. And in lending my voice in this space, I don't know how to explain it, but I almost like felt his presence.
Sure.
As weird as that sounds.
No, not weird at all.
So I'm okay. I just feel very, very honored that I was asked to do this, and that I could help in any way.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're honored to have you here, Ari. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Before we go to our next thing, is there any last thing you'd like to say, people out there?
I feel like anything I can think of would sound like a Hallmark card. I just don't have any.
We like Hallmark, but that's all right. Yeah.
Well, I think one of my favorite quotes is a Leonard Bernstein quote, which is that this will be our reply to violence, to make music more intensely, more devotedly, and more beautifully than ever before. Whatever violence means to you, however you define violence and however you define music, whether music is the sound of a child laughing, whether music is, the sound of you and your friends playing Madden in the basement and, you score a touchdown in the last 3 seconds, that uproarious laughter, if that is music, and violence is loneliness, violence is feeling unseen and unheard, I implore anyone that's watching this to go in pursuit of a musical life, to respond to whatever violence there is in your life with too much music, whatever music means to you.
Love that. I love that. That's very, very well said, Ari. on behalf of Scott and Julie and everybody at Garrett Space, I thank you for all your contributions today, and everybody out there tuning in. Where can we follow you, Ari? Where can we find your work?
The best place would be my website, which is just www.ariaxelrod.com.
Perfect. There you have it.
Yeah.
ariaxelrod.com. Okay. We have to get to our next guest here. Ari, thank you so much. We will see you soon.
Sounds good.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
We are very grateful to have a lot of donations already. And like I said, we're running a little behind, but I will definitely shout out a few sponsors here. We have Autodesk, Sally and Tim Peterson, Denise and Danielle Hamburger, Irv and Nancy Leon, the Masco Corporation, among so many others here, contributing, donating their efforts and sponsoring our events. If you are just tuning in, please give on the Give Butter site, even if it's $5, $50, 50 euros, but you know, the euro's down a little bit. I'm just kidding. We'll take all forms of currency. It'll all go to a great cause that you are tuning in for here. I also wanted to mention, because we're not having any real technical difficulty, but just putting up some graphics, we were having some issues. I should just mention that the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is 988, or text the number 741 to get help. And that again is called 988, or text the number 741 to get help. We have upcoming a class by Marley Spicer Schneider, but before we do that, we're actually going to hear a word from Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. We've had some very distinguished guests already join us, other politicians that will be joining us later this evening as well. But we will just hear a word from Gary here, and I'm running this thing here. Here, let's switch it over here. You want to pull that thing down right here for me? All right.
Hello, I'm U.S. Senator Gary Peters, and I first want to say just thank you. Thank you to everyone at Garrett Space for not only bringing together this amazing event, but for your work day in and day out to support those struggling with mental health challenges. There's no question that the pandemic has reinforced just how important it is to ensure that Michiganders have access to mental health resources, including for young people, many of whom are at important stages in their education and their development. Building friendships, learning the skills they need to succeed in school, navigating different problems, and discovering who they are as individuals. For many, I know that the past few years have had an impact on their mental health, their emotional, psychological, and social well-being. And that's why this work that you all are doing is absolutely critical, and why we must keep working together to ensure that all Americans have the support and the resources that they need. In the United States Senate, I've been working to advance efforts that strengthen mental health care. Recently, I helped enact into law the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This will drastically expand high-quality mental health resources for our youth and families by investing in certified community behavioral health clinics, telehealth services, as well as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which provides free and confidential support for those in crisis. I'm also focused on passing additional common sense legislation. I was proud to introduce legislation with Senator Stabenow this year to expand federal mental health resources for students in the aftermath of violent and traumatic events such as school shootings like the tragic shooting at Oxford High School this last November. I'm also a co-sponsor of Senator Stabenow's bipartisan Mental Health Improvement Act, which would significantly expand access to mental health by removing red tape that has prevented mental health professionals and patients from utilizing Medicare. And certainly while we have made progress in improving access to mental health services, there's no question that there's more that we must do. And I know that we can do it by working together. And that's why I want to just take a moment to recognize Garrett's family, and especially his parents, Julie and Scott Halpert. your selflessness, your advocacy, and resiliency in the face of unimaginable pain has created something invaluable and enduring. This initiative continues to give hope to young adults and individuals facing significant mental health challenges. I'm inspired by your work, and I know that others are too. So thank you again for all that you do.
All right. Big thank you to Gary Peters for those great words. I'm just so, privileged to be in the presence of all these amazing musicians and speakers and performers and teachers. And a great teacher that is here with us today is Marley Spicer-Schneider, who is very involved in the Garrett Space program. And I'm sure she would tell you a little bit about that. And you'll also join us for a conversation later where we talk a little bit more about wellness program and sort of what the community does in regards to Garrett Space. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Marley. We are right here on time at 2 p.m. It looks like in Michigan, 11 a.m. here in Los Angeles. Marley, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Really happy to be here with everybody.
Great. Well, I will let you take it away.
Okay. All right. Hi, folks. Really, really grateful that so many people are tuning in. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Marley Spicer-Schneider. I am a dancer by training, got a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the University of Michigan. I'm a certified Iyengar yoga teacher, and I'm also a facilitator at Garrett Space. And so those are my certifications, but I'm really interested in the body as a tool for us to help navigate this wild world we all live in. And I think there's something really important about the tangible nature of our physical form, and by employing some physical, very sort of relatable tools, we penetrate deeper, right? We then find some new ways to effectively navigate our mental and emotional bodies, which are inherently a little bit harder to reach. I have some notes here, so I want to make sure to say a few things. So at Garrett Space, I co-facilitate groups, and a big part of my role is to bring some movement, mindfulness, breathing techniques into our programming, into our groups. And it's really important to us that we share what we bring as offerings, not as any sort of requirement that the participants try everything, but more that they understand we're trying to help them build their own toolboxes by offering all the tools we possibly can. And then they learn, they're very engaged in the process of discerning what is working well for them, what is not, and they're able to build a skill set that is about their needs, them as an individual. And so that just kind of brings me a little bit more to my overall teaching, where like accessibility is sort of paramount for me. I'm always looking for ways to be more accessible to more people. I feel like the work that I do and opportunity to engage with ourselves and learn how to care for ourselves physically, mentally, emotionally, I think those opportunities should be available to all. And so it's important for me to think really deeply about how we make that more and more possible. Garrett Space is doing that work. And it's one of the reasons that I'm so deeply honored to be a part of this organization. And I also wanted to say that note about accessibility because today I am coming to you with my dance background, with my yoga background, but I'm very, as you can guess, I'm fascinated in all different kinds of modalities, and I'm sort of constantly building my toolbox. So I'm going to present to you some different tools, some of which I've actually used in some Garrett Space groups. And if something isn't working for you, if you came to experience this class with me, but something's not working for you, I don't ask that you grin and bear it. I ask that you spend this time doing something that does feel good to you. And maybe that's making a cup of tea, right? Really, whatever you need, this half an hour is for you. But maybe if something's not working for you, let's make that the one parameter we can perhaps agree to is that whatever you do choose to do at this time, it's about doing something kind for your body, for your mind, something that instills peace and calm, right? And if I'm not offering you that, then go ahead and make a different choice for yourself. Another thing I like to say is the way I build all of my teaching, we're going to start all seated. And then I'm gonna stand eventually. And again, if something isn't working for you, but something earlier was feeling really great, then go ahead and go back to that, right? I try to build my teaching in a way that we're growing in perhaps in challenge and also in sort of building blocks of actions, right? So if I get to a point and something's not quite resonating, then go ahead and return to something we did earlier. And I have a teacher that always says, we never repeat, we just do again. So repeating, we don't practice anything to replicate what we did yesterday, right? But if you want to do something again and experience it deeper and deeper, please take that time to do so, okay? The very last thing I will say before we get moving here, I just want to share a little quote that I believe is attributed to Susan Raffo, who is an educator, a movement educator, a writer. And she says, education, we all know, should support us to experience life, ours, and what surrounds us. This means supporting us to be in deep relationship with our first and original homes, our bodies. So I just wanted to share that because that's really what I want, is for all of us to feel at home in our bodies. And I hope some of what I offer you today can promote that feeling. But I also hope that you all continue to explore and be curious and experience what gives you that for yourself. So I'm going to start seated. You can be sitting in any way that feels comfortable to you. I would love it if your feet could be on the floor. We're going to spend this first minute together feeling our feet making contact with the floor, rolling the shoulders back and lifting up through the crown of the head. And if it's comfortable for you, letting the eyes close. If that is uncomfortable, just see if you can have a soft gaze with the eyes. So by that, I mean you're not staring really intensely at the screen, but let the eyes broaden, let them be soft. You can listen to my voice. You don't need to observe everything right now. So whatever state is calmer for you, we're going to sit and we're going to spend about 60 seconds just observing our breath. Just watch how it moves. Don't feel the need to change anything right now. We're just using the focal point of our breath to come into ourselves and ground here together for this first minute. So of course, as you breathe, the rib cage is moving with the expansion of the lungs. I want you to just visualize the three-dimensionality of your lungs, right? So when we blow up a balloon, one side doesn't blow up and then the other. The whole shape of the balloon expands in all directions. So as you take big inhales, feel the whole 3D rib cage, front, back, both sides expanding. Feel a broadness in all directions. And when you exhale, it's less about losing that space. The lungs do, they get smaller as the air is pushed out. But see if that new space that was created in the muscular and skeletal body can be maintained. So every breath, you feel more spacious internally. As we stay just a little longer, just notice, for many of us, because of a lot of the activities we engage in daily, the upper back sort of starts to sneak up towards the neck. So as you've been sitting here, if you feel like the upper back, you don't need to know this anatomy, but the trapezius muscle is sort of sneaking up, take a moment to roll the shoulders back and draw the shoulder blades away from the neck. So the neck feels long and lifted and spacious. One way I like to imagine that, in addition to drawing the shoulder blades down, I like to think about the very crown of the head being gently pulled up. So instead of thinking of muscularly pushing, can you imagine there's an outside force just lifting the crown of the head, giving you a lightness in the whole spine? Now, after your next exhale, if your eyes have been closed, just gently let them float open. And now we're going to reach our right arm down on this diagonal. Notice my palm is facing the screen right now, and the arm is not sucked right up against the side, nor is it too high. So I have this sort of 45-degree angle, but I'm actively reaching through all 5 fingertips there. And now in a moment, we're going to bend this wrist. You don't need to turn your bodies. I'm just showing you a side view. We're going to bend the wrist. But what's important is not how far back you bend the wrist, but rather that the fingers stay straight, however far back you go. That's going to give you, this stretch actually really targets the nerves, not just the muscles, but it can help us get some release up through the neck, which is a place a lot of folks hold tension. So from this reach through the fingertips, gently turn the head to look away from that arm. So we're turning the head to look left, and then you're going to bend the fingertips of the right hand back. Any amount, keep the fingers straight, and just feel how that kind of ripples all the way up through the arm to the shoulder joint and the neck, and then re-extend the fingertips. We're going to do this 5 times on your own pace. Make sure you're breathing the whole time. So I have to talk to you, which means I can't really hold my breath because I'm being tested all the time, right? I need to breathe to keep talking. But sometimes when we start to engage in physical action with our body, we're focusing so much that the breathing body kind of stops and holds. So I can't hear you. If you need to laugh or yawn or say something to remind yourself to keep breathing and keep some softness in the face and the throat, go ahead and do so. Now, after having done those 5 bends in the wrist, just turn back to face the front. And now your palms have been facing forward from the very top of the arm, the upper arm in the shoulder joint. We're going to turn the arm more. So now the palm is facing the ceiling. And then lift that arm straight up. And I want you to feel like the right side of the pelvis is rooting down, but then we're lifting up through the whole right side of the body. And even while I get all this reach, you just see my back body for a moment, I'm not letting the shoulders scrunch back up. I'm still descending here so the neck is spacious, but reaching long. And now this right hand is going to come across to the left knee or anywhere that it lands on that left leg. And my right hand is just landing anywhere comfortable. I'm sorry, my left hand, I'm a little dyslexic, so forgive me for that. Anywhere comfortable on the chair. And then lifting up through the crown of the head, getting taller first, then use the hand on the knee and on the chair to spiral the spine and go for a little twist. Don't push it too far and prioritize lengthen the spine over the turn. First, we want to be tall and lifted and aligned. Then we turn. With your inhales, think of getting taller. And with your exhales, see if there's any more spiral that can happen in the spine. And then on your next exhale, just gently unwind. Face back to the front. Take a breath to feel what you feel. Anyone that's taken class with me hears me say that a lot. And I really just mean that. Just notice whatever there is to notice. There's no wrong answer. A big part of yoga and all sort of physical modalities is developing awareness of the physical self that then penetrates beyond into our mental and emotional selves, right? So this moment to just be present and aware, it's paramount. Now reaching through the left hand, starting with that same diagonal we had on the first side. Really be sure that all 5 fingers are reaching long, and remember that keeping the fingers straight is the priority here, not how much we bend the wrist. Lift up through the crown of the head, gently turn to face the right with the face, and then we're going for this little bending in the left wrist now. Again, 5 bends going at your own pace and breathing throughout. One side might feel quite different. We all have a dominant arm. We all have different tasks we perform on a daily basis that maybe challenge one side of our body more than the other. So don't be surprised if this side feels quite different. Just be an observer, move gently and thoughtfully. And then after we've had those 5 little bends in the wrist, we'll come back to face the front. And again, spiraling this arm more now. So the palm has been facing front. Now I'm turning the whole arm in the socket to bring the palm to face the ceiling and then lifting that arm up. And now we have this nice long line, rooting the left side of the pelvis down, but lifting, lifting, lifting up through the left arm, still keeping the neck spacious. Check in, go ahead. I can't see you. It's okay to just check in with this space that we tend to hold a lot of tension, right? The face, the throat, the jaw. Let that be soft, even as other parts of the body are working. Now the left hand's going to come across to the right knee. Right hand comes behind wherever it lands comfortably on what you're seated on, right? Doesn't matter. It's where the hand wants to be. And always prioritizing length first, lifting up through the crown of the head, and then exhale, start to turn. And we'll just work that way for a moment, thinking of the inhales as an opportunity to get longer and taller. The exhales, maybe there's a little bit more turn to be had, but be gentle. And then unwinding after your next exhale. Sit tall, feel what you feel. I'm just gonna bring both sides of the body into play here a little more. We just did one side and then the other. So we're just gonna alternate between raising the arms up and then bringing the arms back down and holding, again, anywhere that you can hold on whatever you're seated on, and lifting and opening the chest. Okay, so the breath pattern, I want you to pay attention to how your body wants to breathe. But this moment is all about getting length through the sides of the body, length through the spine. And then we maintain that length as the arms come down and press the blades into the back to lift and open the chest. Now notice I'm talking and my voice isn't changing when I do this because I'm really supporting the upper back and the neck. So if you feel yourself going like this and the back of the neck is shortening, now you can hear my voice changing. That's too much, okay? We're just trying to get a little lift in the chest and create a little bit more space for the breath. So don't feel like it has to be a big back arch. Okay, feel the feet on the floor again. And then start to float the arms up. You can see that they're straight here, and then they go out of our vision, but try to keep long, straight arms reaching all 10 fingers now, straight up, lengthening through the sides of the body. You're gonna be so tall after this. And then keeping this new height, just let the arms float down. Now they come to hold by your sides anywhere that feels comfortable. Press the shoulder blades into the back and lift and open the chest. And then reaching back up through the crown of the head to return to vertical, and let's go again. It's okay if you're not going at the same pace as me. We're just allowing these two actions to feed each other, getting all this length, and then maintaining that version of spaciousness, and pressing the blades into the back and getting some more spaciousness here. Let's just go a couple more times on your own time. Pay attention to your body. Keep breathing. Go ahead and do another round if you like. I'm going to put my chair aside. There's no requirement to have a yoga mat for this class, but if you do have one and it's not already set up, then go ahead and grab it real quick. I'll just give you a couple seconds to rearrange once you've finished your chair work, and you'll grab a mat if you have one, or just clear a space that you can stand nice and wide, because we're going to start with wide legs in a moment. Just going to give you a couple more seconds because I know sometimes we're in our own homes and we have to like gather things. This is my home studio, which I love very much, but is a little less spacious than some of the places I work. So I have to be careful about how I plan. Okay, wherever you are, step nice and wide. And my toes are pointing straight front. If that's uncomfortable for you and you need to turn the toes out a little bit, that's okay. But try to discern between something being just uncomfortable because it's kind of new and feels strange, and if there's actually pain involved. We want to avoid pain, but sometimes when we're feeling something new, it's just an opportunity to have a new connection with our body. So try to point the toes straight forward and press really heavy into your heels. Strong rooted legs here. Now reach the right arm straight out from the shoulder, and then that same rotation we did earlier in the chair, rotate the whole arm in the shoulder socket so the palm faces the ceiling. And then we're going to bring this arm up and tip just a little bit to the left. Notice, I'm going to face a little more front right now. Notice that I'm not shortening on the left side. Instead, I'm thinking of tipping the whole torso so I have a long diagonal from the right heel rooting down all the way up through the right fingertips. Long, strong diagonal. Take a couple deep breaths. Now, this right hand is going to get really heavy, like it just got super weighted, and it will now pull you more towards the left and then come to the center. Notice I bent my knees. We're just going to take 5 little bounces here for the knees, letting the arms and the head and the neck go. 5 little bounces. And then push into the heels and pull up through the legs to roll up through the spine and stand tall. Left side, we'll do this a couple times. Reach out through the arm, rotate so the palm faces the ceiling, and then tip to find a long diagonal, root heavy into the left heel and reach up through the left fingertips. Keep breathing. I know I say that a lot, but it really bears repeating. I'm sure you've noticed you're holding your breath a couple times. It's just a good thing. That's part of my job, just to remind you. Now that left hand gets really heavy, and we do start to curve towards the right a little more. Come around to the front, let the knees bend, little bounce, 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 and then push into the heels, pull up through the legs, stand tall. We're getting taller every time, right side. Rotate that arm. Long diagonal, really actively push into the right heel, like you're getting rooted deeper and longer all at once, growing in multiple directions. And then coming around to the front, bounce, 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 and push into the heels, stand tall. Left side, one more time, rotate the arm, find your long diagonal. Take a breath. And then heavy hand brings you to the front. Little bounce, just let this be a time for the arms to kind of loosen up, the neck and head to release, and then push into the heels and feel yourself grow taller as you stand back up. Good. Now this right leg is going to turn out from the hip socket. So maybe that sounds obvious, but notice I've been saying turn the arm from the shoulder socket. There's lots of joints in the limbs, right? There's lots of ways to move the limbs. And I want to be really clear that we're turning the whole leg out here. So rotate your whole right leg in the socket so the toes point straight to the right. And the back foot, this left foot, just turn those toes in a little bit. But notice my hips are still facing forward. I haven't done this, right? Heavy in this back heel. We just practiced that with our long diagonals. So really rooting into the left heel. We're going to bend this right knee in a minute, but I don't want the body to tip at all. And it's going to want to. So to sort of teach it to stay upright, raise the arms really tall. Feel like we felt in the chair, long sides of the body here. And we're going to maintain this vertical torso as you bend the right knee. We're going towards 90 degrees, but just see where you go. And then to straighten, I want you to push heavier into that back heel and feel like somebody's pulling your fingertips straight up. Take a breath with straight legs. And then exhale, go again. Long, tall pelvis, even as that right knee bends. Push into the back heel, reach up through the fingertips to straighten. That was 2. Let's go one more time. Keep breathing. And push into the back heel, reach up. Okay, now we're going to change. One more time, bend the right knee. Now take the right elbow to the right knee if you can. Remember, if this isn't comfortable, stick with what we were doing before. We've done lots of things already. You can go back to something that felt better. Now, bring this left arm up into that same diagonal. We just did this. Reach through the fingertips, root through that back heel, and now look up to the left hand. And lift the chest towards the left hand and take a big deep breath. Your muscles might be working really hard right now. It's okay, they're strong. Now push into the back heel and reach up through that left arm and come up. Open the arms wide. Good work. Turn the feet to face the front. And let's step the feet in a little narrower just to give the ankles a rest before we do the second set. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. It's a lot of work for the legs, and that's good. If your legs are working when they're wide, that's what we want. Too narrow, they don't work as much, and too wide, we can't control them very well. So you're looking for that place where you feel in control, but that they are engaged. Let's take 3 deep breaths here with the feet flat on the ground. Feel what you feel. Notice what new sensations are sort of coursing through the body. Feeling the heels root down, the crown of the head lift up. I always love this idea of getting longer in multiple directions at once. Okay, let's go back. We have another side to do. Step nice and wide again. This time it's the left leg that we want to turn out right in the hip socket. So the whole leg turns, toes point straight left. Right toes turn in a little bit, but my pelvis is still facing mostly forward. It might turn some. I don't want you to force it to the front in a way that hurts the hips, but the leg is turning out independently, not taking the pelvis with it. All right, let's get those tall, strong, straight arms. Remember, the torso staying vertical even as the left knee bends. Push heavy into the right heel as you bend the left knee. Feel how the muscles are working to stabilize you, and then push heavy in the right heel and lift up through the fingertips to come back up. Keep breathing the whole time. Bending. Remember, it's okay if we're not going exactly at the same pace, especially once you learn what we're doing. We did this on one side, so you have some familiarity with the process that we're going through. So if you need to move at a different pace, that's just fine. Third time, heavy in the back heel. Right heel, push deeper, deeper, deeper. That's like your anchor point. That will keep you steady and balanced. And still pushing into the heel, pull up through the fingertips to straighten. Okay, that was 3, I think. So now let's bend one more time. And if it's available to you, take that elbow to the knee. And now the right hand comes up to that diagonal we played with earlier. Push heavy in the right heel, reach up through the right fingertips, and then look up at the right hand and reach the chest to the right hand. One more breath, you got this. And then push into the back heel, reach the right hand and come up, open the arms wide, and turn that left foot in. And let's step back to stand a little narrower. This is Tadasana. Classically, the feet are actually all the way together, but it's a little bit gentler on the hips and the low back to have them hip width distance apart. So let's do that today. Feel the feet on the ground, stand up tall. Let's take our 3 deep breaths. Feel what you feel. So time flies when you're having fun. I only have a few more minutes with you folks. So I'm going to give a couple options to kind of even ourselves out and culminate this time together. If you are familiar with a downward facing dog or an Adho Mukha Svanasana, it's pretty classic yoga posture, that would be a really nice way to sort of even everything out since we've been going side to side, right? So just as a reminder, you come to all fours for that pose. The hands can be a little ahead of the shoulders. Let the feet and knees be as wide as feels good today. It doesn't have to be a big hamstring stretch. And then you're tucking the toes and lifting the hips high and thinking as if somebody's pulling your pelvis up and back so that you use the power of the pelvis and the legs to get a nice long spine here. So that's one option. Go ahead and do that if that feels good to you. If that's not a great option for you, and especially if weight on your wrists is hard, another thing you can do, I have this yoga prop rack, but maybe you have a kitchen sink or a bookshelf or something like that. You can just put your fingertips on a shelf, maybe a windowsill, lots of options, and walk the feet back and just come to this sort of 90-degree angle stretch. you will also sort of imagine as if the pelvis is being pulled back into the room to get this long feeling in the spine. So one of those options, go ahead and take it, and let's just try for 3 to 5 breaths in one of those poses, your pose of choice. Okay. Deep inhales and exhales. The goal here is to find a little bit more evenness after moving side to side. Also, extending the spine. We started out making room for our breath. All of this is really about making more and more room, right? Feeling spacious in our bodies. Okay, after the 5 breaths in whatever pose you were in, if you were here at this 90 degrees, just walk forward and stand up straight. If you were in down dog, lower the knees down. You can pause there for a moment. And then everybody just have a look. So a tool that I really like to offer, because it's a simple one and accessible in a lot of different ways, is that some weight on the forehead is a really quieting experience for the nervous system. And I'm going to just show a few different ways to do that. If this doesn't appeal to you, you're just going to find another restful position to be in to end our time together today. So one thing I like to do, and I'm kind of tall, so you can make the right height for you. I'm going to add this bolster onto a chair, but just sitting cross-legged, and you could be up on a little bit of height here too if you need to sit higher on a pillow or a cushion of some sort, and then crossing the arms and resting the forehead on the crossed arms. So you're just allowing the body weight to sort of lean into the forehead and rest here and breathe. Another option would be to lie down and take a little something, right? I'm lucky I have all these props just waiting for me here. But even just a little dish towel or something like that, it doesn't have to be a lot of weight. You could lay on your back, knees bent or legs straight, and just put a little weight on the forehead. You can cover the eyes as well if that feels good to you. Okay. Now, alternatively, if you don't want to experience the forehead pressure, you could just be lying on your back like I just showed with nothing on the forehead, or you could also return to sit in the chair, how we began, or on a couch, a stool, whatever, and just take a few deep breaths to settle. So I know that was just a lot of options. We're just going to be together for about another minute. I'm going to choose to return to sitting in my chair and feeling the feet on the floor and breathing. If one of those other options looked more appealing to you, please take it. And then as you settle in, into the position that's going to culminate our practice today. Just now, you ask the body to do a lot of active work. Now, remind the body that it's time to let go and use the breath to help encourage that. So as you settle, maybe resting the forehead, maybe just lying down, maybe just seated tall. Just use the breath now to soften any places that are holding on to tension. You can imagine directing the breath where it's needed most in the body. I hope you're all in a position that feels peaceful and comfortable to you. You don't have to end your practice just because my time is up. So if you can stay where you are and rest a little longer, I think we all need more rest. Again, my name is Marley Spicer-Schneider, and I just want to say really from the bottom of my heart what an honor it is to work with Garrett Space. And there are far too many people to even begin to name, but the folks I work with in the groups every week, all of the people on the board, everyone that made this fundraiser possible. It's really an incredible outpouring of community support, and that's how things change. So thank you to all of you who are here today, and this is going to be an incredible event, so keep watching.
Marley, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mario.
Wow, what a wonderful class that was. Marley Spicer-Schneider, everybody. She will be with us later at a facilitator discussion as well. So thank you again. All right, so to those of you tuning in, we just wrapped up a really great fitness and meditation class here. And we are having so many different performers, speakers, join us, and all come together for this great cause to raise money for Garrett Space. We are just a few minutes behind in the schedule. My dear friend Elliot Pollitt, unfortunately, he has a video that we will air at a later time. We just had to get Marley's live class in at our scheduled time. But Elliot, you know, you're out there watching. It's all love, and we'll get you squared away in a good time here very soon. Before we go to our next our next performer, speaker, actually, it's an interview. I just want to mention a few things. We, you know, want everybody to know that if, you know, you are watching and experiencing any kind of mental health crisis, that the National Suicide Crisis Lifeline is 988, or text 741-741. Again, that lifeline you can call is 988, or text 741-741 to get help. We've gotten a lot of donations so far. This has been wonderful. I'll shout out some of our recent contributors here. We have Lisa Mara. Thank you so much for tuning in, Lisa. Jason and Joy Scott, thank you for your donations here. Kathleen Klensner, I'm saying that right, Klensner. Thank you so much, Kathleen. Patricia Meyer, Rita Gelman, Rhonda and Ken Music, thank you all for your contributions at this time. We also have so many great sponsors. I have a whole list here. Let me see if I'll name a few here. Earlier we had U.S. Representative Gary Peters, as well as Patrick Kennedy speak. Later on, we'll have our other host, Davey Rothbart, interview Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. For those of you watching in Michigan and Southeast Michigan who's familiar with her work there. We've got great performances by some very talented musicians coming from all places, but joining us here in Los Angeles, where I am, and I'm sitting here with my buddy Phil behind me. Give him a wave. He's been trooping through it since this morning as well. Joe Hagan is also doing some sound up there. We have to thank him. We'd love to thank Diane Orley, Sandy Lippett and Michael Lippett, Caitlin Klein and Joe Malcoon, Jerry Rosenberg and Vic Stretcher, just to name a few other people we'd love to thank. I should also mention we have an auction. There is a live silent auction that is happening, and you can find out more details in the Give Butter site there if you are not watching already on Give Butter. And what do we have? We have, let's see, we have a lot of gift cards in the area. So these are for people out there in the Ann Arbor area, Metro Detroit area. We have some gift cards to restaurants including Black Pearl, Monty, Isalita, Mediterrano, Cardamom, Zingerman's, Pacific Rim, just to name a few. We also have a suite to a Tigers game it's all inclusive with food and great seating and air conditioning. Is it still hot out there? I don't want to sound like that guy who lives in California now, but I know it's September and the leaves are turning soon, which is my favorite time of year, by the way. I think Ann Arbor in the fall is one of the best places on earth, so I do miss it. And we also have an autographed DVD of a Ken Burns documentary series, Baseball. So be sure to tune in and hit up that auction, because all the proceeds will be going to this great event and cause. So without further ado, I also should mention our Detroit Lions are playing right now. The last time I checked, they were down 21-14 to the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of time left. It's almost halftime. It might be halftime now. My feed is sort of, I'm going between a lot of different devices here. And speaking of Philly, I was just in Philly this summer, and I sat down with a really young, talented actress named Olivia Hardy, who has been part of the Ann Arbor community at the University of Michigan. And she wanted to give some words about mental health and why she thinks Garrett Space is important. And so we will hear from Olivia Hardy right now.
I'm a girl. My name is Olivia Elise Hardy. I am from southern New Jersey, Shasta, Philadelphia. I went to the University of Michigan class of 2020 for musical theater, and I am currently in a show on Broadway called Kimberly Akimbo at the Booth Theater in New York City. I think there's a lot. I think the theater is one of the most, like, I guess, progressive forms of performance art as of right now, because it's very inclusive with a bunch of, you know, different genders and races and sexualities and, you know. But I do still think, like anything, it still has a long way to go in terms of, like, typecasting and, you know, maybe casting a straight person to play, or straight person play, like, a trans role or something. Like, we had an issue with that a couple seasons ago. So I think it really takes, for producers especially, not just, you know, because producers are the one that kind of ultimately have the last say at the end of the day when it comes to, like, hiring, it comes to, like, what kind of money goes into where. I think it really is important to go to the producers and be like, hey, you know, this is how we can make, you know, these performances better and more inclusive and in turn, like, you know, more palatable for more audiences and things like that. And I feel like that trickles down, you know, from not just how people are treated, down to how much people are paid, and down to honestly how much people pay for tickets. So I think there's a lot of conversations still to be had, but I think that a lot of the conversations have been started, and that's pretty good.
Let's also backtrack a second to get the intro. That was awesome, though.
Sweet. Yeah.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, what about you do you love?
Everything. That's a hard question. I started theater when I was 5, and I just really liked being able to be so expressive. I used to always say that I don't know who I am, so I play other people. So I think until I figured it out, you know, with my own self, that's why theater was really interesting to me, because I could be so many other people. And I still can be, and that's kind of cool. It's really fun.
How would you describe your time in Michigan?
I had a lot of fun at Michigan. I would go back in a heartbeat. I feel like I got, you know, what I paid for, and I paid a lot for it. But I feel like it really has helped me in my career now. The networking has helped me. I had an incredible class, my class of 2020. It was an incredible group of people. And we're all still really close to Jay, which I made my, you know, college experience 10 times better because, you know, I was surrounded by an incredible group of people where all of us got along. The professors were fantastic. They really cared about us, like, from top to bottom. Like, if we needed a shoulder to cry on, if we needed to help with doing taxes for the first time, like, our professors are really there for us, and I really appreciate that. So Michigan was fantastic.
You had a good community.
Yeah, really had. Ann Arbor is also beautiful. So it was cold, but when it wasn't cold, it was great.
Right.
So
Yes.
the true north.
So you talk about, like, the community you had in Michigan. Do you feel like people or anything for yourself struggling with mental health that you saw people, professors, students, peers?
Oh yeah, definitely. I had never experienced seasonal depression until I went to Michigan. I knew Michigan was cold, but I didn't know Michigan was dark. I didn't know that the sun went away for like 3-4 months at a time. That was really, sun going down to 4, and then when the sun does come out, you hardly see it because it's like cloudy all day. That threw me for a loop. I was not expecting that. Because I mean, like, South Jersey's it's a pretty sunny place over here. It gets cold in the wintertime, but the sun doesn't go away. So, I definitely experienced seasonal depression my very first year at Michigan, like, as soon as it hit, like, mid-January, and I had to come back. I think, like, once I was in December, and then I went away for Christmas break, and I saw that there was sun in Jersey, and then I came back, I was like, oh, no. I think that's when it really hit me. But actually, University of Michigan had, like, rooms in different, like, each building with, like, sun lamps. So you could truly just, like, go a lot of places and, like, lay in sun if you really wanted to, so that helped a lot. Being surrounded by other people, you know, also helps, and because I think a lot of us were also experiencing seasonal depression. There was a lot of my classmates from California, so they were also experiencing seasonal depression. So I think we all kind of, like, banded together. You know, we all, you know, ate soup, drank a lot of orange juice, like, figured out how to get our vitamin D other places. So that definitely, having that support system really helped, of a lot of people that also kind of were going through the same thing.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you think that a place like Garrett Space, how do you think that benefit
Well, that's a really good segue, because I mean, like, it is so dark in Ann Arbor. There might be, a whole bunch of people in Michigan that experience seasonal depression. So that's just one way. If you feel like you are alone in one thing, it's nice to know that there is a space where you're around a bunch of people that are experiencing that. So then that you don't feel so much as alone. And yeah, I think that in Ann Arbor because it's a college town, there's a lot of kids that are, not close to home, especially international students. Like, I remember I had a couple international student friends that wouldn't be able to go home for Christmas because the time difference would have basically made it impossible for them to stay more than like a week. So I think, like, because there's a lot of kids college age that are one away from home for the very first time, one away from their families and friends for the very first time, experiencing seasonal depression, maybe struggling with grades because of that. Like, definitely Ann Arbor is a great hub for Garrett Space to take root, because there's so many people that could use that, mental health support without, having to break the bank or having to go through different networks of health care and all of that stuff. So there's that. Mm-hmm.
Should I re-ask that question, the first one?
Sure. No, well, your very first thing that you said, I think, was great. It touched like all the points that we needed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think I don't know how you want me to I don't know how much you would want to share. If you want to share, but ask the question.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm.
I mean, also, do you, aside from the seasonal depression, do you yourself, have you ever had a friend or something crisis where?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So my first professional gig, I was on tour with the Broadway show, and it was just a national tour, so we were going around just America, but it was not at all what I thought it was going to be. I kind of went into it blind of what I was expecting, and also I don't think I was fully prepared for it either. I still had a whole year left of school, so I was leaving school early. I was also, when I got the gig, I was in Germany, so I was not even on American soil, so I was making a bunch of decisions from so far away, without, my parents or anybody close by to really like influence it or see how I was like reacting to the news and how hesitant I actually was. So yeah, when I was on tour, I was realizing I was just not really enjoying it as much as I thought I was going to. And we were in LA for about like a month, maybe a little less than a month. And I was just miserable. LA does something to me, but like I just ended up being miserable, and I came home. It was like our first break, our last break before we were gone for 3 months without being able to come back home. And it was over, I think, Thanksgiving break. And I just completely lost it. Like I had panic attacks. I was dissociating for the first time. Like I called a crisis line for the first time. Like I had to be institutionalized for a little bit. And that was the first time that I ever got put on medication and like actually diagnosed with like anxiety I've had anxiety diagnosed since I was like 5. So that wasn't really new, but it was just a lot more. And then it was the first time that I got put on medication. So I definitely went through it, and it was scary and it was hard. And it still is a little hard, especially because now you know that there's something wrong. I think there's a comfort in knowing that there's something wrong, and then there's also, a panic of knowing that there is something wrong. So it's like kind of a balance of trying to figure that out. But I was at a really great facility with a lot of great people that were really helpful and wanted us to get better and wanted us to succeed. And I was able to, get my anxiety mostly under control. There are still times, where it flares up, just like for a lot of people. But yeah, I think the best decision that I ever did was to probably get on medication. Probably, it has helped significantly so. So, and it's, you know, it's not an exact science. I still have to go to psychiatrists and get everything, you know, changed and up to date and like justified and all that kind of stuff. So it's not an exact science, but it is a science that helps. And I feel like if you're willing to get that help, then it's totally worth it, because it was very scary, and I'm very grateful that I did get help when I needed it, or else I don't know where I'd be. So.
What's one thing you would say to somebody who might be watching and experiencing something?
I don't want to say you're not alone, because that's super cliche, and that's just kind of like obvious. But I would say that there's no shame in asking for help. I feel like that's a big stigma that people get. They're afraid to ask for help because it can be frustrating, and you can kind of feel sometimes unheard. But it's worth it. It's worth it when you get a chance to look around at, like, sit down with your surroundings, or, you know, surround yourself with friends or things that you like, or your pets or your animals. You realize that it is kind of worth it. And there's a lot more people now that are willing to help than ever before. And there are a lot more people that relate to being scared to ask for help, but I guarantee there are a lot more people out there that would want you to ask for help than people that would not. So I think, yeah, don't be ashamed in asking for help. Nobody gets to where they are in life without somebody helping. I mean, you didn't get to where you are without your mother helping you eat, you know? It's kind of like that, you know? It's help is needed, especially in this time, and especially in this place. You know, America is always about individualism, and if you just look around and try and relate to the people around you, you build communities and you build lasting relationships that aren't built on like a give and take. Because relatability is what brings us all together, and that helps. I say it takes a village to raise a child, and we're all still children. We're all still children trying to figure it out. So I think, you know, just look out for each other, be kind to each other. Kindness really goes a long way. Willingness to help goes a long way. Willingness to ask for help and know that it's going to be there for you is a great thing. So that's what I'd say. Go outside, lay in the sun. Vitamin D is really good for you. You know, take some time to yourself, listen to music, give yourself a lot of patience, forgive yourself for a lot of things. If you want to lay in bed all day, lay in bed all day. But just know that, you know, there's a lot more outside that would be really, really happy to see you, whether it's a person, whether it's a thing. The world smiles when you smile, so, and I truly believe that. It's a nice day outside too, so.
All right, that was Olivia Hardy. We had sat down in Philadelphia and talked a little bit about mental health and her journey. And she is an amazing performer, up and coming, going to be in New York and out east. So definitely, if you're out there, check out her work and support. I wanted to really quickly introduce Sarah Hong and Ben Walker. Sarah will be talking briefly about, Sarah represents another organization that provides mental health resources to young adults, part of Jewish Family Services of Washtenaw County. Ben Walker is an actor, soon to star in the new Broadway show at Juliet. Ben is one of the many University of Michigan Theater alums that you'll see tonight. The song will be called Why from Tick Tick Boom by Jonathan Larson. So I'm going to pass it over to Sarah and Ben right now.
Hi, I'm Sarah Schneider-Hong, Chief Program Officer at Jewish Family Services of Washtenaw County. On behalf of JFS, I'm here to ask that you give and give generously to Garrett Space for this fundraiser. We at JFS are thrilled to have Garrett Space join us in the community to help promote the well-being and good mental health of our neighbors. At JFS's Thrive Counseling, we provide care for almost 400 clients at any given time, and we're one of the only entities around who take all major insurances, including Medicaid, Medicare, Washtenaw Health Plan, and we're happy to support folks with a sliding scale fee if insurance is not available. We believe strongly that everyone should be able to access expert and compassionate care when it comes to their mental health. We're so pleased that Garrett Space has joined the community as a partner in this work, and very pleased to see them focus on such an important niche as young adults ages 18 to 28. We hope this is a wonderful fundraiser and ask again that you give generously. Thank you.
When I was 9, Michael and I entered a talent show down at the Y. 9 a.m. went to rehearse by some stairs. Mike couldn't sing. I said, no one cares. We sang Yellow Bird and Let's Go Fly a Kite. Over and over and over till we got it right. When we emerged from the YMCA, 3 o'clock sun had made the grass hay, and I thought, hey, what a way to spend a day. Hey, what a way to spend a day. I make a vow right here and now. I'm gonna spend my time this way. When I was 16, Michael and I got parts in West Side at White Plains High. 3 o'clock went to rehearse in the gym. Mike played Doc, who didn't sing, fine with him. We sang Got a Rocket in Your Pocket, and the Jets are gonna have their day tonight. Over and over and over till we got it right. When we emerged, wiped out by that play, 9 o'clock stars and moonlit the way. And I thought, hey, what a way to spend a day. Hey, what a way to spend a day. I made a vow. I wonder now, am I cut out to spend my time this way? With only so much time to spend, don't want to waste the time I'm given. Have it all, play the game some recommend. I'm afraid it just may be time to give in. I'm 29. Michael and I live on the west side of Soho, NY. 9 a.m. I write a lyric or two. Mike sings a song now on Mad Avenue. I sing, come to your senses. Defenses are not the way to go. Over and over and over till I get it right. When I emerge from B minor or A, 5 o'clock, diner calls, I'm on my way. I think, hey, what a way to spend a day. Hey, what a way to spend a day. I make a vow right here and now. I'm gonna spend my time this way. I'm gonna spend my time this way.
All right. Welcome, everybody, back to the live part. Ben Walker with that amazing performance. Thank you so much, Ben. And Sarah Hong, everybody, with some really great words about resources in Washtenaw County where you can access at any time. Currently, I am joined by Sue Prince here. How are you doing, Sue?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. It's getting a little toasty here in Los Angeles, so I'm happy to go back inside and cool off while we take your class here. So I'm going to just pass it over to you and let you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you're going to do. Okay?
Wonderful. My name
right.
is Sue. My name is Sue Prince. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I'm a movement instructor, Pilates, personal training, all different modalities of movement. I feel that movement's very important for our mental health as much as our physical health. And that is why I was connected with Garrett Space. I feel that it's very necessary in our community. As a mother and as a parent, I feel that my adult children, as well as other people's children, should have a place to go if they are in need of any type of support, mental health and physical movement, whatever they need, if they have a safe place to go to and someone to talk to. Today, I'm going to lead you through about 45 minutes of movement. As always, listen to your body. You could always come back to the breath, lying down on your back, on your stomach, whatever feels good to you. And again, just have fun with this. So we're going to start off today lying down on your back, and knees can be bent, arms by your side, long through the back of the neck, and even closing your eyes for a moment here. Take a couple deep breaths, and on your inhale, see if you can expand your ribs all the way around. So 360 degrees if you're going to expand those ribs. And then on your exhale, softening through the rib cage, allowing the ribs to soften and drop towards the mat naturally. And again, that inhale here and exhaling. This is a spot you can always come back to. A couple more deep breaths here, inhaling and exhaling. And then pressing down through both feet equally, all 10 toes pushing down into the mat and your heels. Knees are bent. Slowly start to curl your pelvis up off the mat, continuing to curl up. Low back lengthens, ribs. Feel that nice opening through the front of the hips. And then slowly start to soften between the shoulder blades down to the mat, mid back, low back stays long. And then you release back to that starting position. And we'll continue with this. Deep breath again here, expanding those ribs, pushing down through both feet. You can press down through the palms of your hands. Start to curl the pelvis up. Continue here. Finding that length, that opening through the front of the hips, long through the back of the neck. And then slowly start to soften, drop the chest down, mid back, low back stays long as possible. And then you release to that heavy tailbone at the very, very end. We'll do this a few more times, connecting with the breath, inhaling again, and exhale, start to tip the pelvis towards you. Curling, 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 finding that length through your back body. Take a moment this time as your hips are lifted and really press down through the palms of your hands and through both feet. Start to feel some work through the back of your body. And then reaching your arms up to the ceiling, your palms can face forward. Start to widen through the shoulder blades as you drop the ribs down to the mat. And then you soften through that mid back, low back, and you release to the very end. Your arms can come down by your side again, pressing down firmly through both hands, and both feet start to curl the pelvis up. Lengthening through the front body, arms can extend back up again, reaching up through your fingertips, widening through the shoulder blades in the back body, and slowly, slowly, slowly continue moving down and releasing at the back. Good. We'll do 2 more like this, pressing down through both hands. Both feet start to curl the pelvis up again. Reaching those arms up to the ceiling. Fingertips here, reaching up, widening, and slowly, slowly, slowly. Each time, hopefully finding a little more movement. And then back down, pressing down through the palms. Start to curl the pelvis up again. Arms extend up, reaching up, and then slowly making your way back down. Once you make your way back down to the mat, stretch your legs out long, reach your arms over your head, take a nice big stretch, fingertips and toes away from each other, maybe closing your eyes for a moment, take a few deep breaths, and allowing that back body to soften and drop into the mat a little bit more. So I'm going to grab a little support for the back of my head. If you have a towel or something handy, feel free to put that if that feels more comfortable to the neck and shoulder area. We're going to start off again with our knees bent, lying down. Lengthen through your back body on the mat. Heavy tailbone here. Arms are going to come by your side. I'm going to have you take both arms up to the ceiling, palms facing each other. And then from here, start to slide your left heel out long on the mat as your right arm reaches over your head. See if you can do this without arching your back, not pushing down into the mat, but elongating through that back body. And then exhale to bring it back up. And then we'll take that right heel, slide it out as that left arm reaches over. Pause here for a moment, long through that back body, and then exhale to bring it back up. We're going to continue with this movement. And then that left leg, right arm, reach it away, finding that length again in your back body, and then using that nice exhale to bring it back in. And then left arm, right leg, reaching it away. Good. And again, that left leg, hopefully feeling a little activity through the abdominals, through those core muscles, and then opposite arm and leg. You can always continue with this movement, or if you'd like to add on a little bit, we can do that. So now you're going to float the left leg up to tabletop. And as that left leg extends out long, that right arm can reach over your head. But again, try not to arch that back body. And then coming back in. And let's continue with that left leg, right arm, reach it away, and then exhale to pull it back in. You're going to reach it away and exhale to pull it back in. Nice. And reach it away and exhale, pull it back in. Good. We'll do 2 more. Reach it away, pull it back in. And then last one, reaching it away, pull it back in, carefully making your way back down to the mat. Find your length again through your back body, floating that right leg up, long again, heavy tailbone, but long tailbone. Right leg extends, left arm over your head, and then using that exhale to bring it back in. Stretch it away, and then exhale to pull it back in. Good. Continue moving here. Always an option to bring that foot back down to the floor of the mat, and using your breath, connecting with your breath, and exhale to pull it back in. Reaching it away, pull it back in, and then last one, bring it back in. Good. Bring both feet back down to the mat. Let your arms float open to a T, palms up or palms down, whatever feels best to you. And then slowly walking your feet a little bit closer together. Allow both knees to gently fall over to the left side. You'll feel heavier through the outside of the left hip. Your head can turn to the right here. Nice deep breath here. And then on your exhale, slowly start to bring everything back to center. And then taking the knees over to the right side. Your head is welcome to turn to the left. And exhale to pull it back to center. And then over to the left side with the knees. Head can turn to the right. And exhale to bring it back to center. You can always do these with your eyes closed if that feels better to you. And then exhale to bring it back to center. From there, we're going to hug your knees into your chest. Let that low back settle into the mat and lengthen. A couple of deep breaths, maybe point and flex a few times. Circle your ankles around, getting some movement through the ankles. And then from there, bring both feet down to the mat again. We're going to turn onto your side. Resting your ear into the palm of your hand, finding as much length as you can. So imagine if you're between two planes of glass. Legs are stretched out long, relaxed on the mat. We're going to take your left hand either to the mat in front of you, or you can extend it up to the ceiling if you'd like an extra balance challenge here. So whatever feels good to you today. Take your top leg and slowly start to point, reaching through the top of your foot, lifting that leg up to only about hip height, and then flex to slowly bring it down. You can also take your hand onto the top half of the pelvis. You're going to point and then slow to bring it down, resisting gravity on the way down, starting to feel some work through the outside of the leg. But again, always coming back to that breath work. And again, good. Pointing back. And again, always an option to reach that arm up if you're feeling you need to be challenged a little bit more today. And then back. This next one, we're going to bring that top leg up to about hip height here. Good. Now from here, see if you can float that bottom leg up to join it, and then both legs can lower down together. So the top leg's going to come up, the bottom leg will join it, and then both legs lower down together. So again, challenging the balance here, lifting that leg up again. Bottom leg will join it, and then slowly coming back down. Good, and then lifting back up again. That bottom leg can join, and they both come down. Good. Do a couple more on this side. And back down. And then lifting back up again. And back down. Once both legs are down, take both legs and stretch them as long as they'll go. Maybe floating them up off the mat. Keep reaching up now through that top hand, stretching your fingertips up to the ceiling here. You can take that arm, reach it over your head, finding that length. Couple deep breaths right here. Lengthening, 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 feeling a lot of energy through the legs. And then let everything soften down to the mat. Bring your knees up towards your chest. Lengthen through your back body. Take your top arm and extend it out long, palms facing down, and your arm will be parallel to the floor, about shoulder height. Slowly start to slide that elbow back, and you're going to rotate your ribs, your head, and your chest to the ceiling. Close your eyes right here. Take a nice big inhale, and then on your exhale, slowly start to return back. Deep breath again here, sliding that elbow back, opening the chest to the ceiling, expanding the ribs with your breath, and then slow to return. Good. And then again, taking that arm, sliding that elbow back, rotate here. You can stay right here if you'd like to, if it's comfortable. Close your eyes, a couple deep breaths right here, just allowing that spinal rotation, that movement, that opening of the chest. And then on your next exhale, slide that arm back, bring your hand down, and then we're going to go over to the opposite side. You can take your pillows, pads. So getting yourself lined up again. Nice. Sliding your palm of your hand underneath that bottom ear. Again, as if you were between two planes of glass. Legs are going to extend out long. Options with your hand, again, you can bring it in front of you, extend it up, wherever feels good, or on the top half of the pelvis. Both legs are going to stretch out long here, parallel, and you're going to point your toes, lifting that top leg again up to about hip height. And then if you want to, reach through the heel and slowly lower it down, resisting gravity, pointing your toes, bringing it back up again, and then exhale, slowly bringing it back down. Good. Keep moving here, pointing up, and then good. Nice. We'll continue with this a few more times, pointing, reaching up, and then flexing, lowering it back down. Good. And one more. Good. Nice. Taking that top leg, maybe lifting it up again to about hip height. This time, if you want to, extend that top arm up to the ceiling. Reach that bottom leg up and then slowly lowering it down with control. So that top leg's going to float up. That bottom leg reaches up, and then you exhale, slowly coming back down. Remember to keep that length through your back body the whole time, reaching up and always listening to your body. Good. And then back up again. Up again. We'll do a couple more. And then last one. Bringing both legs back down. Go ahead and bend your knees now. Oops, let's do that balance again here. So you're going to stretch both legs out long, reaching the arm up towards the ceiling, and then taking that arm over your head, reaching, a lot of energy through the lower half of your body, fingertips and toes away from each other, lengthening, and then coming back down. Now we're going to slide those knees up. Take that top arm, you'll extend it out long, palms facing down, about shoulder height here. Relax the shoulder, lengthen that back body as much as possible, soft through the hip joint here. Slowly start to slide that elbow back, and you're going to rotate your chest to the ceiling, taking a couple deep breaths right here. So I originally started doing Pilates because of an injury and have continued with it along with other modalities of movement and activities. I find it very helpful for stress. It helps me out. I mean, and so I think that movement itself is so very important, sliding that arm forward for reducing stress and anxiety, and then sliding that elbow back, a couple of deep breaths here. It also takes your mind off of things too for a few moments. And exhaling, and then sliding that arm forward again. And again, sliding that elbow back. Close your eyes for a moment. Allow the rib cage to expand. And then exhaling. Another deep breath right here. And exhaling. Nice. And then slowly start to bring that arm back down. Let's come up to your hands and knees. If your wrists don't love this, you can always come down to your forearms. You can also put a block or something underneath your hands just to help support you for your forearms. So we're going to come hands and knees. And then taking a moment here, pressing down through both hands and both knees. Find as much length as you can in your back body. Slowly start to curl the tail. Scoop the low belly, lift those low ribs, let your head hang here. And then when you're ready, start to reach through the crown of your head, lengthening the back of your neck, your upper back, your mid back, your low back, and then releasing soft through the hip joint. So again, we're going to start to curl the tail, scoop that low belly, lift the ribs up, rounding here, wide through the shoulder blades, and then lengthening, lengthening, lengthening back to a nice flat back. Again, curling that tail, scoop the low belly. And then eventually you're going to make your way back to a flat back. Spreading your fingers wide. You're going to press down through the balls of your feet, pushing back through your heels. And from here, see if you can just hover your knees above the mat for just a moment here. Maybe take a couple deep breaths here. Just a little challenge here. And then bringing those knees down nice and soft to the mat. Roll the shoulders open. Lengthen that back body. Try not to arch your back here. Draw the low ribs up, and then you're going to hover those knees again. A couple deep breaths right there. And then bringing those knees down. Good. We'll do one more here. Roll the shoulders open. Lengthening the back of the neck. And then hovering those knees. Good. Once you bring your knees back down, let's go ahead and reach your hips back. Stretch your arms out long. Stretch that low back. Again, a couple deep breaths right here. relaxing the head, the neck, the shoulders, and then sliding your hands over to the left side of the mat. You could just relax again through the head, the neck, the shoulders. Arms are going to slide over to the right side of the mat, finding a little lateral stretch of the ribs through that side body. Breathing again. And then hands come back to center. We're going to set ourselves back up again. Hands and knees. Lengthening again your back body. Drawing those low ribs up to the ceiling if possible. Start to slide your right leg out long. You can keep your toes on the mat for this one. See if you can do this, maintaining that length through the back body. And then sliding that left arm out. Fingertips still on the mat, palms facing in toward your midline. Take a couple deep breaths right here. And then slowly bring it all back in. Get yourself reset here. Lengthening again, roll the shoulders open. Pressing down. That left leg's going to slide out long. Your toes can stay on the floor of the mat. That right arm will reach out, palms facing in. We're strengthening that back body. Challenging the balance here. And then slow to come back in. Good. If you need to give your wrists a break, give your wrists a break for a moment and join back in when you're ready. Right leg, left arm, reaching it away. Lengthening that back body, bring it back in. Pushing down through both hands, both knees, roll the shoulders open and switch. Good. And bringing it back in, connecting with the breath. Left arm, right leg, bring it back. And then slow to bring it back in. And over to the opposite side. Left leg, right arm, reaching it away. Bring it all back in. Roll your wrists out a little bit here. See how that's feeling to you. And then we're going to lie down on our stomachs for the next movement. With this, if it feels better to slide a pillow underneath your stomach, you can do that, but we're going to do some breath work lying on your stomach. So you're going to lie on your tummy on the mat. Stack your hands one on top of each other. And resting your forehead into the back of your hands. When you're in this position, imagine if you were lying on a beach. You're letting that front body settle into the sand. On your next inhale, see if you can reach the low ribs into the mat. And then on your exhale, just gently reaching or lifting the low ribs away from the mat. So on that inhale, you're going to reach the ribs into the mat, low ribs. And on your exhale, you're drawing those low ribs slightly away from the mat. Inhale again. Good. Connecting with that breath, getting your diaphragm moving here. Close your eyes. Relax into the mat. Try to focus on what's happening on the mat here. Trying to forget about anything you've got to do later on this afternoon or evening or even tomorrow. Inhaling again here. And then on your exhale, drawing those low ribs slightly away from the mat. You can get heavier through the front of your hips. Just really softening into that mat. Slide your legs a little closer together, as long as it's comfortable. And then pressing down through the palms of your hands, start to lengthen through the back of your neck and it's just slightly lifting your head up off of your hands, your forehead. Your eyes can maybe peek to the front of the mat. Imagine if you were rolling a little marble away from you with your nose and then slowly come back down. This movement, make this yours. It should feel good. We're working that upper middle back. So decide what range of motion you want to work in with this. Nice deep breath again here. Always coming back to that breath. And imagining if you were rolling a marble away from you with your nose, and you're going to continue rolling it. Good. Eyes maybe come to the front of the mat and maybe you decide to stop here. Good. Shoulders are away from your ears. Couple deep breaths, feeling that chest open here, and then lengthening through the top of your head, coming back down. We'll do this a few more times. Start to lengthen here. Reaching. Eyes come to the front of the mat, a couple deep breaths here. You might feel heavier through the front of the hips here. Try to let the front of your legs relax into the mat. And then slowly, slowly, slowly making your way back down. And again, reaching through the top of your head, lengthening, coming up. Shoulders are staying away from your ears. You're staying wide through the collarbones, the front of the body, and then slowly making your way back down. Towards your heels for a nice stretch through that low back. Your arms can extend forward. We're going to walk your hands back in towards you and make our way up to a standing position. So coming up here, taking a couple steps in place. We'll get a little more movement through the spine first, and then take it into some more work. So we're going to go open your arms up to a T, open your chest up, and then as if you were hugging maybe a big tree, you're going to reach your arms forward, round your spine, scoop your low belly, similar to what we did earlier on our hands and knees on the mat. And then arms open up here, reaching up, open your chest, lift your head, eyes look up, and then exhaling, scoop your low belly, soften your knees, curl your pelvis, and reaching here. Connecting with the breath, inhaling as you open up here, chest, and exhale, curling the tail, reaching, soft through the knees, reaching back up again, and then rounding, rounding, rounding. From there, bring your arms down by your side. If you're on a mat, you might want to step to the back of the mat so that your feet are off. Good. See if you can reach both arms up towards the ceiling. Stretch, even bring your shoulder towards your ears for a moment. Come on up to your tippy toes. No judgments here. Just find a little balance. And then slowly bringing your feet back down. Good. And then again, reaching back up. And slow to come back down. Take both arms over to the right side. Nice lateral stretch into the ribs. Come back up through center, and then arms can come over to the left. And then those arms reach back up again, over to the right side. Nice lateral stretch. And then you'll come back and over to the left. Good. Bring your arms down by your side. We're going to come to the end of the mat again. And this time, imagine if you've got a flat wall behind you and you're slowly starting to nod your chin and you're going to roll away from that flat wall. So you can soften through the knees, soften through the hip joint. You're going to continue rolling down away from that wall, eventually making your way into a little squat position here. Your hands can walk out onto the mat. If you're feeling adventurous and you want to incorporate a little push-up, you can do that as well. Listen to your body. Walk it back in. You're going to find that squat position first. A nice stretch through the bottoms of your feet. Scooping again, slowly making your way back up to your standing position. Stretch those arms up. You can always add in a little lateral stretch here. Side to side, come back to center, and then nodding your chin, rolling it back down again, as if you're peeling away from a flat wall. And again, make this yours. Have fun with this. Continue. Coming out, little plank here. Challenging the strength. Walk your hands back in. Maybe pause here. Drop your seat towards your heels. Get a little stretch in the bottoms of your feet. And then slowly start to roll it back up. Reaching those arms back up again. Lateral stretch, side to side. Coming back to center, nod your chin, slowly roll it down. Hands are going to come back out again here to the mat. Take a couple deep breaths right here, finding that length. Back body's working just as much as the front, and then you're going to walk your hands back in. Squat position, soft through the hip joint. Pause here for a moment, get that nice stretch in the bottoms of the feet. Good. And then slowly roll down through the bottoms of the feet and make your way back up. Arms reach back up again. Lateral stretch side to side. Let's do 2 more here, moving at your own pace, or if you want to, stay standing or lie down on the mat. You can always coming back to that position where we started off in with your knees bent and going into a bridge. Couple deep breaths right here, bringing it back in. Little scoop through the low belly, heels come down, reaching those arms up, stretching up through here to the top of your head, side to side. Come back to center, arms come down, and last one, we're gonna roll it down again, making your way and walking your hands back out. Good. Pausing here. Again, if you want to, you can add in a push-up. You could stay here for an extra deep breath, just challenging yourself today, and then slowly start to walk your hands back in. Stay down here. Reach your hips down towards your heels. Feel that softening through your hip joint. Nice. And then slowly start to roll down through the bottoms of your feet, making your way back up. Stretch your arms up to the ceiling. And then arms can come down by your side again. Once you're done with that, let's make our way back down to the mat, lying down on your backs. Grabbing your pads, your pillows for your head if you want to. Good. Feet are reaching down into the mat. Good. Maybe closing your eyes again here and taking a couple deep breaths right here, just doing a little scan of that back body. How's it feeling? Do you feel like your hips and your ribs and your shoulders feel equally weighted into the mat? And again, no judgments at all, just noticing, making some observations. Take both arms up to the ceiling. Your palms can face each other, or you can rotate the palms facing forward. We're gonna get some movement through that upper back. Slowly start to reach that right arm over your head, soften through your elbow a little bit. Imagine if you were holding a 20-pound weight and you wanted to resist as you reach that arm over your head, and then keep resisting as you bring that arm back up to the ceiling. And then same thing on that left side. Soften the elbow if you want, slow and controlled here. And then coming back up. Good, and then that right arm's going to reach. And slow to come back up. And then your left arm. And then coming back up. That right arm can reach over again. And bring it back up. And then your left. Feel good to the upper back. Start to notice some more length, hopefully through that back body, maybe even the lower back as you continue moving here. Connecting with that breath always. Both arms are going to stay extended up to the ceiling now with your palms facing each other. Spread your fingers wide and then allow both arms to reach open to a T, getting that nice chest opening. Take your arms back up towards the ceiling and then reach both arms over your head. So we're going to alternate between those two movements here. So we're moving through that upper back, through the shoulders, chest opening. Reaching those arms over and then back up again and opening wide to a T. Reaching those arms over your head. Arms can extend back up towards the ceiling and then your arms are going to open up to a T. Good. Back again and reaching. And then opening up to a T. Good. From here, take your arms back up towards the ceiling and then gently bring your palms down by your side. You can slide the pillows out from underneath your head. But again, I want you to feel some length and comfortable through the back of the neck. Ankles, knees, and hips are all aligned with each other. all 10 toes pressing down into the mat, all 10 fingers pressing down into the mat. So really pushing down. And a lot of activity through the back body before we even start to move. From there, we're going to come back to that bridge that we started off with, curling, 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 curling that pelvis up. Notice if it feels a little different to you. Maybe you've got a little more movement. Maybe you're feeling even a little more work through the back of the legs. And then slowly make your way back down, connecting with that breath. Deep breath again here. Start to curl the pelvis up, scooping that low belly, lengthening again, opening up through the front of the hips. And then slow, slow, slow to make your way back down. Going back to that breath. Good. And then again, curling here. Reaching those knees away from you. Take your time. This time, close your eyes. Try to use a count of 10 to bring yourself down. So really take 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. Notice if you had a little more movement at that time. Walk your feet a little bit wider than the mat. Your arms are always welcome to open up to a T. And again, with this one, make sure that you move in a range of motion that is comfortable to your body. So allowing both knees to fall over to that left side. You're going to feel heavier through the outside of the left hip. Should feel really nice to the hip joint. And using that exhale, coming back to center, ribs, low back, pelvis, and then your knees can come over to the right side. And exhale. And over to that left side again, feeling heavier through the outside of the left hip. Bring it back to center. And over to the right side, heavier through the outside of that right hip. And then coming back to center. Slide that pillow or towel underneath your head if it feels more comfortable. Hug your knees back into your chest here. Close your eyes for a moment. Lengthen your low back. Lengthen your mid back, lengthen your upper back, lengthen the back of your neck. Allowing that back body to settle into the mat. A couple of deep breaths again, maybe spreading your toes wide, circling at the ankles. And then eventually we're going to make our way back. Feet come down to the mat, stretching your legs out long here. Arms can reach back over your head. Opening up through the chest. Slide your feet in one at a time. Maybe your hands come behind your thighs and you're going to slowly make your way back up to a seated position. For this next one, make sure you continue to reaching up through the top of your head. Start off with your knees bent or your legs stretched out long, whichever feels good to you. We're going to make our way rolling back onto the mat. So again, always listening to your body, find a position that works best for you. Arms can reach out long here, reaching up through the top of your head. Slowly start to roll back onto the mat. You're scooping your low belly, you're lengthening that back body, coming down to the mat. Once you come down, your arms can stretch over your head. And then from here, we're not going to roll up. We're going to come on up to a seated position. So making your way up to that seated position. You would start off with your knees bent and slide your heels out long this time as you roll back. So sitting up tall, keep reaching up through the top of your head. And again, try to use a count of 10. So 10, 9, you can slide those heels out. Good, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Come down, stretch those arms over your head. Couple deep breaths right there. Feel free to stay here if you want, or join us again, coming back up to a seated position. Reaching up through the top of your head. Knees can be bent here, arms extend long. Slowly start to roll it back using a count of 10 and 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good. Stretch those arms back over your head again. Find a comfortable position lying down on your back on the mat. Hug your knees back in towards your chest. Little gentle rock side to side, massaging that back body. Coming back to your breath always. And again, I like to do Pilates a lot of times with my eyes closed. It just helps me focus inward. Feet can come back down onto the mat here. Lift all 10 toes up and then spread them apart, bring them back down to the mat, and try to do this a couple more times. Finding that connection between the bottoms of your feet and the mat. From here, you can cross that right ankle just gently above your left knee. Try to maintain that length through your back body, so you can either stay here, or if it feels better to you, to interlace your fingers behind that left thigh. And a gentle rock side to side. A little mobility through the hip joint. And then bringing both feet back down to the mat. Finding that length again through the back body, crossing that left ankle just above that right knee. Hug your knees in if that feels good to you or serves you, or keep your foot down on the mat. A little gentle rock side to side. Nice hip opener here. Shouldn't feel like you're straining or overstretching at all, ever. Just a gentle movement here through the hip. Little rock again, side to side. And then bringing both feet back down again to the mat. You're going to walk your feet again wider than the mat, or wider than the outside of your hips. Your arms can open up to that T position. Allow both knees to gently fall over to that left side. Stay here as long as this is comfortable, and take a couple of deep breaths here. You're going to feel some great movement through the hips, especially if you've done a lot of sitting today. It should feel really nice to your hip joint. And then exhale to come back through center and over to the right side. Breathing again. Using the exhale again to come back to center, over to the left again. And then back through center and over to the right side. Good. Bringing your knees back to center, hugging those knees into the chest. Wiggle your toes around, wiggle your ankles around here. Gently bring one foot at a time back down to the mat. And then from here, slide your left heel out long. That right leg can join it. Maybe turn your palms facing up, spread your fingers wide, and take a moment here to close your eyes. And focus on your breath. Focus maybe on the expansion of the rib cage all the way around. Maybe you're breathing into your upper middle back, an area that doesn't get a lot of movement. And exhaling, just let those ribs settle, drop down towards the mat naturally. Now maybe take your inhale, expanding the ribs as wide as they'll go. And on your exhale, allowing again those ribs to soften and drop a little closer to the mat. Good. Deep breath again here. And then exhaling. And I hope you enjoyed this movement class today. Whatever type of movement you choose to do, it's so important for our bodies and our minds, our mental and physical health, to continue moving, even just taking a walk every day. But whatever you choose, just continue to do that so that you're feeling good in your mind and your body. Thank you very much. And thank you to my friends that helped me out today too as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Sue. I am so sorry I missed that delay here. I was on a different screen. I am going to be joined by Sonia here in a moment. If you're tuning in, come on, Phil. Wait, hey, everyone say hi to Phil here. He's producing this with me. We got a lot of things to set up here, and as you can see, we're here in Los Angeles. I won't share too much. Oh, Sue, hello. You're still there.
Oh, hi. Yeah.
Hi, yes. That's all right. That's all right. I just, my thing got cut off. Thank you for that wonderful class. I really appreciate you being here for today.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for including me as well, too.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is there, and one last thing, is there anywhere anybody can follow you and your work in the Ann Arbor area or Metro Detroit area?
I teach at Pilates Loft Studio in Ann Arbor. That's where we're at today, in the beautiful loft space here in downtown Ann Arbor. I'm also on Instagram at SueP89. But yeah, I mean, you could find me on Pilates Loft Studio website.
All right. Pilates, was it Pilates what website? What was that?
Pilates Loft.
Pilates Loft website. Okay, and we'll have all of this information as well posted on our Give Butter link with more information. So Sue, all of you there back in Michigan, thank you for being here, and it's good to see you there.
Good to see you too. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Wonderful. Well, to stay online with our schedule, I mean, there's a lot of people that we want to thank. There's a lot of things that are going on later today. We have some live performances, some more public speakers, and a lot of various fitness and meditation classes going on into the late evening here. But I would love to have join the stream here Sonia Major. She's going to come on live with us here. And she will be singing some songs. I believe she's out here in Chicago. So here we are live with Sonia. Hey, Sonia. Wait for her to get her sound going. That's all right. That's all right. You know, we're running a tight ship here, so I'm going to try and get it. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Good to see you.
You too. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's getting a little toasty out here in LA, but we got some shade. Are you, where are you today? Tell the people where you're located.
I am in Chicago, Illinois, and it is pouring rain here.
Oh, well, I was gonna say we could use some of that rain, but we just got some rain here in LA a few days ago. So that was actually some exciting news.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. I don't want to cut into your time by, my presence. Everyone's going to see enough of me by the day. So I'm just going to let you get to it. And I know that we'll have some other songs that we might be playing later at the end of your set here. So I will just let you go ahead and take it away. All right?
Great. Thanks, Mario.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Like you said, I'm Sonia. I am a family friend of the Halperts. They all mean a lot to me, and I'm very happy to be here doing this in Garrett's honor. So thank you for being here. I'm going to start with one of my songs called The Loudest Voice. And then about an hour ago, this song that really reminds me of home came to my head. So I'm going to play that too. So here we go. Words could never fill the void. If there's something better, I might never know. Oh, 'cause my heart is stuck and I can't let go. I can't let go of the things we never said as we lay quietly in bed. I toss and turn, hoping to learn what's in your head. But the silence, it was golden. At the time we didn't know it, 'cause we never listened till we missed it. Your shadow sometimes finds me here. It's been echoing from year to year. Is there something we could never see? It's been waiting for us quietly. Silence is the loudest voice. Words can never fill the void, fill the void. If there's something better, I might never know. Oh, 'cause my heart is stuck and I can't let go. 'Cause my heart is stuck and I can't let go. Awesome. So that's the first one. And now I'm gonna play a song that really reminds me of home. And yeah, here we go. We'll see what happens. When the calls and conversations, accidents and accusations, messages and misperceptions paralyze my mind. Buses, cars, and airplanes leaving, burning fumes of gasoline. Everyone is running, and I come to find a refuge in the easy silence that you make for me. It's okay when there's nothing more to say to me. And the peaceful quiet you create for me. And the way you keep the world at bay for me. Monkeys on the barricades are warning us to back away. They form commissions trying to find the next one they can crucify. Anger plays on every station. Answers only make more questions. I need something to believe in, breathing sanctuary in the All right, so thank you, everybody. That was just a little spur of the moment looping idea I had about a half hour ago. So thanks for letting me play it for you guys. Up next, we actually have a recording, a really special recording of Allison Halpert and Garrett Halpert and I singing a trio together many years ago, I think back when we were all in high school. And we are lucky enough to still have that recording. So in just a second, we're gonna be sharing that recording with you guys. Definitely means a lot to me to hear it. So I'm happy that we're gonna get to share that with you.
Some way, baby, it's part of me, apart from me. You're laying waste to Halloween. You fucked it, friend, it's on its head, it struck the street. Now you're in Milwaukee off your feet. And at once I knew I was not magnificent. Straight above the highway out, jagged, vacant, thick with eyes. I can see for miles, miles, miles. Third and Lake, it burnt away the hallway. It was where we learned to celebrate. Automatic bought the ears you talked to me. That night you played me lip parade. Not the needle nor the thread, the last degree. Saying nothing, that's enough for me. And at once I knew I was not magnificent. Hold far from the highway out. Jagged, vacant, thick with eyes. And I could see for miles, miles, miles. Christmas night, it clutched the light, the hollow bright. Above my brother eyes, tangled spines. We smoked the screen to make it what it was to be. Now to know it in my memory. And at once I knew I was not magnificent. High above the highway out. Jagged, vacant, thick with eyes. And I could see for miles and miles and miles.
Wow. Sonia, that was so special. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us real quick about that song. What were you all singing there?
Oh, Holocene. We were singing, yeah, it's Holocene by Boney Bear. And it's just an artist that we were into at the time. And I think my fondest home memories are in the Halperts living room singing with the Halperts. And it's a huge reason why I decided to become a musician in general life. So really special.
It is, and it's really special that you are still continuing this journey as a musician. Before you go, I'd love for you to tell the people where they can find you, where they can listen to your awesome music.
Yes. Well, I started a new band last year, coming out of the pandemic. It's like, I need a new band. So I started an all-female trio, and the first song I played is going to be our first single. It was actually my first time playing it without my band. It was much scarier by myself.
Sure.
So that's generally how it goes. But you can find us. We're called the Nets, Netts.
Netts. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice. I'm gonna write that down.
We have a bunch of stuff on Instagram, so you can find us at the Nets Music on the ground.
Awesome.
We'll have a recording out on all the platforms in the next couple months. We're gonna release a single and then an EP. So yeah.
Great. Well, if you're tuning in, you can just find all of that information about Sonia also on our Give Butter site with all the performers' names. And thank you so much again, Sonia. Thank you for being part of this for the third straight year. So we appreciate you being here.
I want to do it every year. It's really important to me too. So thank you for all your work.
Of course, of course. Well, stay dry out there in Chicago, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time. Okay.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Awesome. Wow, what a great performance. I'm really privileged to be able to be around so many talented people, and to have Sonia give her time to do this third consecutive year. It really means a lot to me and to everybody involved at Garrett Space. And there's so many people that we do want to thank. I will get around to them. I really will. I have sort of a long list of different donors and sponsors that we all need to, thank and pay our rightful, I don't know, not homage, but you know what I'm looking for. We're paying a lot of homage today, but just some thank yous to Patrick Kennedy, who spoke earlier this morning, all the way out of Massachusetts, gave a really great testimonial about his struggles with mental health. Later on, we will have Congresswoman Debbie Dingell speak, and we had Gary Peters also earlier on in the program. And so now I think we have another class here, if I'm not mistaken. We have Jane Yatzik here, and I'm going to bring her in here, since I want to make sure we run on time, because we have so many great acts. We have so many great performers coming in here in Los Angeles as well. And so definitely stick around to see that. And let's see, what's the update on that Lions score? I'm sure, it's the 21st century here. 38-28, Lions got the ball forward down the field. Plenty of time left. We can still do this. So believe. Hey, Jane, can you hear me okay? No, not yet. Let's get your sound going, and then we'll get you all squared away.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, okay.
You're live here.
Oh, okay, great. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and fix my
Go
screen
ahead.
and see me. Hopefully you can see me, all of me.
Looks great.
And hopefully when I turn the music on, you'll be able to hear the music too.
Yes.
So glad to be here.
All right. Yeah, we're so glad to have you here. I was just going to let you take it away. Tell us a little bit about what you're going to do, and I will see you when it's all done.
Okay, just so you know, and I sent somebody, I think I sent Mario an email. Oh, you are Mario. I have two Marios. Anyway, just so you know, when it live streams, and I'm not sure if it'll do this, it might just like cut us off at 30 minutes because somebody out there is listening to the music that I play and saying, oh, you've played enough music.
Sure.
So anyway, I don't want you guys to get in trouble with the people who are in control of all this or anything like that, but they might cut us off after 30 minutes, but we'll do 30 minutes of fun stuff. So anyway, in case you get that message or something, I don't know what'll happen. I don't know.
We'll keep an eye out. We'll let you know. Well, we got a big team. We got Phil back here behind me. He's listening and doing everything. So we'll get you. So go ahead, Jane. I'll let you get to it.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So I am so honored and so pleased to be here. I want to thank Wendy. She's one of the participants who takes my Zoom classes for actually referring me to this event. So I'm so happy to be here. So I'm Dr. Jane Yacek. I'm an occupational therapist. I'm a professor in an occupational therapy program. I have my own private practice helping older adults stay in their homes. And I'm a Zumba instructor. So I think this is so important. I don't think there's any of us whose lives have not been affected by suicide. I'm getting all emotional. I have a personal experience with it. My dad actually died from suicide. He was older and had some health issues, but it just, you know, it was still devastating. And as an instructor, professor in an occupational therapy program, I work with young people. And over my 14 years of doing that, I've just encountered so many students who have just struggled with mental health issues, with depression, with anxiety, with stress, just overwhelmed, and some that did have suicidal thoughts. So this is what Garrett Space is doing is just so very, very important and so critical. So I'm so proud to be here and to be part of this. As an occupational therapist, I also believe that it's so important for our mental health, not just our physical health, but our mental health, to engage in things that give us pleasure, that are enjoyable, and that are fun. And Zumba, which is what we're going to be doing, is one of those things. I also strongly believe that music or movement is medicine, and we take movement and we put it together with music. That's what we're going to do with Zumba. It's powerful medicine. I would say it's not just medicine. We're actually going to be making some magic here. It is. It's magical. The movement, the music together, it's magical. We know that those two together, and there's lots of studies that just show that it's like movement. It's so good for us. It's so good for us physically. It's so good for our emotional well-being, for our physical well-being, our psychological well-being. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make some magic and support Garrett Space and the awesome work that they're doing. Couple quick things. I picked some really super fun, easy songs. So if you've never done Zumba, that's okay, because I'm not sure who's all out there. So I picked some super fun, easy songs. Just gonna let you know, you can dance this any way you want. You don't have to have a dance background. I don't. So you just move. Let the music move you. That's what Zumba's all about. I'm gonna give you a couple of hints though. If I do this, it means we're gonna be doing two of something. If I do this, it means 4. Usually I can get that right. Sometimes I mess it up, but usually I'm good. If I point that way, it means we're going to go that way. If I point that way, it means we're going to go that way. If I tap this light, it means we're going to do something. And I'll try to tell you what kind of a song it is, because we're going to be doing choreography specific for each genre of music. And I think I'm going to stop talking and we're going to do some Zumba. So let me get to my music. All right. And I'm going to have to turn this up, and hopefully this will be okay for the sound. Yeah, all right. I think this is a salsa. Here we go.
Que la pista espera a vacilar. Las mujeres hombres a bailar. Que la pista espera. Yo quiero saber si es verdad. Sé que las mujeres mandan y cuando comienza a sonar, los hombres no sacan la cara. Ellas me dicen que está al mando y que los hombres están apagados. Pero señores, ¿qué está pasando? Que no le quitan lo bailado. Enséñale cómo se goza el ritmo de este tumbao. Y que no pare la música, quiero todo el mundo activado. Las mujeres hombres a bailar. Que la pista está a vacilar. Bailan las mujeres hombres a bailar. Que la pista espera. Yo quiero todo el mundo arriba, con la mano arriba. Para que lo sienta, dale calienta. Mueve la cintura, ritmo de mi música, dale calienta. Calienta. Mueve la cintura, ritmo de mi música, dale calienta. Calienta.
No right or wrong. Dance it.
Ay, mamita, mira, te van
Cumbia.
diciendo cositas por ahí, por ahí, por ahí. ¿A quién le importa? ¿A quién le importa? Lo que le voy a hacer, si vivo rompiendo desde que campeona. ¿Qué le voy a hacer, si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? Gigante. ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo desde que yo me vio nacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo desde que yo me vio nacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? Un poquito de postureo, soy como ciclón, lo vivo a mi manera, llevo mi rap por bandera, tengo que salir del closet, salgo a lo grande, me la gusta la brillante, cuando me voy del bar, salgo a lo grande, con la pique gigante. ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo desde que yo me vio nacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo desde que yo me vio nacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? Ay, 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 que bandera. Ay, 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 dime, mamita, ¿a qué le voy a hacer? ¿Qué le voy a hacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo desde que yo me vio nacer? ¿Y qué le voy a hacer si vivo rompiendo que no le voy a querer?
Yes, we always end our cumbia. All right. I have no idea what's next. Woo, merengue! Hi, Christmas.
Guerrero profundo. Lo que yo tengo que lograr en tu lado, algo mío con tu vida. Trabaja para que en un futuro también tengo un lado. Conmigo viajando, criticando, así la vida no con empanado. Ponte para lo tuyo, deja de estar hablando. La vida no es un juego, echa por un lado. Yo voy a gozar. Porque de vacaciones tengo solo un mes. Quiero confiar. Pero yo tengo que trabajar otra vez. Muchos piensan que esto es fácil, pero la verdad es muy difíciles, doy gracias a Dios que estamos trabajando, porque muchas veces estamos en crisis y solo nos juntamos cuando hay un fallecido. Pero mientras estamos vivos, muchos desean el mal, para que tú te chupas, que era lo real, lo que yo lo que a mí te quieren ver mal. Sigue tu vida, la vida es breve, que la vida es breve. Que nadie se mete en mi vida. Lo que yo tengo, pero nadie en su lado. Haz lo mismo con tu vida. Trabaja para que en un futuro también esté burlado. Lo voy a lograr. Porque de vacaciones tengo solo un mes. Porque pronto tengo que trabajar otra vez. Quieres bailar, quieres gozar, la vida solo es una, dale para allá. Quieres bailar, quieres gozar, la vida solo es una, dale para allá. Si tú quieres vivir así como yo, ponte pa' lo tuyo y dale negro. Si tú quieres vivir así como yo, ponte pa' lo tuyo y dale negro. Porque de vacaciones tengo solo un mes. Tengo que trabajar otra vez. Porque de vacaciones tengo solo un mes. Tengo que trabajar otra vez.
Maybe you told me that you love me and you will never leave me. I know I get a little bit crazy sometimes, but I try. But baby, you got me, and I know you got the keys to unlock me. This love is gonna be so tragic, but I don't ever wanna leave your side, leave your side, leave your side. Oh, hi. You confiscated my love, you confiscated my love. Be a prisoner. I really, really wanna be a prisoner. I really, really wanna be a prisoner. I don't wanna go nowhere. For your love, I will be here. Oh yeah. So baby, tell me something, something. For your love, I'll do some time. 'Cause I wanna make you mine, mine, mine. Oh, you confiscated my love. You confiscated my love. You confiscated my love. So never be a prisoner. You confiscated my love. You confiscated my love. You confiscated my love. So never be a I can't go on. Baby, I need it. Baby, I want it. You got me hooked on you like a drug, and I know that this is wrong. Without your love, I can't go on. Baby, I need it. Baby, I want it. You got me hooked on you like a drug, and I know that this is wrong. You stay in my love. So never be a crazy love. Stay in my love. You can't stay in my love. You can't stay in my love. Who does that? Yeah! Walk it back!
Can I still hear music? Woo! Yeah. Woo.
Una vez más, el presidente del
México.
Los que no creían, aquí me tienen. Patriarte, Jamie Temblar. Esta es la escuela de los Tigres Bravos, ¿eh? Ya no eres la misma niña de prestigio que en el alumno daba que hablar. ¿Cómo vas a cambiar? Tu esta rima eres la más fina de la ciudad. Y es que ahora la noche se ha apoderado de tu inocencia, de tu humildad. Miras hacia el norte, te has olvidado de lo que tu día dejaste atrás. Te olvidaste de todo que un día te enseñó a amar. Empezaba un día me juraste que no iba a pasar. La mujer que buscó con mi vida, poco a poco tú me dejaste, sabiendo que enamorarme de ti fue un error. No eres partida, la mujer que buscó con mi vida, poco a poco tú me ilusionaste, sabiendo que enamorarme de ti fue un error. Hoy en Guaruay, con paga y dolor, la pantalla no fue, resucita y te olvidaste de este hombre que un día te enseñó a amar. Estaba un día me juraste que no iba a pasar. Tú eres bandida, la mujer que buscó con mi vida. Eres bandida, la mujer que buscó con mi vida, poco a poco tú me entraste, ahora entiendo que enamorarme de ti fue un error. Tú eres bandida, la mujer que buscó con mi vida, poco a poco tú me entraste, y ahora entiendo que enamorarme de ti fue un error. Échalo para atrás. Contigo yo me equivoqué, pero me arrepiento, quiero que tú sepas que el mundo da vuelta en un segundo, cambia el mundo, tú cambiaste, no olvidaste que poco lo quieras. Yo me equivoqué, pero me arrepiento, quiero que tú sepas que el mundo da vuelta en un segundo, cambia el mundo, tú cambiaste, no olvidaste que poco lo quieras.
I love that song. Woo! It's one of my favorites. The Man I'm Gay. Kind of new one for me. I'll do the best I can.
Mira la limón, mi banco de pez, bien chilina en la nave, defraudando en exceso.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, I like to sing, and sometimes I make mistakes, but there's no right or wrong. Woo! It's my favorite song.
Parece que tienen ganas de mirar los pasillos, vamos de colectivo. De manera que yo me denuncio. Esa es la historia, yo disfruto como Parece que tiene ganas de mirar como si fuera un imán. De manera que ya no te denuncio. Esa tontería yo disfruto como un no. Esa tuya, la que como que a la sangre le se cura. Yo no quiero comer, yo no quiero. Si se quiere porque no va a vivir, si no, no. Dice que se cura, no me cura. La viste la que quiero. Yo no quiero comer, yo no quiero. Yo sé que yo no consigo porque para eso te quiero.
That's our reggaeton pose. Woo! Woo! I have no idea what's next. Soca!
Ella estaba muy triste, sola mira lloraba. Ay, recordando vive, es todo lo que causaba. Ya tenía la tristeza y vamos a celebrar. Que la vida muy corta y hoy hay que disfrutar. Pero el momento que vamos a salir, venga una sorpresa. Ya no me quiero perdonar, es que no vamos a escapar. Donde la felicidad, donde la guerra, solo un poquito en tu yema, solo un poquito en tu vera. Él no estaba contento por lo que le pasaba. Iba con mala suerte, siempre conmigo andaba. Pero no sabía que con solo cambiara, que con una sonrisa todo lo puede ya. Me podemos prometer, vamos a saltar, venga una sonrisa. Ya no me quiero perdonar, es que no vamos a escapar. Donde está la felicidad, donde te quieras tú llegar. Solo te pido y te lleva, solo un poquito y tú verás. Exhalé la brisa que envuelve la ciudad. Su barco está vacío de vecino. Siento, respira, pienso que sigue aquí. La distancia no me puede dividir. Los corazones y solo la vida. Quizás si tú piensas en mí, si nadie quieres hablar. Si tú te escondes como yo, si quieres ver todo y si te vas, toda la calle sin cenar. Si aprietas fuerte contra ti, la almohada empiezas a llorar. Si tú no sabes cuánto mal te hará la soledad. La 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 la. Miro mi diario de fotografía, fotos de muchacha con continuidad. Aprieto contra el pecho, me parece que estás aquí triples y matemáticas. Tu padre y sus consejos que no lo olvidan. Causa del trabajo y otras baterías. Me ha llevado lejos sin contar contigo. Te dicho un día lo comprenderás. Quizás si tú piensas en mí, con los amigos te verás. Tratando solo de olvidar, no es nada fácil la verdad. En clase ya no puedo más y por las tardes espero. No tengo ganas de estudiar por ti, mi pensamiento va. Es imposible dividir así la vida de los dos. Por eso espérame, cariño mío, conserva la ilusión. La soledad entre los dos es silencio en mi interior. Es inquietud de pasar así la vida sin tu amor. Por eso espérame, porque esto no puede suceder. Es imposible separar así la historia de los dos. La soledad, 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 la soledad entre los dos. Este vacío en mi corazón me serio, me hace sufrir porque no estás cerca de mí, pero siempre pienso en ti. Esta vez no estoy sola, aquí como sufrir. Todo lo que sí quiero yo cantar contigo, contigo. Sola, 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 soledad. La, 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 la. Es imposible vivir así, no me hagas sufrir. La soledad de los dos, no se puede vivir sin tu amor. Espérame, llévame con tu veneno. Esto no puede suceder, que se ha marchado para no volver. Te sigo esperando, te sigo amando. Pero qué soledad, ya no me voy a escribirme. Te quiero decir, tanto se me hace difícil, me pienso en ti. Pero como la vida, me puedo añorar. Pero sé que un día pronto me volverás. Siempre me cantaré. Quien quiere esa milagro, ya no sé, quiero pasaré. Pero qué soledad, pero qué soledad. La soledad, la soledad, la soledad, la soledad. Ya no puedo más, con mi soledad.
Does that mean I'm done?
Thank you, Jane. We got
Oh, thank you very
awesome.
much. So thank everyone for coming out and supporting this absolutely amazing cause. It was so much fun dancing with you. I hope you enjoyed it and had fun too. So remember, movement plus music, it does equal magic.
Absolutely.
you.
Absolutely. Jane, you were magic. Thank you so much for lifting us up today on this Sunday. Awesome. Whew. Well, if you weren't sweating out that Lions ending, you were sweating out to this Zumba class. And if you weren't sweating in the Los Angeles sun, then you were sweating out, I don't know, the end of the recession, whatever. You know, a lot of things going on in life. Welcome to the Go24 for Garrett's Space live stream. We have a lot of great things going on. That was a little unexpected surprise. We had our crew here who will be helping us later putting the moves on. They were putting the moves on in the monitor inside, but we just wanted to show the world that we were getting down to all those great jams from Jane. So we were running a little bit behind, and I wanted to catch everybody up on some content that we missed out on. If you are just tuning in or you've been watching, please be sure to donate. This is the name of the game. This is why we are here. We are raising money for Garrett's Space. We are trying to actually get a physical space that will be able to help young adults that are struggling with their mental health and give them the resources that they need. Among other things, all of that info is on the Give Butter donation platform, as well as garrettspace.org. So I would like to, let's see, I think we're going to show a video from Robert Ariza here, who is a friend of Garrett's at Michigan, and I believe Garrett took some voice lessons from him, and he's an amazing theater performer. And he was kind enough to say some words and give us a song today. So up next is Robert Ariza.
Hi, I'm Robert Ariza, and I'm an actor. I am so happy to be a part of another Go24 for Garrett. I think it's an incredible organization, and I think what Scott and Julie Halpert have initiated is something that's really important and necessary for a lot of our young adults in today's culture. I myself used to suffer from depression and suicidal thoughts when I was in high school. And I know that music and art, you know, I went to an art school. It was essential for me to keep pushing through and make it out of that dark time. I had the pleasure of knowing Garrett back in 2013. I used to teach him voice and piano lessons. And I just remember he would come into his lessons and, you know, he seemed very timid, very shy, a little bit nervous. But as soon as he started to play and sing, he just opened up and just became so soulful. It was such a beautiful transformation I got to witness every week. And I was honored to be able to help him out a little bit and, you know, improve his confidence during that time. I wish I could have done more, you know, back then, but I'm happy to know that at least for that hour session every week that we were working together, that he was inspired. And I hope that many more young adults through Garrett's Space can continue to feel that inspiration and seek some solace from their dark thoughts. Thank you for being a part of this Go24 campaign, and I hope you enjoy the performances.
Out of the ruins and rubble, out of the smoke, out of our night of struggle, can we see a ray of hope? One pale thin ray reaching for the day we can build a beautiful city. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but we can build a city of man. We may not reach the ending, but we can start slowly but truly mending, brick by brick and heart by heart. Now, maybe now we start learning how we can build a beautiful city. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but we can build a city of man. When your trust is all but shattered, when your faith is all but killed, you can give up bitter and battered, or you can slowly start to build a beautiful city. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but finally a city of man. A city of man. A city of
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome, everyone. We are at the Garrett Space panel discussion. I am sitting here with Peggy, Marley, Nikki, and Marissa. And Peggy, I'd love for you to introduce yourself and the group here.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. I'm Peggy Gallenberty. I am the clinical director at Garrett Space. I have been with Garrett Space just about a year now. And as the clinical director, I oversee this amazing team of wonderful professionals, facilitators. And also we have two others who are not present tonight. So I just wanted to mention them. Nick is one of our facilitators, and also Kayla. They are not here with us tonight. So in addition to overseeing this team, I also get to co-facilitate with these wonderful humans. And so I'm in the groups. I take calls from potential participants and family members and community members and do the intakes. So I get to do a lot of things.
Thank you, Peggy. Marley.
Hi, my name is Marley Spicer-Schneider, and I'm one of the group facilitators here at Garrett Space. My background is in movement of various forms, starting in the world of dance when I was younger, and I'm now a certified Iyengar yoga instructor and sort of a practitioner of various somatic modalities. So I bring my love of people and my love of Garrett Space mission to my facilitation, but also my knowledge of movement. And that's one of the tools that I offer in the groups. I've been with Garrett Space for, gosh, I think about 2 years now, maybe a little over. So it's been really quite a joy to watch it evolve and see where we are now and know that we have so much further we'll go.
Awesome. Thank you, Marley. Nikki?
Hi, I am Nikki Hubbard, and like Marley, I started with Garrett Space about 2 years ago. And my background is I have my bachelor's from Michigan, go blue. But I'm currently getting my master's of public health. That's actually how I got started with Garrett Space. I was doing research in psych, and I just kind of love the idea of combining the mental health and also research, things that I've learned in psych. And like Marley, I'm also a certified yoga teacher, so I can combine some yoga movements and just body awareness in there. I think after all that, I forgot to say what I do with Garrett Space. I'm a co-facilitator, and yeah, a little blip about myself.
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. And last but not least, Marissa.
Hi, I'm Marissa Keep. I'm the newest co-facilitator at Garrett Space. I was hired in April. Very excited to be a part of the team and get to work with everyone. I previously worked with Peggy doing some grief work with teens and have a big passion for mental health awareness and wellness in young adults. I'm currently in a master's program for counseling and hope to become a therapist in the future. And yeah, very excited to be here and working with these wonderful people.
Awesome. Well, we are all thrilled to have you here today and talking about Garrett Space and being part of this great event. So I think the purpose of this discussion is to really get new viewers or people involved in the community that really kind of want to know a little bit more about the community aspect and the programs Garrett Space has. And one of those are the wellness program. I think some of you maybe mentioned that. I guess I'll let anybody kind of tackle this, whoever they feel. The wellness program has a lot of important benefits. What do you, why is it important, and what does the wellness program bring for Garrett Space?
You want me to start?
Sure thing.
I can start.
Yeah.
So our wellness groups, as many of you probably know, we serve young adults from 18 to 28 who are living with various mental health challenges. So could be depression, anxiety, bipolar. Many, maybe most of our young folks have experienced suicide ideation or attempts. Many of them have been in hospitals or had some extended treatment. And most of them are walking through the world feeling isolated and alone. And being an adult and a young adult in our society is hard enough. And I think when folks carry some mental health challenges, it can be that much harder. So we provide a space for them to come together and be exactly who they are and bring their authentic selves and share their struggles and challenges and know that they'll be surrounded by others who have had similar experiences and that they can get some support and support one another, hopefully learn some kind of coping skills that are takeaways that they can use outside of group. What else would you add?
That was really comprehensive, Peggy. I would say, I guess it's just creating space where the young adults feel less isolated and also feel safe and able to talk about things regarding their mental health and depression and various things that they might not have the space to talk about in other places. So it's really nice to create just like a group of unity and watch the bonds form.
I guess I would also just highlight the word support, because that's what we are. We're support groups, right? It's not, we're purposely not labeling it a therapy group or any other, and support looks different for different people. And I feel like that we really try to cultivate a space that is developed for the participants by the participants, right? I think one of the things that really brings this group of facilitators together is we're all like really excited about adapting and learning what the next thing is that we feel our participants could benefit from and how we offer that. And if we don't know a lot about it, we're excited to learn about it. And so I think just that idea about, you know, the group really becoming what it needs to be, like the cohesiveness we see in current participants is, I mean, it's quite lovely, and they really inform us about how Garrett Space needs to evolve.
Absolutely. Marissa, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
think they covered it. There's a lot of dog barking going on at the moment, so
Oh,
I'll
that's
hop
all
in
right.
on the next one.
That's all right. That's all right. Well, on that topic, what kind of dog do you have, Marissa?
I have two. I have a little mutt, Chihuahua Terrier mix named Olivia, and a Papillon named Tank, and they're very bossy.
Oh,
They seem to have settled down.
that's all right. Well, they want to get on the action too. So, all pets watching. We love pets here at Garrett Space. And I think with everything you guys were saying were really excellent. And I wanted to kind of ask a little bit more about in detail, like the programs and some of the activities, the group activities that are involved with Garrett Space, and kind of building that community. So anyone want to touch on that a little bit?
I don't want to always go first, but go ahead, Marley.
I can just say, I think that a unifying force of all of the activities we bring is we're always looking to build connection. And I am, look forward to hear what the rest of you have to say about that. But I think sometimes it's more playful activities. Sometimes it's more thought-provoking discussion, writing activities. Nikki and I bring movement and breathing exercises. The idea is sort of being that we're just giving them a lot of tools, right? And they're filling their own toolbox with what they find works for them. And sometimes the feedback is, oh, I didn't love that exercise. And that's great too, right? They're learning about themselves and what works. But I would say within all those different sort of categories of, exercises or discussion topics, there's always this idea of we're trying to build connection between the participants, because like Peggy highlighted at the beginning, isolation is a big part of, and I mean, you can imagine also over the last few years, if you already felt isolated, right? It's not like it's been easier. So I think all of these different activities really have at its core how we build connection between the participants and get them, in a good group, we talk for a minute at the beginning and then we're just sort of present and they take it and carry it where it needs to go.
I think one thing that I appreciate is we always start and actually end each group with a 1 to 10 mood and mental health check-in. So everybody gets the opportunity to say, how am I doing today? To really check in with themselves, because we don't always do that during our daily lives. So check in with yourself. How are you doing today? How are you showing up? And then we invite them to say what's on their mind. And we always invite participants to share if there's something that they're carrying that day. So a worry, a fear, a challenge, a struggle, maybe it's a success that they want to celebrate. And then invite them if they want support from the group or ideas from the group, or sometimes they just want to say it out loud and just kind of let it sit there. And sometimes, honestly, that takes up the whole group, that conversation, whatever folks bring on their mind. And that is, like Marley said, a beautiful group because it's driven by them. Other times it's a little bit quieter, or maybe people are just doing okay in that moment. And so then we will bring discussion prompts or movement activities or different other kinds of activities. So yeah, we just show up. We always have a plan in mind, and then we are very happy to sit back and let the plan go and just follow their lead.
I'm constantly impressed with how the group participants will take an activity that could be great, but you don't know because who's going to be there, who's going to pick it up, who's going to be interested, and they will run with it. And we oftentimes will kind of state like, so this is what we're going to talk about, or maybe we'll try this activity. And it's just so impressive how they are ready and they're willing to engage with the material, engage with each other, and they bounce back and forth with each other, which is the goal. And it's a beautiful thing to see, and it's really fun.
Yeah, I know that being vulnerable for a lot of people in these spaces, maybe it's their first time actually having the opportunity to really talk about their experiences and their struggles. I guess I wanted to kind of ask generally too for everybody. Some of you have obviously studied psychology or have worked in different types of mediums, like with yoga as a form of holistic healing. But have you all in some way also kind of resonated with some of the struggles that some of the people that are part of the program go through?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Resounding yes. For better or
I think
worse.
that's part of the human condition, right? Is everybody, we all face things in our lives for sure.
I think also the age group, the young adult, that part of life can be, and I think it is for most people, so full of huge decisions, big changes, both personally, interpersonally, with school, work, whatever. And it's just so many waves can come crashing all together that I think a lot of people, when they're around 20 or 22, a lot of things start maybe crumbling that they expected would be built up, or things switch, people switch in their lives, maybe they lose someone, you never know. And I think it can be a very tense and anxiety filled time in life. And I definitely felt that in my life. It was a very tense part of my developmental journey. And I wish I had had something like Garrett Space around, just to know that there's support, there's local support. These people are not, spread all across the world. They're very close. So I think it's an incredible opportunity to be a part of these groups.
I feel like there's something that happens in the groups where like both everyone's individuality is really recognized and appreciated by other participants. And there's this, I think, sense of being seen. But at the same time, there's a sense of, oh, everyone's also like, everyone else is feeling this way too, right? And not to like make anyone's challenges less or more severe, but I think there's like a lovely melding of both feeling really seen and also really not alone. And that you're actually, like Peggy said, it's the human experience, like I don't know anyone that had an easy time 20 to 23, right? There are gradations in what that looks like, but it's a challenging time. And seeing other people, in that young adult time of life and recognizing that, oh, my struggles are felt by other people, I think that's like enormously liberating. And I mean, we see discussions bloom that like, I just think that there are really folks in these groups that didn't know that they could say how they felt and have someone be like, yeah, yep, I hear that, and that's just that is sometimes like a revolutionary moment.
I definitely agree. I think you really just like kind of hit the nail on the head, Marley, because I know personally, I definitely have suffered from depression and a lot of depressive symptoms, especially in college during that just like tough age. And for me, it even wasn't isolation that was the problem. It was, I didn't feel like I didn't want to like burden my friends with how I was feeling. And I didn't know if my thoughts or my symptoms were normal. So instead, I didn't even really realize that I was suffering from depression. So I think the amazing thing about support groups like this is maybe they aren't like your best friends, but it's still a support and you don't feel a burden. So you're like allowing yourself space to release some of these thoughts and release the stress that you put on yourself that you're going through. So I know personally, I think it would have been great for me too to have a group of people like this and also facilitators to help guide when I was in that tough age.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was the first portion of our facilitator panel discussion. As you can see, I can change clothes very quickly. It's almost like magic. But I am going to join them again a little bit later on. Earlier, we heard from Robert Ariza with a beautiful rendition of the song Beautiful City. I very much have a lot of admiration for Robert to be able to do this 3 straight years, so busy on the road, touring and being a part of, the theater industry is a really demanding job. And so we really appreciate you, Robert, for being here and singing that beautiful song. We also have some other people that will be joining us here shortly. And first, I'd love to play a video. Well, actually, before I play the video, I just want to welcome everyone if they're just tuning in. We have an auction, and so please check out the auction. There's a lot of amazing, great things there that you can bid on. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that when Davey comes on and hosts for the next couple hours here. We also can take any donation anytime, large or small. It's on the Give Butter site. It's all going to the cause, and you all know what it's about. But again, in the interest of time, I want to kind of get as many acts as we can get in before we get to our live show here in LA. So I'm going to play a video from Dalen Joref, and They will talk a little bit about themselves and also give us a quick performance.
Hi, my name is Jalen Jarif. I'm 23 years old, and I just graduated this past May from the University of Michigan Musical Theater Department with my degree in musical theater. And I was able to connect with one of my professors there, Mark Madama, who then connected me to Julie and Scott. And I was able to hear the story of their son Garrett and the beautiful life that he had, and the 23 years on this earth that he was able to be a light and a sunshine to people around him. And this story has just touched me in profound and ineffable ways. As a person who has struggled with mental health issues myself, I've had depression, anxiety, I've been in treatment for an eating disorder multiple times, and I've also had issues within my family with suicidality and the struggles that come along with that. And I've seen firsthand how there's so many gaps in the mental health system that make it so that people cannot get the help that they need and deserve. And we need to be taking mental health issues just as seriously as any other illness, as a cancer or a broken bone or a broken arm or anything, because just because it's something going on in your mind does not make it any less real, because that's life, that's the human condition. Sometimes things are going to get really, really hard, and you know what? Everyone deserves help when those things happen. Everyone deserves to know they're not alone and to get the love and help and treatment they deserve. And I'm so happy that this Garrett Space fundraiser will help people in the future, like Garrett and like me, to get access to the help and love that they so deserve. And I can't wait to see everywhere that it goes in the future. Thank you, Julie and Scott, for all you do, and Garrett will live on with all of us forever.
You're not what I asked for. Sometimes life just slips in through the back door and carves out a person who makes you believe it's all true. Now I got you. You're not what I asked for. If I'm honest, I know I'll give it all back for a chance to start over and rewrite an ending or two for that girl that I knew who was reckless just enough, who gets hurt but who learns how to toughen up when she's bruised and gets used by a man who can't love. And then she'll get stuck and be scared of the life that's inside her, growing stronger each day till finally reminds her to fight just a little, to bring back the fire in her eyes that's been gone, but it used to be mine. Oh, it used to be mine. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is always mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be
Hi everyone, my name is Jackson Buttinger and I'm a Senior Communications Manager at the Trevor Project, the world's largest suicide prevention and mental health organization for LGBTQ young people. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people, and LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Every year, the Trevor Project estimates that more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth in the US seriously consider suicide. Globally, that number is closer to 40 million. Simply put, youth suicide is a public health crisis. It is our mission to end LGBTQ youth suicide. The Trevor Project operates 24/7 life-affirming crisis services across phone, text, and chat so that LGBTQ youth can reach a highly trained counselor whenever they feel alone. We also run preventative operations across advocacy, research, and public education to prevent LGBTQ young people from entering a mental health crisis in the first place. We're so thankful to organizations like Garrett Space that are part of this mission with us to end youth suicide. It takes a village. It takes a lot of organizations coming together, leveraging different resources, skills, and expertise to contribute to this cause, and we're so thankful that you all are part of this fundraiser today to expand your knowledge, contribute your resources and your education, and to help us move toward this mission of ending the public health crisis of youth suicide. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for listening, and thank you to Garrett Space for hosting us.
Hi, everyone. Davey Rothbart back with you. That was Jackson Budinger from the Trevor Project. Valuable, important work they're doing at the Trevor Project. Kind of kindred spirits in a way with Garrett Space. Thanks to all of you who have been joining us throughout the day. We've had really an incredible morning and afternoon hearing from Garrett's parents, Julie and Scott Halpert, Garrett's sisters, Allie and Madeline, and a number of people. We've heard from those working within Garrett Space, learning about the details of the work they do at this important local organization that has national implications. You know, I keep talking about that. I've heard from friends in California, friends in New York, friends in Atlanta who are familiar with Garrett Space, know the work Garrett Space is doing and are tracking it and using it in their own work, working with suicide prevention, working with mental health. Thanks to all of you who have been donating. We have a special, something just came up for me to share with you. It's pretty exciting. We have a donor who is offering $5,000 matching funds this hour. So if you're watching right now and you haven't been able to give yet, or if you're watching and you have given, we want you to give right now during this hour to come, because we have a $5,000 matching grant. Any donations given in the next hour, starting right now while I'm talking, and we're gonna have some more great visitors in just a moment, including filmmakers behind the new Ken Burns documentary, Hiding in Plain Sight. Amazing film about a local hero, Ken Burns, who went to Pioneer High School in Ann Arbor. We're gonna have some more great visitors. Soon I'll be talking to Representative Debbie Dingell, a legend in Congress. So stay tuned for that in the next hour. But listen, right now we want to reach that we want to take advantage of the generosity behind this $5,000 matching grant by, ratcheting up our donations right now. We've had a successful morning and early afternoon. Now, as we get into this 5 o'clock hour on the East Coast and Michigan, early afternoon here in Los Angeles, we really want to encourage you to give. If you give $100, wham, that's $200 thanks to our matching donor. If you give $500, that's going to turn instantly into $1,000 thanks to our matching donor. $1,000 donation would be $2,000. So think about that. Reach deep into your pocketbooks, and whatever you got, remember it's going to be instantly doubled up to $5,000 in the hour to come. So there's a bit of a time cap on it. There is pressure. You can go to the Give Butter site. It takes 90 seconds. You can pop your info in, and you'll be added to our donor list. We really appreciate it. Every gift matters to us. If you have $5, if you're working on a student budget, I get it. If you have $5 or $10, it's still going to be doubled this hour. So this is a great time to give. I'll be back with you in a couple minutes, but I want to share with you, we talked earlier to Ivan Maisel, college football writer, talked about losing his son Max to suicide. He also talked about the pressure on athletes and how, that mental health is kind of a stigma attached to it, and athletes are just starting to learn about ways they can share their mental health struggles, and that's no different from any other organ in your body, as Ivan Maisel said it, whether it's something wrong with your leg, something wrong with your brain, like something you're struggling with. Let me phrase it that way. It's a little better. He said, people are learning that it should be a source of strength to actually seek help. And if you're struggling with mental health right now, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline at 988. You'll talk to a facilitator and they can work with you, asking for help, reaching out. Those are the most important steps anyone could take who's dealing with some mental health struggles. But let's go to an athlete. Let's go to Victoria Garrett. She's a former D1 volleyball player. She hosts a podcast called Real Pod. It's, mental health issues. They are pervasive among athletes, and Victoria's here to discuss the situation, ways to address it. She's really fantastic. Let's hear now from Victoria Garrett, and I'll be back with you in just a couple minutes.
Hi everyone, it's Victoria Garrett here. I'm the founder of the nonprofit, The Hidden Opponent, and a mental health advocate. What a special day it is to be fundraising for Garrett Space. A special hello and thank you to Garrett's family and support system for all that you're doing and for organizing this event today. The conversation around mental health and suicide awareness is so important, as this is truly something that affects each and every one of us, whether it is us, ourselves, who are struggling, or someone that we know. I had my own experiences with depression and anxiety as a student athlete at USC. It was the hardest years in my life, definitely, when I was going through something that other people couldn't see, but that was affecting what felt like every single aspect of my life. Having been in that place, I know what it's like to feel so alone and feel like other people don't understand what it is that you're going through, and also not being able to find the words to properly communicate or express that to the people in my life who I know cared for me and loved me. It took a lot for me to gain the courage to be honest about what I was going through. What Garrett Space is doing is absolutely incredible, creating just that, those communities, those support systems, and that opportunity for people to feel seen and for people to get the help that they need. I know today is going to be special as you all work towards supporting this very important issue, and most importantly, doing it together to make a change for the future. Once again, a huge thank you to Garrett's family, as well as his support system and community, who have organized this and created this opportunity for our community to really get involved. Have a wonderful fundraiser, and thanks for letting me pop in.
Thanks to Victoria Garrett for joining us, former D1 volleyball player, host of the podcast Real Pod, talking about mental health issues among athletes. So let me give you an update. I just mentioned, this is Davey Rothbard. I'm back with you. We've had a great day so far, raising money for Garrett Space here on this live stream. It's a 24-hour fundraising marathon. Amazing guests, musical performances. We have stars of Netflix shows coming up. We have Broadway stars coming up. We have politicians. We have, U.S. Representative Debbie Dingell, a legend in Congress, along with her husband and dad, legends. We'll be talking to Debbie in about an hour here. We have, I just mentioned to you, we have a $5,000 matching donor for the next hour. So we've been doing great so far today, but we really want to ramp it up this hour to come. Every donation that we receive in the next hour will be instantly doubled up to $5,000. So this is a great time. Go to the Give Butter site or the Garrett Space website and give a gift. If you're planning to give a gift, if you're planning to donate and support this cause sometime during this 24-hour marathon, now is a great time to do it. I would jump on right now, give that $100, give $250, that'll turn to $500. It's doubled this hour. 500 turns to 1,000. It's awesome. And 5,000 turns into 10,000 if you want to go for it and challenge. This is a challenge that's been levied, a fundraising challenge to all of you really watching this to reach deep down in your pockets right now and give this hour. There's also the auction going on. So we've got, if you go to the Give Butter site and scroll down a little bit, you can see where it says check out the auction. Click on that link. You will see 5 pages of incredible auction items. There's, a private plane ride, stays in these beautiful cabins on Lake Michigan. You'll see, gift certificates to restaurants around Ann Arbor and beyond, Detroit area. All kinds of incredible stuff. Whether you live in Michigan, whether you live in other parts of the country, check out that auction. Place a bid. You may get a bargain on some stuff. You may overpay for something if you choose to, but there's some beautiful paintings. Just know that those items are precious and they're really cool, and all of the money from those goes to support Garrett Space. I just want to kind of give you an overview. I'll let you into our process here, give you some totals here. So in the weeks leading up to this fundraiser, we received about $75,000 in donations. These are from sponsors like Autodesk, families who have given in a big way year in and year out. We really appreciate that kind of generosity. And so our goal is 125,000. So we've gotten about 9 or 10,000 today so far. So that gives us a grand total of 85,000. That means we have $40,000 to go. We have what, about 16 hours to do it. So we got to get a couple grand an hour coming in, and we're relying on all of you to help. But we can do it. We can do it, and we're going to do it. And we appreciate all those who have already given today. Thank you for joining. And then one other way you can help is spreading the word about our fundraiser, our live stream. Share that Give Butter link with people. Encourage your friends, whether it's on social media, texting your friends, emailing your friends. Let them know this is happening right now. They can jump on, and they're going to see some pretty incredible content, including our next guests. So thank you. Thank you all to our giving. Thank you all who are spreading the word. Thank you to those behind the scenes helping out. Thanks to those who are involved with Garrett Space and doing the actual, day in and day out work to keep this organization running so strong, and to help so many young people who are struggling with mental health, who need a place like Garrett Space. It's a place I wish had existed when I was a young guy. It would have meant a lot to me. And I'm just so proud and happy to say that Garrett Space is there for my kids, who are young now, but 10, 15 years from now, Garrett Space can be a solace for them. And that means a lot to me. It means a whole lot. We have some incredible guests coming up. So as many of you know, we have a lot of Ann Arbor natives, including myself here today. We've been spending time with people who have come through University of Michigan's prestigious and esteemed School of Music and Theater and Dance program. Now they're Broadway stars. But one of Ann Arbor's proudest sons, one of the people we're most proud of is the director Ken Burns. If you've seen his baseball movies, his jazz movie, his movie about Civil War, he's a great documentarian. And finally, Ken Burns has himself become the subject of a documentary. It's called Hiding in Plain Sight. And it was made by the filmmakers Chris and Eric Ewers. Great filmmakers themselves. They really made an incredible film about one of the country's best and premier filmmakers of the last 100 years, Ken Burns. So Julie had a chance to chat with them and learn what they discovered as they were researching youth mental health issues. You can see more of the film at the links on our streaming site. And Hiding in Plain Sight, it's also available to free. It's available to watch free throughout the month of September on pbs.org. So visit pbs.org and check out the film Hiding in Plain Sight. But we're going to go to them now, and we'll spend some time. Julie's going to have a really deep, rich conversation with the filmmakers, Chris and Eric. But during this time, go to visit our Give Butter site. This is a great time to give your donation. Check out the auctions. Keep supporting. And remember, we have a matching grant this hour for the next, about 45 more minutes. The $5,000 challenge grant. They're challenging all of you to match. They will match whatever donation you give in the next hour will be matched. So jump on it. Thank you all so much. And here we go. Here's Chris and Eric with Julie talking about their film Hiding in Plain Sight.
It's taken me a very long time to even speak openly about it. My roommates don't even know half of this stuff that I'm telling you guys now. And I'm nervous, I'm kind of shaking inside to even talk about it. But if I can even reach 2 people from this story, I did my part in this world.
Wasn't ready, y'all.
So I wanted to start by asking Chris and Eric, we would basically, what made you select this topic? What was your intent in making this film? And either one of you can just jump in and go first.
Honestly, it came through Ken Burns and the broadcast station that puts out his films, WETA in Washington, D.C. I think Ken came to us because I think, at least for myself, over 32 years of working for him, he's seen me go through a lot as a person. He's aware of my family history to some degree. And the truth of the matter is that Chris and I both grew up in an environment where, in a community where we knew nothing about mental health, but we did know something about mental illness. And we knew that it ran in our family. We knew that it affected our family and ourselves deeply. But we couldn't put a name on it because we were young, we were kids. We didn't have the ability to compare our lives to others and have that wisdom that adults have when you're able to look back and reflect. My parents were well-intentioned. They tried to get me help, and that help did work, I think. But what ended up happening is my family didn't change. Our family didn't change. And I ended up right back with the same symptoms and same troubles I had. And they really have affected me all the way to this very day. And by working on the film, I believe we went from still knowing nothing in my 50s and Chris's 40s, to just having a whole different appreciation of the topic and of ourselves. We see ourselves in the film, in the characters who are in it, like Morgan. And it's just a remarkable thing.
Chris?
I think that just sort of piggybacking on what Eric said, once we got into it, and it was right from the start, it became much less of a job. We weren't making a film. This became a mission. It didn't take long for us to understand the full breadth of the issue that we're facing, and then try to wrestle that into 4 hours of film was certainly a challenge unto itself. But it's the most important conversation that we can be having right now. Very similar to what happened decades ago with past widespread illness and stigma, cancer, HIV. We have yet to reach a tipping point with mental health awareness and acknowledgement and acceptance. And that keeps 50% of Americans who are in desperate need of mental health care treatment don't get it. And many of them don't even seek it out because of the stigma, because of the isolation, because we're not normalizing this through discussion. We start the film with a quote from James Baldwin that says, not every issue that is faced can be changed. I messed it up.
Say it again. It's okay.
This was, yeah, you planted the seed in my head. Right, okay. We start the film with a quote from James Baldwin, which we think really sums up the overarching theme of the film. He wrote that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And we're at a point, in individually in our communities, as a nation, where we're starting to face it. But we're just not there yet. And it was our hope that through the incredible stories of these unbelievable individuals, 23 youth and young adults in the film, and their honesty and their courage, we're hoping that that we can help sort of move the needle towards that reckoning.
So I did think it was really interesting, your approach of featuring the voices of young adults and children who were really struggling. What made you decide, and we'll get to Morgan in a minute to hear her story, but what made you decide to take that particular approach?
Well, when we began research, we realized very quickly that the vast majority of mental health challenges seem to manifest in the child, preteen, teen, and young adult years. someone else can quote the statistics, but it's very, very large and significant. And we kind of thought up a long-term plan to address the topic. The first being the early years as young people, because that's where you can actually, if there is some sort of recognition and awareness and intervention, that early detection and early intervention can often prevent significant issues later in life. You learn how to manage them. You learn how to get the tools you need to take care of your mental well-being. And then we knew as we completed this project that we've only done half the story. The other half are adults. And so we do plan to embark on a second project that will be focus on adult experiences with mental health challenges. But it just seemed a natural place to start. And again, we had no idea that people like Morgan would be so willing to talk about it.
Great. Morgan, let's get to you. So what I found really the most compelling about your story and relatable is that on the surface, you seem to have it all. And, that's how our son was. And many people, have a hard time understanding that those who seem so accomplished on the outside really struggle with mental health issues. And I wanted to ask you, when did you start struggling? And did anything in particular bring it on?
Right. So it's like Eric said, it kind of does start in young adulthood. I think I was about 14 in ninth grade when I started noticing my depression come through. And then slowly after that, my self-harm was kind of a coping mechanism that brought me through, even up until I was 20. So in ninth grade, it was I just started not having the same interests, even though I continued to play, I played varsity sports, varsity basketball, varsity soccer. I still had a lot of friends. I did maintain that image of being one of the popular girls in high school. No one really noticed anything about my struggles. I kept it all really inside because that's just what I thought I had to do. I didn't really feel comfortable expressing that to any of my friends or family. I kept it hidden for a long time just because it's hard to talk about those things. And you don't really know how to go about that, or how parents that what they're doing is making you feel this way, or that I'm struggling at school. You don't really know how to communicate to your friends hey, I don't really want to be here anymore. That's a hard topic to discuss. So yeah, I maintained that image all of high school until really it was 11th grade. I think I was 16 or 17, that it all was just snowballing effect. And that was, my first suicide attempt. And then that was the most difficult part, because coming back into high school, I was kind of deemed as the crazy girl, so it's getting that title on top of everything else was not fun. So, yeah, it was difficult. But, and then doing the film, I kind of did notice how I still do that sometimes. It was very eye-opening for me how sometimes I do very much still struggle with depression, but I still keep it inside. So doing the film really opened up to me that I needed to still work on this aspect of myself, and hiding, trying to hide those feelings instead of being open about it. And this film definitely helped me become more open about it, sharing my story.
Yeah, that was my next question. How did they find you, and what made you want to participate when you first heard about this?
So they found me. I was interning for a program in Miami. I worked for a criminal mental health. It's called the Criminal Mental Health Project. And so I was interning for that program. And what we did, we helped those who were diagnosed with a serious mental illness and that were incarcerated for, small felony crimes. We helped them get out of the system and into community housing, medication management, case management. So I was interning for that program. And I think they're filming for another documentary based on that program, and they saw how much peer support we used in the program. And I was one of the peers, and I was definitely the youngest one. And so I think they kind of took a notice to that and asked me if I'd like to be involved in the film. And at the time I was just yeah, sure. I didn't really think anything of it. And I do have like a famous line in the documentary saying, if I could just touch 2 people, then I've, done my job in helping. But now I realize that we've touched thousands of people. And so that's very like heartwarming for me.
I'm sure. Chris, what were your take? And then Eric, what were your takeaways? Like, what did you learn from making this film?
Oh, wow. So, I mean, it was an evolution for all of us. And I think, each one of us had our own path through this. I'm unbelievably thankful for the opportunity to have done this. My wife and I have 2 children. My daughter is 9, and she has been experiencing her own mental health struggles since about the age of 4. Again, we prior to interacting and meeting all of these youth and young adults and hearing their stories and hearing about their failures as well as their triumphs, myself and my wife both came to realize that we were doing all the wrong things. When it came to trying to help our daughter, because we'd never been taught the right things to do. The system doesn't exist. The support system, the support net doesn't exist like it does for physical illnesses. It just doesn't. And our daughter at a very young age was voicing suicide ideation and had emotional dysregulation. And we were, at the beginning, we were telling her, that she doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't mean that. That's a really serious thing. We were doing all of the wrong things. So through the process of making this film and meeting all these incredible people and hearing all of their stories and learning just so much about what can be done with the resources that are currently available, we did a 180 as a family. Our daughter, we understood how to empathize with her. Now we understand, that we can't diminish, her feelings, her emotions, her thoughts, just because she's 7, 8, 9.
Sure.
And we were able to connect her in our community with, with the help that she so desperately needed, and she's doing great now.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. So, I mean, my own personal, struggles aside, the making of this film in very serendipitous ways, basically could possibly have saved our daughter.
Wow, that's incredible. And Eric?
Well, following what Chris just said, I think this project and this film saved my relationship with my brother. It saved the relationship with my wife and my children, because I learned about who I really am by listening to other people's stories. Like I said earlier, I saw myself in them in different parts. As Patrick Kennedy says in the film, well, you go through life, something's not right, but you rationalize. You say, well, it's not that bad. And then Patrick follows by saying, well, compared to who? It's very personalized. So I learned so much about myself. I learned that PTSD is not just defined by combat or by physical abuse or by a horribly traumatic event, that it can be more subtle and very, very real. I also learned how pervasive this crisis in America really is. And there's so many examples, but one that came to be recently, I went to my high school reunion. Like, God help me, it was my 36th year high school reunion. And people had seen the film. And 30, 40 people came up to me over the course of the evening, not only told me how much they loved the film and how much it changed them, but then they started telling me about what was going on. That one old friend of mine, his daughter tried to take her life with a knife, and he had to, pull the knife out of his own daughter. And I mean, the point is that people were coming forward with things that they probably don't tell other people on a everyday basis. And why? Because it's relatability. They saw themselves in the film. They know that I saw myself instinctively. The people in the film saw themselves. And so people were speaking out to me, which I think is just so remarkable. And how pervasive is it? The statistics are 1 in 4. Chris and I'm stealing your line, Chris. It's 4 in 4, really. It's on a sliding scale. Everyone faces emotional challenges. It's just a question of the fact that some people need to be helped out of the pit they've fallen into. Some people can't climb out. Some people can. And what's wrong with that? It's okay to not be okay, is what I've also learned. And as Kenneth Cole says, a leading mental health advocate, he says, it's not 4 and 4, it's 5 and 4.
Sure. And Morgan, what has been the reaction from people who've seen you in the film? What was your reaction to seeing the whole film put together, and what have you heard from other people?
So it was interesting because I've had family members watch the documentary that weren't really around during that time where I was struggling and in and out of the hospitals and stuff. I've had family members watch the documentary and just open up their hearts to me, like, I went through this as well, like, I can't believe that, like, we didn't know about this, like, and just telling me about their own struggles. I've had friends watch it to say the same thing. So it's like Eric said, like, people watch it and then they just start pouring out stuff that you never know about them as well. And I think it's cool because then you can just kind of relate. And so it was really touching to have like family members that I haven't talked to in a while come and reach out to me and be supportive. And then just random people, like my close friends have watched it and they kind of known some of the things that I've been through, but not everything. So it's like, it makes everyone a little bit closer, especially me and my parents. They definitely cried a lot during the documentary, but we all went through it as a family together. And so it just kind of made us all stronger, which
Fantastic.
I thought, oh yeah.
That's great. And Chris, any reaction you've gotten? I'm curious also what impact you hope this will ultimately have, given that it's something people can watch for a long, will be out there for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's outrage. I've had a lot of people come up to me exactly the same as Eric and Morgan. And the thing that I think is sort of collectively bubbling to the surface is two things. One is that this is all total common sense. Of course, everybody struggles mentally. I mean, we all struggle. There's not a single one of us who hasn't had a cold or the flu or COVID or, whatever it happens to be. And as I said before, the supports systems are there. There's no stigma, that's aligned with heart disease or sleep apnea. I think that like, we're all just so unbelievably willing to accept that every human being is in the same boat when it comes to physical illness and injury. And yet, as more people see the film and we have more conversations, we start to realize that, oh yeah, right. Well, we're all in the same boat when it comes to mental health struggles as well. Again, it's just on a spectrum. I wouldn't, if I fall off my bike and scrape my elbow, I can treat myself at home, no problem. If I break my arm, I need to go seek medical attention. And it's the exact same thing with our mental health. If we're saddened by the death of a family member, or that evolves into full-blown depression, I mean, one can be sort of handled on a community level or an individual level, and the other you need more help. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I think that what's really started to come out, especially as the weeks go on and we continue to do screenings and have conversations about it, I think that that hopefully we're inching our way towards the moment when we can collectively, regardless of of where we stand politically or what race, religion, geographic location, socioeconomic situation we're in, we can all just acknowledge that this is just a fact of life. This is normal, and and then we can start moving forward and make some real progress on it.
And I just want to add that, Morgan, you said that, you know, you've helped change or touch thousands of lives. You want to know about impact. In the first 4 weeks, it has streamed 3.8 million times.
Oh my gosh.
So and it's still growing. So you have touched millions of lives.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing. And, you know, we talked about, we every year talk about the role of film in reducing stigma, but I would think that a Ken Burns film and the credibility that the Ken Burns name has and your involvement in this has contributed to that. I didn't know if either of you, any of you, including Morgan, have any thoughts about, you know, the way that this is helping to reduce that stigma associated with mental health issues.
I think Ken knew, he understands, while he's a very humble person and a wonderful person to work with and work for, he understands that his name has reach. And he did not work on this film. Chris and I and Julie, our producer, and David, our writer, and our whole team built this from the ground up, from the foundation up, with the help of our 23 young people and all of our experts. But Ken knew, as he said to me, when he finally watched an edit about 2.5 years into the process, he called me, and I'll spare you the exact way he said it, because it's not safe for work, in a very good way. But he said, Eric, you know, I believe that some of my films can help save lives, like the Vietnam War film, you know, help save vets. He said, Eric, this film will literally save lives. And he said, I could not watch it as a filmmaker. I watched it as a father. Those are the best words a filmmaker could hear. And it's because Chris and I have worked with Ken so long that we have kind of assimilated and intuited his filmmaking philosophies. But at the same time, we're able to put a spin of our own on it that we hope connects with youth a little bit more. You know, we're very proud of our film and proud of the people in it.
Fantastic. So based on what you know about Garrett Space and what we're trying to do, can you talk about, and what you now know about the situation, can you talk about how, if you share any thoughts about how you feel our initiative will help to address some of the issues associated with this mental health crisis among young people?
So it's well, first and foremost, what Garrett Space is doing is absolutely crucial and deserves to be replicated endlessly countrywide. You know, when in the 50s, when John F. Kennedy passed the mental health bill, I don't know if it was named the mental health bill, but we essentially shut down all of our asylums with the intention of absorbing that need, that service, the mental health care of our friends, family members, neighbors, etc., as it in community mental health centers. Of course, that was, for very obvious reasons, it was interrupted, and we never got that far. And I think that now in 2020, we're finally starting to recognize that this is a need, this is a problem that we all face, and what Garrett Space is doing is a direct response to a tragedy that your family suffered, but also a direct response and an acknowledgement of the crisis that every family can potentially go through. And I think that that the importance of grassroots, community-based mental health care and organizations like Garrett Space can't be overstated.
Great, thank you. Morgan, I was curious, you talked about how you were working on, involved in peer support. That's going to be a big focus of our initiative. In what way was that helpful to you? And in what way have you seen it being helpful to others?
Being a peer, it was helpful. I mean, I was younger, so it was difficult because people were like, oh, like, what does this girl know? She's only 20 something years old and I'm 50 or whatever. But I think it just goes back to being relatable, you know, no matter what age, background, race, whatever has happened to you in your past. I think it just comes back to being able to talk to each other about it openly. I can just sit there and listen, and you can do the talking, or vice versa. So I think peer support is just, you know, knowing that someone is there, like always, and you're never alone. Because I feel like loneliness is a huge part. Even though, you know, I was surrounded by family and friends my whole life, there comes times where I'm just feeling so alone in my own thoughts. So having a peer, having someone there that can relate and just sit there with you. You don't even have to talk about what's bothering you. Just knowing that someone is there as a friend and as a support, so you're not so alone. I think that's very crucial.
Great. And Eric, is there anything you wanted to say?
I keep listening to the question and Chris and Morgan's answers. I keep thinking of Morgan. You know, Morgan, you lived it, you experienced it, and you survived it, and you have that wisdom I speak of looking back on the things that you did, and went through and experienced. And there's nothing more important, I believe, than someone who has been there and is on the other side. To be able to have that, which unless that doctor or psychiatrist or therapist has been there too, they can't possibly understand it the way someone like Morgan can. And it's just a fact of human existence. It's no disrespect to the professional community. And I just turn that right to Morgan. She epitomizes to me the future of mental health care. Those soldiers fighting on the front lines, that aren't the ones calling in the airstrikes. They're the ones who are running and trying to save their fellow soldiers. How far can I take the analogy? I think I'll stop there, but that is what it's all about. And I think that's why when you get to the end of the film, it's pretty remarkable, but not surprising to see how many of our young people are pursuing careers related to mental health and criminal justice.
And just one last question is, what do you, it's obviously a lot of this was hard to watch as a parent who's lost a child to suicide, but I would imagine that you wanted people to take away a hopeful message. What is that message that you would like people to take away when they're done watching the film?
Well, I think, just to start real quickly, my message is very simple. It's the whole journey. It's not just the good parts. It is hard to watch, but if we don't look at the things that are hard to watch, how can we know what they are? It's critical to listen and not say, oh, it's too tough, I'm just going to sweep this under the rug because I don't want to look at it. No, look at it. If you love your children, look at it. If you love yourself, or if you're struggling and don't know if you love yourself, look at it. So it's the whole journey. And the other thing is relatability is the key. It is literally the key that unlocks that door. We say in the film, the first and often most difficult step is to simply start talking about it. 23 young people, 2 directors, a producer and a writer, and their team all started talking about it. And look at the power of the voice of young people.
Morgan, is there anything you wanted to say about?
Yeah, I wanted people to take away from it after watching the whole thing was just to, like Eric said, we're always going back and forth off each other. Is to just start the conversation, not be afraid to open up to your family and friends about how you're feeling, about how they're feeling. If you notice something's going on with them, be like, hey, look, I've noticed this. Is there anything I can do to help? You know, just not be afraid to become closer and to hug your family and friends close, because you never know what someone's going through inside their mind.
Absolutely. And I have to say, it is an incredible film. And Chris and Eric, we are grateful to you for having made it. Morgan, we're grateful that you had the courage to tell your story and be in it. We have a trailer of the film on our streaming site, and I encourage all of you to check it out. It's available on pbs.org. Thanks so much to all of you for being a part, taking the time out of your day and your busy schedules to be a part of this. We really, really appreciate your involvement in our fundraiser for Garrett Space.
Thank you.
So much.
So I wanted to start.
I noticed that I was struggling in 7th grade, so I'd say 13. That's when I started to be called names on social media. It would never end. When I told them, like, it hurts me, they wouldn't. They don't care. But it's not true. And, like, it gets to me.
Why? Watch what you say and to who you say it to, because you never know what somebody's going through and what can affect them and how drastically it can.
On, like, Instagram, they have to look a certain way for people to think they're attractive, to feel positive about themselves.
These are 10 things that you can do to be more attractive.
Are on our way to get a filler.
Like on Snapchat, like all your friends would be hanging out, and then you see that you're not there and you didn't get the invite. And then you're like, well, what did I do wrong? It sucks.
Hi, all. Welcome back. I'm Davey Rothbart, and really special day we're having. What a conversation between Julie Halpert, the mother of Garrett Halpert, and these filmmakers, Chris and Eric, yours, and their beautiful film, Hiding in Plain Sight, is not in fact Ken Burns' biopic, but unless he looks like Morgan Brennan, our the special guest we had, but it is a powerful film, important film, and we are so happy you're with us today. We've been having incredible conversations with thought leaders in the suicide prevention space, with people who actually work at Garrett Space, and shared with us some of the nuts and bolts of what they do and why Garrett Space has been such a successful and really incredible experiment. We've been talking to and hearing from Broadway musicians, filmmakers, TV stars, U.S. senators. Gary Peters came on earlier. Writers like Ivan Maisel, who was affected by his own son's suicide 7.5 years ago. Powerful stuff. And we also have had a chance to hear from Garrett's family, his parents, his sisters. Really moving and intimate revelations. So thank you for being with us. This hour has been incredible. As you know, we have our $5,000 challenge donor who offered matching funds of $5,000 if we could raise $5,000 in this hour. There's been an incredible outpouring of generosity. I want to thank some of our recent donors from this past hour: Liz and Mike Rother, Carla Adams, Karen Austin, Wendy Ullman, Michael Simon. Thank you to all of you. We had an anonymous donor give generously. Thank you to you, whoever you are. It means a lot. Eileen Bez, Oren Levin, Massimo Mara Biggs, Alex Baum, the Hankins family, all jumping in and helping us out in a big way. So this is awesome. That means we have about 20 minutes more to raise the remaining $1,500. This is matching funds. So this means you give $100 now, it's going to turn into 200. You give 500, it turns instantly into 1,000. This matching donor is doubling every gift that we get for the next 23 minutes. So please jump on, help us reach there, and we'll be doing another challenge later. But this one, we've got 23 minutes to go. We got $1,500 to raise. Now is a great time. Go to the Give Butter site. Go to Garrett Space website. It's easy to pop on there. It took me 60 seconds. I think it takes about 60 to 90 seconds to get your info in there and help support the incredible work that's happening at Garrett Space, helping the local Ann Arbor community and people throughout Michigan and the Great Lakes region, but also is a national leader on suicide prevention and being studied by folks all around the country, seeing the work that's happening at Garrett Space. And also your gifts right now, your support, your contributions are helping Garrett Space grow. And in just a moment, we'll be talking to some of the folks behind the new Garrett Space Residential Center that's in the works. Really exciting stuff seeing this come to life. So thank you for supporting. Of course, we want to give special shouts to our sponsors, Autodesk, Sally and Tim Peterson. Can't thank these folks enough for being our just enormously generous sponsors. Denise and Daniel Hamburger, Irvin, Nancy Leon, the Masco Corporation, Patrick and Sandy Saferth. I'll dig into some more names, but I want to shout out Diane Orley again, and also a friend of mine, Joe Malcoon, Caitlin Klein and Joe Malcoon, giving generously. They're great folks around the Ann Arbor community, really showing a lot of support throughout the years to not just Garrett Space, but Neutral Zone, the Washington to Washington camping trips that I organize every year, bringing kids from Detroit, DC, and New Orleans out into nature for a special camping trip. So I really appreciate Caitlin Klein, Joe Malcoon, and I really appreciate all of you who are watching right now and finding ways to support. Give Butter, go to the site and you can give right now. It'll be doubled instantly. And also don't forget, on that Give Butter site is a list of all the auction items, and I'll talk about some of those more in a few minutes. And we'll see what some of the great auction items you can win. And all the auction items support, the money from that goes to support Garrett Space. So thanks so much to all of you. Now listen, we're about to dig in here. We have some special guests. You know, Garrett Space is growing, and we have a new Garrett Space board member, Robert Adams. He is a professor of architecture at Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning at the University of Michigan. He, along with some students, Brian Smith, Sang Wan Kang, and Jin Lee, are building. They're designing, they're designing a state-of-the-art healing center. And they're working closely with Garrett Space to see how Garrett Space can grow and a physical campus for Garrett Space. So the Garrett Space is growing, and it's growing with your help. And we're going to hear now from Robert Adams, 3 of his great students, and they're going to share with us some of their plans and their designs for the years to come. Here we go.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm Joellen Pellman. I am an actor. I'm a proud Michigan graduate, and I'm also a 3-time Garrett Space fundraiser alum, and I'm so excited to be back for my 3rd year. I can't believe the first time that we were doing this, or that I was doing this, it was in 2020. We were in lockdown. I was at home in Ohio, and now here we are living our lives 3 years later, and I'm so thrilled to be back. So thank you, Julie, everyone at Garrett Space, for having me back. So yeah, I first heard about Garrett Space from one of my professors in college, Mark Madama. I was a musical theater major at Michigan, go Blue, and he was telling me about this organization. He's friends with Julie, and what really struck me was their holistic approach to mental health that I feel like you don't often see when you talk about care, when someone is going to seek care, and how they look to nurture all the different aspects of one's self and one's interest. And that really resonated with me, because I know, like, in my, just looking after my own mental health, I find so much of what really helps me is a holistic approach, very arts-based. And I mean, I look to music, and I look to art, and I look to literature, especially when I feel like I'm at my lowest. I feel like those parts of my life are ever watered by holistic approaches, and also like just going outside and like being in nature is so important. So yeah, I am an actor, and I'm best known for my role in The Prom, which is a film on Netflix directed by Ryan Murphy, and it's based off of a Broadway musical by the same name. And it's about a queer teenager in Indiana who really wants to take her girlfriend to the prom, but school says no. And as a queer person, and also as someone who grew up in the Midwest, I'm from Ohio, it was a show that really like resonated with me, and I know resonated with a lot of folks out there, and especially in the conversation of like mental health in teens and young people specifically. Like, we would be remiss if we didn't point out the statistics that Trevor Project just published last year about how LGBTQ youth are 4 times as likely to attempt suicide as their peers, and how a place like Garrett Space is so vital so that everyone has access to the kind of holistic care that they aim to offer. And I just know that, like, I mean, that's my community. It's so important to me, and everyone deserves this level of care. I'm so grateful to my professor, Mark Madama, for introducing me to the folks at Garrett Space. It was in his class, actually, my sophomore year of college, that I first started noticing, like, my own mental health sort of spiraling. And it was in that class that I, like, sought help with, like, the university, like, counseling services, and I began my own little mental health journey. But it's through, like, mentors like that and, like, spaces like that where I felt, like, safe enough to seek help that I was able to set myself on the path, a healthy path going forward. And I just know that Garrett Space is going to be that place for so many people. So thank you so much for having me, and stay tuned because there's a lot more fun stuff coming your way. Thank you. Mwah.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much. You can come here, bud. Okay. We got the magic of live this live stream. Hey, that was Jo Ellen Pellman. She's an actress and star of the Netflix film The Prom. It's the 3rd year in a row that Jo Ellen has joined our fundraiser. We're really grateful to her for her support. Thanks to all of you who have been giving so generously. We've got 16 minutes left in this hour's challenge grant, so we're looking to raise $1,500 more in the next 16 minutes. Thank you to some of our overall sponsors: David Buss, former U.S. Representative and mental health advocate Patrick Kennedy, Roger Klein, Caitlin Klein, Joe Malcoon. So many great friends have been supporting, and we really, really appreciate that. Now it's my enormous honor to welcome our next guest. And our next guest is a woman who has been working tirelessly in she's been working tirelessly in Congress to help support a number of causes that just mean so much to me. And she's a special woman. We all remember her amazing husband, John Dingell, her husband's father, John Dingell Sr. And now with us is Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from the 12th District of Michigan. Representative Dingell, how are you doing today?
Davey, it's great to be with you and with everybody who's participating in this fundraiser, this 24-hour marathon.
It's been it's an incredible day. It's incredible. We've had so many incredible visitors, and you really see how, you know, these issues have affected so many people, you know, throughout American life.
I want to say something. There is no family. There is no person in this country that has not been touched in their family or in their group of friends or in their neighborhood, in their community, that don't know someone. And what I think has been so important in the last few years is that we need to remove the stigma associated with mental health issues. You know, I think so many people are afraid to say anything. They're afraid of how they're going to be received. I think much of our drug and alcohol problems in this country are people who are self-medicating for anxiety or for depression, and ultimately feeling that they have no place to go, don't know where to go. So I thank you for doing this. I thank everybody who's involved at Garrett's Place, and thank you for the work you do.
Well, thank you. And thank you to those who have been watching all day, joining us as we talk to, you know, film and TV stars, writers, filmmakers, musicians, and politicians like you who are really in a place where you can help bring legislation into effect that is supporting folks who are struggling with mental health. And, you know, I know some of the work you've done in national parks, that means a lot to me because, you know, that's a place I go when I feel like my mental health is slipping. The parks and, you know, throughout the country are vital for me personally. So I wanted to thank you personally for the work you've done to support our beautiful public spaces. Representative Dingell, how let me ask you a question. I love everything you just said, and in fact, one of our earlier guests, Ivan Mazel, he spoke about how he's older than I am. He said that when he was young, cancer was talked about in whispers. People would lie about it. They wouldn't, there was a stigma around cancer, and unfortunately, over the decades, it's become something that's people are more comfortable talking about, and I'm just, and now that's the challenge, right, for us, and that's what you alluded to is finding ways for mental health issues to be destigmatized, for people to feel comfortable talking about these things. And I wanted to ask, how have you been affected personally by mental health issues, whether it's yourself or people in your life? How has this touched you?
So I've been more open in the last few years about my father being an opioid drug addict, living in a home with a man who had serious issues, and some of the horrific things that happened to me or to my family during childhood. And I had a sister who I loved with my whole heart and soul, who probably became addicted to drugs at a very early age. And really, the night before she was destroyed first grade, my father almost killed all of us. And I don't think she ever recovered from that night. And I'm somebody who did everything I could to save her. She would disappear. I know what it's like to call coroner's office, describing her, seeing if that's where she is. Had her in and out of treatment centers of many different kinds. The desperateness when I got her finally back into Hazelton, and Hazelton not keeping her because she had some physical ailments, and ultimately she did die. It was a drug overdose. The doctors say to me at the level that it had to have been a suicide. My mother still to this day doesn't want to accept it. But and it was hard. It was very, very hard to talk about this, quite frankly. When I was younger, married to John, people tried to blackmail me over it.
Wow.
And I didn't want to do anything that would harm John. It was actually, my sister was married to somebody who really did try to blackmail us, then wrote an article, sent it to every newspaper and television station in the state. Fortunately, people know about it. I've never hidden from what my father was, though I talk about it more openly. And I miss my sister a lot. My family, my mother's still alive. It's hard, and I know it's hard for her when I talk about it. And my sister and I, who are my remaining, I have a sister and a brother. My sister and I say, if we can keep any family from going through what we're going through now, we have a responsibility to do it. And I think that right now, when you know that someone's suicidal, particularly when they're over the age of 18, it is very difficult to keep them safe if they don't want to be kept safe. Because I tried. So I'm trying very hard. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay.
That talk about it with other people. And that's why Garrett's Place matters, because it's a place where people can go in and talk and try to find resources to get help, because I wish my sister was still alive today.
It's powerful stuff, Representative Dingle, and I really appreciate your openness and candor and sharing these really personal stories. I feel like, you said at the top, that every family has, dealt with this, and we all have, whether it's, an immediate family member, a friend, someone, from school, a school friend, a church friend, and so that it really is really powerful. And when you talk about Garrett Space, I mean, I think it is personal, right? Because I mean, that makes sense to me, that it's the kind of place. Garrett Space is the place that I wish had been around when I was a young person, struggling with mental health in my early 20s, at a time when a lot of people struggle with these kinds of things. And it's a place I wish had been available to friends of mine who like your father and sister, who dealt with drug and alcohol addictions and just didn't know where to turn. So, I guess we have people watching now from around the country, a lot of Michigan folks, but a lot of people scattered in every part of the United States. Why we're asking for their support today, and we actually have a matching donor right now who's matching any contributions we get in the next 8 minutes here. Why is it so important for people to support this work right now at Garrett Space?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think we're helping people nationally remove the stigma, to let people, it's very normal to have anxiety, to feel down. And the times we're living in this pandemic has significantly contributed to the stress level, that sense of isolation, that nobody cares. People's not having a sense of hope. And Garrett's Place is a place that people can come and talk, be open and honest about what they're feeling inside. To know what you're feeling isn't abnormal, that there are a lot of other people like that, but that there's somebody who cares, that can help you work through some of those complicated feelings that you have. And a lot of times people who commit suicide are without hope. They're at the end of their line. They're trying to kill the pain inside themselves, and they just don't want to feel that pain anymore. And Garrett's Place tries to help people deal with that. It's a place where you can go and be yourself and talk about what's inside of you, how you're feeling. And, some people don't even want to ask for help. You don't have to ask for help. You can just talk to somebody. You can find a friend.
Beautifully said, and yeah, anyone watching right now who's struggling with mental health, we love giving the phone number for the new National Suicide Prevention Hotline. It's just 988. People can call 988 from any state in the country and talk to a facilitator right now. And then if you're in Michigan or in the Great Lakes region, you can go and visit Garrett Space, have that counseling that you're talking about that's so vital. And like you said, this is being watched nationally. Garrett Space is a leader in suicide prevention. So organizations that are doing similar work and meaningful work all around the country are watching what happens at Garrett Space, learning from it, and using it in their own work. I alluded to it earlier, Representative Dingle. You've done legislative work, in Congress. You are one of the people on Capitol Hill for whom mental health is an important topic. And you are doing the hard nitty-gritty work of making this country a better place through the legislation that you've been working on. And I wonder, are there programs that you've been championing? Are there, what initiatives have you been working up to help address these issues specifically?
There are a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, we finally started 988.
Yes.
We just talked about. And that was something that just finally became a dream that became a fruition and started earlier this year. And there are different things that make a difference. I mean, we did pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I had a roundtable this week that was not your typical roundtable on gun violence, but we very much discussed the presence, how many suicides guns are present. We had the head of Veterans Affairs in Michigan who's working on trying to prevent veteran suicides, which are 8 a day, an average of 8 a day. We were talking to young people and people from young people who've had access to guns in their homes, and when they get desperate, do that. So the Bipartisan Keeping Safer Communities Act was really important and tried to expand community mental health services for children and families, to find school-based mental health and supportive services. And, we really need to be doing more on that. We also, I've introduced a bill with Katie Porter, the Closing the Healthcare Coverage Gaps for Public Servants Act, which will give those in public service more access to mental health coverage. We need mental health parity. It's just as important as physical. There's no difference. We need to stop treating it like it is. I'm looking for more mental health parity in Medicare. We've got the Strengthen Kids Mental Health Now Act of 22 and the Mental Health Justice and Parity Act. And I could go on. in our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, I think this is a priority of all the members, Republican and Democrat, because we know it's a crisis in this country that has been compounded by COVID and this pandemic.
Well, thank you. I can't thank you enough for your public service and the service you've given all of us and continue to give us, Representative Dingell, pushing these things forward. I love that you talk about gun violence as, you know, as a component of suicide prevention. Every Time for Gun Safety, a great organization I've been working with on some other initiatives. You know, they often highlight that fact, and you know, when you're preventing gun violence, you're and sane ownership, gun ownership, respectful, careful, safe gun ownership, you're also promoting suicide prevention. So that's an important point to hit. I need to mention we've got 4 minutes left in this we got a great challenge from one of our donors who said, you know, any donations we got in the next hour, they were going to instantly double. So we're $900 short now of our, since you've been on, we've raised thousands of dollars, Representative Dingell, for Garrett Space. So thank you for that. And we're going to wrap up with you in a couple minutes here, but I want to give our viewers a chance to give right now. They can go to the Give Butter site. They can go to Garrett Space website, pop their info on, and that will be doubled for the next about 3 to 4 minutes as you and I wrap up our conversation. So thanks to everybody who's helping us reach this $5,000 challenge grant over the last hour. Now, Representative Dingell, for me, the other thing that makes Garrett Space so powerful, you know, the work they're doing, the help that people are getting, but also as a parent now, I've got a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. So, you know, I think about them and I think about when they are at an age, you know, when as young people, you know, teenagers and late teens, early 20s, when people significantly struggle with mental health at that age. And I think, wow, like, I'm so happy that there will be a place like Garrett Space. There will be places like Garrett Space, places inspired by Garrett Space all around the country who are following Garrett Space's lead. And I just wanted to ask you about you know, children, grandchildren, you know, are there people in your life that you think about when you think about the importance of promoting mental health and helping build places like Garrett Space that can give people the help they need?
So I was honest about my sister, and I'm gonna, you know, mental health issues can be inherited from generation to generation. I have been lucky that I've been open about my father and who he was, and I think all of us suffer from anxiety from time to time, but I have escaped some of what other family members have experienced. But my sister is not the only one that died. I mean, actually, I'm going to tell you something. My cousin told me that I could talk about this.
Thank you.
So I will. I have a cousin whose daughter was diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic and could not deal with it or live with it, was in her early 20s. And when the diagnosis was there and was dealing with all the pressures and the issues, went to a gun store, bought a gun, learned how to use it, and went home and shot and killed herself in their bathtub. We need to know these things are going on in all kinds of families. We do need to. It's the first time I've talked about it publicly. I think my extended family also believes that we've got to respect, and you don't know who it's going to skip or why it's going to skip them. Some are as awful and as hard as my cousin's daughter, who was also my cousin, obviously. You know, my sister was probably bipolar, and they're different. People need to just be able to talk about it, to go get help. That's what Garrett Space does. Julia and Scott, it's a safe place, safe, that you can go and talk and find the support. And when you feel that desperate, that there are no answers, that you just can't go on, before you make that final decision, before you say, I just don't have any out. There's no other place to go. Just go see. Nobody's gonna interfere in your life. Nobody's, but it's a place you can be safe. It's a place to go and be safe and just get a little support that you might need.
And to feel better, I think,
And feel better.
and well, it's what we all want when we're hurting and
And
feeling
I want to
alone.
say this to everybody. People, this sounds corny, but I'm telling you, a little of active kindness towards everybody. You never know when that little act of kindness can make all the difference in a person's life, and that it can last forever in their life. We got to start treating each other better. This, you don't know what's happening in somebody else's life if they seem down or they've seen this. We could all just practice a little more kindness and an act of kindness every day. You don't know the difference that it may make in somebody's life.
It's beautifully said, Representative Dingle, and just something I agree with wholeheartedly. There's more that we share in common than divides us. And in today's, you alluded to it earlier, today's society where things are often feel divided and polarized, and people are alone and struggling. Sometimes simply, if you see someone that's looks down, just asking them if they're all right, asking them if they need anything, or even just a kind word or a smile can go so far to change the course of someone's life. So that it's just beautifully said. And listen, we all appreciate you so much. You've been a warrior for a long time for these causes, and to share with us so vulnerably and so openly the ways that you've personally been affected by people in your life and those that are struggling with mental health. It really, I just think, underlines the work that happens at Garrett Space to a T. So thank you for being an ambassador. Thank you for pushing hard. You're such a hard worker, and we all appreciate your perspectives, but also your work ethic. So thank you for joining us, and thank you to all who have donated over the last hour. We actually have been able to achieve our fundraising goal for this hour. We have our great matching sponsor who's going to double the gifts we've been giving, and Representative Dingle will continue to let your words echo over the coming 24 hours, and I'll continue to repeat some of the great points that you highlighted. They mean a lot to me personally, and they mean a lot to all of us. We really, really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me be part of this today.
Thank you again. We'll look forward to staying in touch with you as Garrett Space grows, and we'll keep you posted about everything.
Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you so much. Wow. What an incredible gift to hear from a legend in the halls of Congress, a great Michigan, a hard worker for the state of Michigan, and really for the whole country. Debbie Dingle, she's one. I mentioned it earlier in my conversation with her, but she has been a huge warrior for the protection and growth of our national parks. And it's just something that it shouldn't be that controversial, and yet she's had to really work hard in Congress to get the funding that these national parks need, and state parks to continue to grow, to continue to be cherished, and to continue to be places of sanctuary and solace for all of us. So thanks to Representative Dingle. It was really wild, and just to hear how elegant and eloquently she could speak to these issues, and her support of Garrett Space means the world to all of us, of course. As does the support from all of you. This has been an incredible day so far. We're about a third of the way through this 24-hour fundraiser. We're raising our goal is $125,000 over the course of these 24 hours. We've got we started out with we have incredible sponsors like David Buss, Frank and Jennifer Moore, Jeffrey Schweig, and Alchemy 3, Roger Klein, Robert and Jane Krasnick, Michael and Sandy Lippett, Daily Crunch Snacks, some businesses like Retirement Income Solutions, Jerry Rosenberg and Vic Stretcher, John and Marcy Zoom. I'm gonna mangle your last name, but it's Nuwatch, and the Talisman Initiative, Linda Balfour Akins. All these folks gave incredibly. We reached 75,000 just through our main sponsors. That leaves 50,000 for us to reach our goal during this 24-hour fundraising marathon. We're already past, it looks like we're up around the 10,000 mark. So we've got 40,000 to go in the next 16 hours. We can do it. You all have been giving generously. We're going to have another matching funds campaign coming up a little bit later this evening. We have incredible musicians coming up. We just heard from Joellen Pellman, star of Netflix's The Prom. We will hear in a moment from Robert Adams and his team, his students from the Taubman College of Architecture, who are building and designing the new Garrett space. We'll be with them in a minute, and then there's going to be a live concert here in Los Angeles, in Agora Hills, and we're gonna have an incredible range of live performers rocking it. We're gonna hear from people like Congressman Jamie Raskin. You've seen how active he has been, and he's been overseeing the January 6th committee deliberations. You've seen him every day on CNN. He's joining us to talk about the importance of Garrett Space and why giving right now, helping us reach our goal, is so critical. So we're also going to hear from John Hoffman later tonight. He's the creator and executive producer of the Emmy-nominated show Only Murders in the Building. A great show, amazing. Everyone's talking about it out here in LA, at least. Only Murders in the Building. We're going to hear from John Hoffman, the creator of that show, later on tonight. Thanks. If you can give right now, go to the Give Butter site. That's where you find the donation links on the Give Butter site. Go to garrettspace.org. You'll see all the lists. There's also on the Give Butter site, where you're probably watching this, you may be watching on YouTube. There's also on the Give Butter site, there's also a link to the auction items, and you can bid on these items. All of that auction money will go also to support Garrett Space and to help us reach our goal. All right. I gotta say, I got a little emotional hearing from Representative Debbie Dingell. She shared some really personal stories with us. I was really touched by them. I'm a little scrambled in terms of which guests are coming up next. I'm checking my schedule here. I think we are going to go now to Robert Adams, who's going to share with us some of his visions for what the Garrett Space Residential Center is going to be like. So we'll hear from Robert Adams. He's got 3 great students: Brian Smith, Sang-Won Kang, and Jin Lee. He's been working with these folks and really have some incredible plans together. So thank you all for being with us. Thank you for joining us on this just incredible day and evening as we slide into evening here. A lot of great stuff. Stay tuned and help us spread the word. Hey, go to your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, post a link to the Give Butter site and help people find this live stream, because the more people that are watching, we've had a great audience all day today, and the more people that are watching, the more people that are going to be supporting. So invite your friends to join us and stay tuned throughout the afternoon and evening.
Hi, I'm Robert Adams, Associate Professor of Architecture at Taubman College and Garrett Space Board Member. I also direct the University of Michigan Initiative on Disability Studies. This past semester, I worked with 13 amazing graduate students in architecture to design and prototype buildings and landscapes aligned with the Garrett Space residential program. I'll never forget when Scott and Julie joined our studio to talk about the Garrett Space mission. And Julie in particular was talking about how she wanted people to arrive at the site, and the first thing that they would do is simply exhale, to feel a sense of relief and discover a deeper connection with other people within the beauty of the environment and its architecture. This simple idea of exhaling really resonated with our studio, and we spent the semester developing designs that were both speculative and actionable. The opportunity for our students to work on the Garrett Space project was exceptional because they were able to place themselves directly in the narrative by designing wellness spaces for their peers, but also for themselves as young people who experience the highs and lows of life.
My name is Brian Smith. I'm a graduate research assistant at Taubman College. I got involved with Garrett Space because many young adults are suffering in silence from depression and anxiety. I believe Garrett Space will be an outlet from the pressures of life, allowing them to exhale and gain a new perspective through holistic practices. In my research, one source of anxiety in young Black adults is surveillance, creating an environment that constrains us to flatten our identity to fit within a normative white culture, to be left alone or avoid backlash. This eliminates space for us to be ourselves. I decided to create a new imaginary based on our cultures which have been rejected as primitive, using Black bliss as a driving force for healing from a collective trauma. One example is a praise house offering different expressions of worship to be fully expressed through movement, dance, rhythm, and song. Before individuals leave, the group meets there, expressing gratitude to one another to find purpose, pleasure, and bliss in each other.
My name is Xin Li, an architecture student at Talman College, University of Michigan. Garrett Space for me is a special project. I remember the day we first met Julie and Scott. They walked into our design studio class and told us stories of Garrett and their dream of developing a space for young adults, a warm and inclusive space for young adults who are facing mental health challenges. Since then, their dream has also become my wish. With Garrett Space, I would love to have a space created for our own, that we can find connection between nature and us again, filling it with our own hands, a space that we feel safe to express our feelings and stress without any judgments, a space that we can get a chance to develop connections with each other that we have seeking for a long time. For me, Garrett Space is a lifelong project to continue exploring the ways of helping my generation and our community with my ability as a designer.
We live in very turbulent times in a society not only facing detrimental environment effects, but also social dangers caused by the rise and prominence of technology. This is especially true in younger generations who are influenced and impacted by what they see as ideal or desirable ways of living and thinking, dictated by social media. These often false or wrong notions of a happy life provoke a sense of inferiority and lack in many, seriously affecting the necessary self-esteem and appreciation for what people have in their current lives that allow them to move forward. The standards of happiness are clouded in ways they seem unattainable. This is what makes the role of Garrett Space so important for me, because it is programmed strategically so that people can have a hand to hold to, so that they can be told they matter and happiness is within their reach. Garrett Space is not an escape, but in fact a door that guides young people to return to oneself, so that they may recover the self-love they may have once lost, and learn to not lose it again. This is what Garrett Halper left in this world, and I wish to see his legacy continue and survive.
As a disabled person with muscular dystrophy and depression, I really respect the mission of Garrett Space to provide young people a support system to help navigate their mental health needs. Working with the Garrett Space Architecture Selection Committee, we are currently interviewing nationally ranked architecture firms to advance the mission to design a world-class center. I've also been helping Scott and Julie identify a beautiful site here in the Ann Arbor area that provides an ideal environment in nature to build the residential center. While there are many resources to support young people who are struggling with mental health challenges, access to these resources are often complicated by long wait times. This creates a significant gap in care. Garrett Space fills this critical gap by providing an innovative program that is accessible and equitable. The value proposition of Garrett Space is simple because the cost of doing nothing is unacceptable.
Thank you to Robert Adams. What amazing plans for Garrett Space. Thanks to all of you. We've been getting a stream of steady donations. We really appreciate everyone who's watching and helping support Garrett Space. Thanks to the Krasnick family, to Eli, to Alex Sugarman. Thanks to Jennifer Hill, the Henkin family, and Sherry Smith. Thanks to Kathleen Culbertson, to Robin, who gave in memory of Carolyn Green. Thanks to Megan Brooks, to Gina Viola. Thanks to Joanna Epstein, Kathy and Scott Fromson and their family. And thanks to some of our title main sponsors, Leela and Peter Hamp, to Ashley and Jonathan Oberheide. We appreciate all of you so much. It's been, what a day so far. We're doing great. Thank you. We're still looking to raise some funds. We're going to have some incredible stuff coming up. We're going to hear from Congressman Jamie Raskin. We're going to hear from John Hoffman, creator of the TV show Only Murders in the Building. And we're going to go live now so thank you. We just can't thank you enough. We'll be around all evening, all night through into tomorrow morning, 24 hours of fundraising for Garrett Space. Please keep giving. Please keep sharing, spreading the word about, the link to this live stream, the link to this Give Butter site. It's really crucial that we get more people watching, and we have incredible stuff coming up, incredible guests, including the concert that's starting right now in Los Angeles. We're going to go live to Mario Sulaksana. He's going to take it away. And just for an incredible range of musical guests. Jewel is just one. There's so many other great musicians that are coming on. Sabbatical Bob, can't wait to see. I'm Davey Rothbart. Really appreciate the time I've had to spend with all of you, and I'll be back later tonight. Here we go. Here's Mario, live from Los Angeles.
All right. Hello, welcome. Let's hear some noise for LA, everybody. Let's make some noise. Yes. How's it going? I have no idea if this is working. You can see me, but I hope you can hear me. Okay, amazing. Yeah. I'm not going to talk too much because I know we're running a little behind, and you see me most of the day. You'll see me most of the night. If you are just tuning in, my name's Mario Sulaksana. I'm here in Agora Hills, California, and I'm joined by a lot of great people here and a lot of great musicians. And to kick it off, let's make some noise for Brett Fromson, everybody. Let's hear it for Brett Fromson.
Wow. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. I am a lifelong friend of the Halpert family, and I'm so honored to be doing this for the third year in a row. And I truly believe in this cause, and I hope that you donate to it, and let's have some fun with some music. This is a song of mine called Tattoo. Well, maybe I ought to get a tattoo. Maybe I ought to get a friend who could be on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. Tell me not to go speak without thinking. Boy, this ain't a time to be drinking. Or maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. Well, I ain't no stranger to resolution. You can call me the captain of the caveat. Oh, and I'm ashamed I'm a little bit late to the revolution. Oh, I want a medal on my back before I miss another shot. Said maybe I ought to get a tattoo. Maybe I ought to get a friend who could be on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. Tell me not to go speak without thinking. Boy, this ain't a time to be drinking. Or maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. All right. And I'm down that long dark path of sorrow. I buried my guilt inside a closet of doubt. Oh, but if I shouldn't meet my angel, well, I pray it's not tomorrow. 'Cause baby, no one wants to know you when know, maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. And maybe I ought to get a tattoo this year. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Wow. Thank you for bearing the heat with me. We're gonna all have some drinks after this. It's gonna be very nice. And thank you for being in front of your screens and watching this. Thank you. All right, this next song, that last song is from my album, which can be streamed everywhere. Just don't stream it now because you should be streaming this. And then this next song is new. And I'd like to dedicate it. I'm going to look in the camera if you're watching. My best friend Jared's daughter's name is Gray, and this is a lullaby I wrote for her called Baby Gray. We're working with a little bit of heat here, too. The sun's gone down the western sky. Desert moon's twinkling in a cowgirl's eye. Uncle singing stories in a fireside cabaret. Oh, there were pirate ships sailing rough tides, hard-won friendships and bitter divides, rivers of glory from the countryside to the bay. It sounds like magic, but it's all true. And you can make a little magic every day. Do-da-do-da-do-da-do. Paint it any color you want to. What a world for you, Baby Gray. Can't you hear those night birds singing? That's the sound of freedom ringing, flying high above the endless kingdom gates. One day you're right off on your own, but you got a melody, you're never alone. Just hum along and keep that smile on your face. Do-da-do-da-do-da-do. The darkness comes around, but the sun shines through. So don't you let a couple clouds stand in your way. Do-da-do-da-do-da-do. Some things change and some things never do. What a world for you, Baby Gray. Do-da-do-da-do-da-do. Just mix a little yellow with the red and blue. What a world for you. What a world for you. What a world for you, Baby Gray. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. All right. This next song is also from my album. And I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, by the way. And thank you. The Browns won. Garrett would be so overjoyed that the Browns won their first away opener of the season. So go Browns. And this is my Cleveland ish song. So a lot of people that know this one kind of call it the Cleveland song. But to all of you, it's called Fog Water. Oh, fog water when you're letting out into the clear brown bottom river. For I've been floating for too damn long through this lonesome cloud. I ain't asking for a fast moving open road, just a smooth old passage in an old highway. Take me down the crooked Cuyahoga to only home I know. Now, oh, fog water, won't you lead me down to that clear brown bottom river? For I done drank up all the whiskey on this lonesome boat. See, I've been running from a woman up in New York City. She don't like the song I wrote. And Lord knows she ain't the only one. She ain't the only one I know. Now, oh, fog water, won't you lead me down and wash me in a cleaner river? For I just finished up a cheap cigar and I smell of too much smoke. You know I still must please my father and mother. I swear to you it ain't no joke. For if I should lose them and my sister and my brother, you know I'd be all alone. Well, oh, fog water when you're letting out into the clear brown bottom river. For I've been floating for too damn long through your lonesome cloud. I know I made a few people quite angry. Oh, Lord knows I have done wrong. Won't you take me down that crooked Cuyahoga to the place where I belong? Oh, won't you take me down the crooked Cuyahoga, the place where I belong? Thank you. All right. Okay, well, I've never had an audience for this concert before, so I'm going to take full advantage of that, okay? I'm just going to have a little audience participation. I know you didn't sign up for it, but it's what you're going to get. All you got to do is go like this, and if you're at home, you can do this too. And good. It'll come back in the chorus. You'll know exactly when it happens. All right. This song is called Be That Man. Riding into town, riding like we ain't afraid of nothing. Me and Jim, we got a pocket full of money 'cause we're playing the band. And all the ladies on the street haven't laughed and know we're only 22, yeah. But hell, if me and Jim, he could give a damn. Well, we walked into this joint, had the lights all shining on Main Street. Showed them some identification 'cause it finally came. And who should we meet at after just one drink out on the patio. But the owner of the bar with a Cuban cigar and a black and tan, here's your part. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. All right, you can have a break till next chorus. He said, how you doing, fella? How's the rye whiskey treating you now? I said, sir, I couldn't think of one way to have a better time. They said, whoa there, boy, don't you go and say nothing so drastic. Just have a seat and let me treat you like a couple good friends of mine. Here we go. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. He started pouring those drinks, you know like we ain't ever tasted. Said he was buddies with one Chuck Bukowski back in '89. He had a mutual affection for fine women, drinking, and horses. They want a whole lot of money on the neck coming down the line. Sing it if you know it. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. Just one more time, I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. I wanna be that man, I wanna be that man. Arm around a woman, glass in his hand. I wanna be that man, Lord, I wanna be that man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's a lot to ask of an audience. That you kept that up for a really long time, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have one more song for you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mario. You've become such a great friend, and I'm so glad to know you. And thank you again to the Halperts, to Garrett Space. Please, everybody, donate. This is such an important cause that is so close to so many of us. So this last song is called Marjorie. It is about my high school guidance counselor, which is kind of appropriate for this because she helped me out a lot with my mental health when I was in high school. And if you're watching, hello, Margie. She lives in Michigan too. All right, cool. Thank you all so much again. I'll see you, okay? Miss Marjorie, been so long since you cared for me. I know I ran so far away, but I'm acting foolishly. On the telephone, microphone, everywhere I go. For old time's sake, won't you point the way back home? I'm up to my same old misbehavior. You're sipping your same old cup of tea. I've been spending my nights alone, calling me no women on the telephone, letting them drive me been so long since you found that good in me. You know it's just like the good old days, and I'm acting foolishly. It's on the telephone, microphone, everywhere I go. For old time's sake, won't you point the way? Oh, and I remember staring out your window. We used to watch that falling snow. Oh, now you said, boy, you're gonna leave me one day. And I said, heaven no, I ain't never leaving you. Oh, how for Miss Marjorie. Been so long, don't you know that I missed you, baby? I missed you, know I ran away to California. I've been acting foolishly, yes, on the telephone and everywhere I go. For old time's sake, baby, won't you point the way back home? Point the way back home, Miss Marjorie. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Brett Fromson, everybody. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for being here, staying in the hot sun. It's very warm here in Los Angeles at the moment. Brett, you can stay tight. We're going to cut to a video from Renee Rapp. We have a message from her.
What's up, you guys? My name is Renee Rapp. I am an actor and an artist, and I live in Los Angeles, California. And I recently heard about Garrett Space through my good friend Thomas Laub, who just graduated from University of Michigan a few years ago and is very involved with, I'm sure, all of you who are watching today. So thank you for being here. I'm so glad that you guys are here, and I hope you're enjoying all of the all of the interactive and internet festivities. Garrett Space is obviously super important for a number of, apparent reasons, but I think the cool thing for me is I grew up in North Carolina, and, of course there are amazing people there, much like Thomas, whom we grew up together, but what Garrett Space really aims to do that I think is special and extremely necessary is providing and creating spaces for young LGBT youth, for mental health resources, for just making a comfortable and happy community for people that might not have that in their normal day-to-day, right? And I think that to me is really impactful and is super important, and I wish I had more of growing up. So I'm so excited that thanks to Garrett Space, a lot of kids now will have that access. And mental health, I think, a lot of times is looked at now currently in the light of, oh, well, people talk so much more about mental health now, so everybody must be good. Or maybe everybody's dramatic or things like that. And I think that we toe a really interesting line in this generation of accepting that it's great that we all talk about it so much, but making sure that we're not only talking about it, but also building off the backs of speaking on it. Right, and doing these active things like having this fundraiser, and all being here and all just showing our support for this. So I'm really happy that you guys are all here, and I hope that you donate what you can, and love you guys.
Hey, what's up? My name's Aaliyah Chanel Scott, and I'm an actor as well as a super, super proud alumni of the University of Michigan. I first heard about Garrett Space from a dear friend of mine, Thomas, who sent me some information about the organization. And when I read Scott and Julie's story, it really resonated with me on a personal level for a number of reasons, but one of them being, as someone who spent a good deal of time researching suicide prevention and looking into treatment and therapy options, I really know just how limited our current healthcare system is in its approach and how many things it overlooks in that. And so learning about Garrett Space and the center they hope to build and the work they're currently even doing, I just was so excited by that, by the idea that there could be this safe haven for young people to go to get a real holistic approach to treatment. I think is so vital and necessary today, especially more than ever. So I really support them. I wholeheartedly believe in Garrett Space and their mission and everything they have going on. I personally have donated to the cause, and I urge you to do the same if you can. If you have anything to give, please consider giving it to Garrett Space. Thank you.
Go ahead. All right, welcome back. Get some headphones here. Wow, okay, some great words here. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm connected here. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I think we're going live. Yes, we are. Phil and I are working very hard back here. We've got a lot of things going on. We just heard from Brett from Sept here. Also, Renee, Rap, and Ayla. We really appreciate them taking time to be with us. I'm going to move. I'm sure it's a little bit loud, so I'm going to get to a spot where it's a little bit quieter and just kind of show you kind of what's going on. And just for you out there, can you hear me okay, Phil? Is it coming up? Is it coming in okay? You got to speak louder. Okay, I got to speak louder. I was told I got to speak louder. So, let me just show you what's going on here. This is the event space. People are gathering. They are doing what they're doing. And we have so many great artists lined up here. I'm a little sweaty because I'm running around hosting and producing and doing a whole lot of things here. It's still super loud. Let me pop in here real quick. It's a little quieter. Great. All right, I think that's a little bit better. Thanks for bearing with me here. So if you're just tuning in, make sure you get onto the Go Butter site, Give Butter site for Go24 Garrett Space. That's where you'll see all the information you need to see people that are coming up and performing, as well as past performers that you can check out after the stream is done. This will be recorded and posted on YouTube in the coming week. We are so grateful to be here in Agora Hills. If you're looking at this amazing venue, house space that we have, I have a big thanks to Eastman faculty member Jeff Beal, who was ever so kind to let us use this space to do the event. And he has been a really integral part of making this happen for us here in Los Angeles. We have some Eastman graduates that are working. A big thanks to Philip Millman and Joe Hagan, who have been here step of the way and getting this all squared away. We are going to go a little bit out of order just for the moment. I'm going to have a video of Desi Oakley, a performer based in New York City, who was our illustrious host last year. She has a lot of exciting things coming on, and she'll tell you all about them. I'm going to get out here to Phil and let him know that we're going to go to Desi. Oh, he already knows. He's already on top of it. Take a look at Phil up there. Beautiful, isn't he? Okay, well, without further ado, here is Desi Oakley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for being here.
I am so happy to be here.
Tell us, who are you?
So, my name is Desi Oakley. How do I identify? As, well, first a human, and then I'm an artist, I'm a performer. I've worked on Broadway for 11, almost 12 years now. That includes Broadway shows and national tours. I'm a singer-songwriter, I'm a composer-lyricist. I'm also someone who was affected by suicide, and I have recently found a way to sort of put all of these things about my identity together. That means a performer, a writer, and also as, you know, someone with personal experience. And that's what's led me to my newest project called The Light Effect.
You want to tell us a little bit about The Light Effect?
Yes, The Light Effect is a brand new original musical that I've created and composed. And basically it is raising awareness about suicide. It's also inspiring hope for those that have been affected by suicide. And essentially what I'm trying to do is destigmatize speaking about it. And as I mentioned, as someone affected by suicide, I just feel this urgency, especially now and where we are in the world after the last few years we've had. I feel this sense of urgency to use my gift to try to raise awareness or to inspire hope. And the story is about a young woman who moved to New York City who has kind of this superpower to see when someone is in what I'm calling the window between suicidal ideation and suicidal action. So these hours or days or weeks where someone is really struggling, to her, they are illuminated. They are like, and mental health is something we cannot see, but to her, she can. She can see them. And so what does she do with this gift? How does she use this gift? How does she abuse this gift? How does she get caught up in it? And the moral of the story is the gift is not to save them. The gift is to see them. And it's a story about being seen, being heard, and our tools, and how we can make those around us seen and heard. And you know, hopefully the lyrics of the songs we can use as tools, we can use as just a topic of conversation to just get a dialogue started with our actual voices. You know, we spend a lot of time with literally our masks, you know, and not using our voices and the connection. I just want to really kind of shake that up a little bit and try. I think we have to try.
What was the inspiration for this project?
So I think my personal experience with being affected by suicide and experiencing healing, the trauma and the healing after my loss, I think that is a huge inspiration for the piece. And also, I think too, I like to write songs that people can connect to. And I also just think music is life-changing and can truly change the world. And so kind of these things together, my experience and both also, you know, and my, I guess my musicality or my theory, kind of all of it coming together. And I'm hopeful that the songs are light and fun to sing and easy to remember. And honestly, I want them to be bops. Like I want, and I think by bringing levity to a situation, where a topic where most people are really afraid to talk about it, this is the way I know how. So gosh darn it, I'm gonna try.
It's really incredible.
Thank you.
Where can people see this?
So right now, we did we debuted the show in concert form last month, and it was incredibly successful. We just got it up and out. Our next steps with the project, a lot of it I'll be posting on social media, finding ways for folks to connect to it, to learn the songs, to duet me on TikTok, and all of that really fun stuff and ways to connect before the project is actually on its feet. Our next step will be a workshop and a lab, and then eventually a full production. So, but there will be opportunities if you follow me, Desi Oakley, on Instagram or on TikTok. That's DESIOAKLEY. You'll have opportunities to hear some of the songs and to sing some of the songs with me. That's kind of my goal right now.
I want to ask you a little bit more about mental health for yourself.
Yes.
I know this project has kind of come out of a loss for yourself, if I'm not mistaken. Are there any challenges you experience with mental health for yourself that you'd like to share with people?
Oh, yes. I struggle with mental health as a professional. You know, I think it's important to hear that even someone who's working at the highest level of you know, their career still experiences anxiety and self-doubt and absolutely have been on a journey with mental health and how to find more balance and find more inner peace with it. And I think I was someone who didn't experience imbalance with mental health until I was an adult. So, and for me, what I think that was just lack of awareness as a child or as a younger person. And as I have learned more, truly, it's like knowledge. The more I'm familiar, more aware of what's happening with myself, the more I learn and the more I'm able to actually take action to make a change. But it's scary and really vulnerable to try to know oneself. I mean, most of the time, people are doing everything at all costs to not try to know oneself. It's a scary thing. It can be scary, but you know, what folks at Garrett Space are doing and what a lot of folks I know are doing is to try to break that stigma and to try to bring awareness and try to remind people of all ages, not just young people, that even though that could be scary, it is so worth it, and it could save a life.
On the topic of Garrett Space and the discussion with young adults, right? Talk about the awareness, but also in general, why does a place like Garrett Space, why do you believe in a place like Garrett Space? What does it mean to you?
I believe in Garrett Space so much because their mission is to bring awareness, it's to inspire hope, it's to bring community together in order for folks to find more support. It's incredible what they're doing. It's imperative what they're doing, especially right now. And I think it's just so brave and so inspiring to take grief through loss and transform it into action. It's, I think, one of the most powerful things that can be done with our time here on this planet. And I am excited for what Garrett Space is doing, and I'm excited at the potential, at the way that it could make a difference in yes, young people's lives, but basically, truly any person's life.
Yeah. I just had a couple more for you here.
Love it.
Last year you participated as a host.
Yes.
Just tell us a little bit about the experience, what it was like to be part of this fundraiser now for the second year.
Yes, I'm so excited to be part of this fundraiser for a second time, and hopefully this is, the second of many, many, many to come. Last year, the fundraiser was amazing, meeting different people, listening to all sorts of different folks and their perspectives and where they've come from, how people brought their artistry, people brought, their teachings, and honestly, everyone sort of used their gifts to come together for this incredible cause. It was hugely successful. I know this year will be too. It was so inspiring to be part of. I mean, I literally, the second I had the opportunity to return, I was like, yes! So I'm so excited to be here and back and celebrating and rooting for this unbelievable cause. And 24 hours seems like a long time. It's not enough. It'll just go on. And it's a beautiful thing to be part of, and also so grateful for everyone who's participating, the folks who are staying up all hours of the night to make this happen. And I just am just shouting out, especially all the guests who have been here and who have put their gifts, and bringing their gifts to the light for this cause is so amazing. And again, I'm just thrilled to be one of them.
What will you be performing for us today?
I am going to be performing a song from my new project called The Light Effect, this new musical. It is basically a song with lyrics that could be tools. I'm going to ask folks to sing along with me. It's an easy melody, so I want you to use your voice, and I can hear you. I know I can hear you. It's basically a song that is a call and response, that the lyrics are words that we can borrow when someone around us or near us is struggling, or even as simply as having a bad day, or has expressed that they're not doing well. Sometimes we don't always know what to say. And this song, if you don't know what to say and you find yourself in this position, borrow these lyrics. They are meant to help us know what to say when someone around us could be struggling.
Is there any last words you'd like to say to the people out there?
Okay, let's see. I will be saying a lot in the song, but let me see if I...
Yeah, take your time. Anything you'd like to...
Yeah.
I'll just... Great cap off, though.
Oh, okay, good. Just in case it wasn't, if you find something else, but...
You don't have to judge, that's not a great...
Yeah.
I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful for everyone at Garrett Space and all of the incredible work and effort that they put into this mission. I believe in it, and I'm just honored to be the smallest part of it, and I will always be continuing to root for this beautiful work that Garrett Space is doing. I'm going to ask you to repeat after me. Use your voice, even if you aren't a singer. You'll sing exactly what I sing. Here we go. I see you, I see you, I hear you, I hear you. And if I could choose, I'd be walking in your shoes. I'd be walking in your shoes. You're fully known, and fully loved. You're enough. One more time. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. Now mean it. Come on. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. I see you. I see you. I hear you. And if I could choose, I'd be walking in your shoes. You're fully known, and fully loved. I wish you peace that reminds you what you're worthy of. Go in peace, go in love. You're enough.
All right. Hey, let's give a round of applause for Desi Oakley, everybody. Let's hear it for Desi. And let's give another round of applause for Brett Frompson, who just held it down. Shout out to Brett over there. If you are just joining us, I'm Mario Sulaksana. We are here in Los Angeles. Sunny. It's quite hot. It's actually so hot. All of our patrons are in the shade right now. I forced them to be in the sun to start, and it's pretty hot right now. So we have a pretty large property here. There's probably 50 people here or so, and so we're all kind of about. Anyway, I'm going to introduce the next guest, and Chloe Wise. Let's give a round of applause for Chloe Wise. And accompanying Chloe is Benny on the bass.
Benny Bossman.
Benny Bossner. All right. Well, I will let you get to it. All right. After you.
Am I one and the only, the one you told me was for you? When was your conception? Signed, sealed, deception you thought was true, but you never thought like this before. See my name written down on the floor. An hour turns to 3 or more till time calls again. Oh, laugh and talk until the sun. The aftermath has just begun. We both know that I'm not the one, but we dream it, believe it. Feel that breath of time upon your neck. Youth fleeting till you can't detect the feelings you adore. Passion and joy turn into gray. Your memories start to decay till I lit up that fire wanting more. But you never thought like this before. See my name written down on the floor. An hour turns to 3 or more till time calls again. Oh, laugh and talk until the sun. The aftermath has just begun. We both know that I'm not the one, but we dream it, believe it. see my name written down on the floor. And now it turns to 3 or more till time goes again. Oh, laugh and talk until the sun. The aftermath has just begun. We both know that I'm not the one. Thank you all so much. Let's give it up for Benny Rossman on bass. So thank you all for listening. Ooh, this one's a little crispier. I like it. Thank you, Joe. I'm gonna play one of my newest of originals. That was called Laugh and Talk, and thanks for listening. I wake into the skies of blue, or in the water. Oh, the stars' lights hide the corners of the lost lives in decay. And time will tell if I'm well or if I'm broken. Now the sun fades to the east. Miss those Sundays that would ease the pain the way that I can handle. Miss that Sunday soothing, holy moving lender. A peak is nothing more but a floor for another, hoping to discover something to recover. Mother, help me, I am making for that Sunday soothing, holy moving lender, pretender, I'll surrender. The snare, or thank you. I thank you all so much, and thanks for being here, and thanks for donating, to Garrett Space. Great cause. So here's another original. Feel free to check this out when it comes out eventually. But all right. Nothing I say sounds so witty. Nothing I say sounds so bad. We spent a lot of time just speaking words and reading minds. Remember that time we went mad? Well, you used to think I was envy. You used to think that I am what you could have been but never was, and that's because you gave it all up on a man. Well, here I am, here am I, trying to hold on to the little blue bird in the sky. Just an inch, watch me fly high above the logical, probable means to get by with nowhere else to go. Well, nothing I say sounds so pretty as you when you state my own name. You think I'm full of self, but I'm full of love, if nothing else, creating more reasons to stay. And here I am, here am I, trying to hold on to the little blue bird in the sky. Just an inch, watch me fly high above the logical, probable means to get by with nowhere else to go. Oh, 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 nowhere else to go. Oh, 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 and fleeting thoughts and words in my head, I sip on something soothing instead, to numb, to face the dreams we had. So I'll rinse and repeat the day in bed. I'm full but have no feeling of love's essential meaning. I'd rather wait while wishing we were wed. I know that love's deceiving, but I was only needing a world that I was never meant to get. Oh. Ooh, and here I am, here am I, trying to hold on to the little blue bird in the sky. Just an inch, watch me fly high above the logical, probable means to get by. And here I am, here I am, here am I, high above the logical, probable means to get by with nowhere else to go. Oh, 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 nowhere else to go. Oh, 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 I'm over there, now I'm over here. Thank you all so much. That was called Blue Song. Working title, you know. Or Bluebird, Paul McCartney. No. Thank you all so much. And I think I got 2 more songs. All right. This is another one I wrote when I moved to LA. Yesterday was my 1-year anniversary of being in LA. So, yeah, I come from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. So, yeah, the flood. All right. No one knows, but yeah, you know. Watch the History Channel. It's there. It's maybe if they still air that one. Yeah. It was very tragic. Anyways.
This one goes out to my lovely partner, Lauren.
Candlelight, my love, golden times your love shines through. Though I didn't go hauling coast to coast for you, it was so serendipitous how fate can find such bliss. I left without a kiss and said I had to quit till you showed me what I should have known in candlelight. Candlelight, my love, golden eyes, your love shines through. Kiss me softly there, nothing ever compares, it's true. Till I drift into the void of silent yelling noise. A pillar of salt grows from what if whys and woes, till you soothe me down and let me leave. Are you everything I'll ever need? Maybe I'm comfortable if I'm not lovable. I'll get uncomfortable with you. Maybe I'm comfortable when I'm not lovable, but I'll get uncomfortable with you. Maybe I'm comfortable when I'm not lovable. I'll get uncomfortable with you. I know it's not logical, but neither is love, so I'll get uncomfortable with you in candlelight. Thank you. That was the first time I played that on piano. Usually it's guitar, but piano's better. All right, so I want to invite Benny and Max up. Just met Max today. Lovely human. This is my last song. Benny and I used to play this one. This is when we became besties, was when we played this one back in Pittsburgh. So, you know, let's go Pirates. No, no one wants that. Oh my gosh, the Steelers won. I forgot about that team. Yeah, let's go Steelers. Let's listen. Yins know about them Steelers. All right, so. All right, this is my last song. Thank you all so much for listening, and thank you for putting this together. Donate. And here we are. This is called Sway. We were good, we were so grand. Such a world I never knew to begin. Little time lost, you in me. Kiss your lips, people's fits, twirl you round in my hand. Sway in time, I sway in place. Will this ever start to fade? Now I'm thinking how I need you, need you, need your loving now. But I see you, see you, see you moving on. Just pretend things are good, we are good, we are so grand. And at night I'll never do, no, never do things unsaid. Little time lost, you in me. Kiss your lips, our fits, but in my cross and my brand. Swaying time, I sway in place. Will this ever start to fade? Now I'm thinking how I need you, need you, need your loving now. But I see you, see you, see you moving on. Yeah, I need you, need you, need your loving now. But I see you, see you, see you moving on. And you said you'd do this, that you'd always be there giving time. But the simple truth denies with no replies, and there she lost you were demise. And now I'm done with all that you do. Yeah. I'm reborn to realize I am good, I am good, I am good, I am good, I am good. I am I don't need ya, need ya, need your loving now. But I see ya, see ya, see ya moving on, moving on, moving on, I don't need ya, need ya, need ya.
Thank you all so much. I'm Chloe Wise. And stay tuned for Valerie.
All right. Thank you, Chloe. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Mario.
Wow, that was incredible. One more round of applause for Chloe Wise, everybody. Wow, I'm gonna back up here. I'll get in the mix here. Is this? I'm right here. Yeah, awesome, amazing. Woo, that was. They got hot. Got hot real quick. So for those of you who are just joining us, we're going live. We have all these cameras here, so it'll seem a little funky because I'm actually talking to these cameras for all these people here. And the next person set to say a little word and perform for us is a Grammy-nominated artist who has sold over 30 million albums worldwide. We have a word from none other than Jewel. Let's hear it, Jewel.
I moved out when I was 15, and I realized that statistically kids like me end up repeating the cycle. I realized that as much as I had a physical inheritance that would give me a predisposition towards like diabetes, I had an emotional inheritance that would give me a predisposition toward anxiety, poor conflict resolution, abuse, addiction. And it was a really daunting thing to move out at 15 and feel like your life was already pre-written for you, that your nurture, that my nurture was so bad I may never get to know my real nature. So I set off on a mission to try and understand, was it possible to re-nurture myself? Despite the amount of trauma that I had, was it possible for me to get to know my nature? So my mental health journey has really started that long ago to try and answer these questions. Is happiness a learnable skill? If I wasn't taught happiness in my home, is it learnable? And more importantly, is it teachable? It turns out the answer is yes. Garrett Space resonates with me because we need more places where people can show up and learn new emotional ways of relating to the world. It's one of the reasons I started my own foundation, Inspiring Children, was to create these exact type of spaces that use best practices, proven modalities to help people get the type of change that they want in their lives to have a more happy outcome, a more successful, meaningful, purpose-driven experience in life. Thank you for joining us today.
We stood in the rain. You're always crazy like that. Outside my window, always felt like I was outside, looking in on you. You were always the mysterious one, dark eyes and careless hair. You were fashionably sensitive, but too cool to care. You stood in my doorway, nothing to say besides some comment on the weather. In case you failed to notice, in case you failed to see, this is my heart bleeding more for you. This is me down on my knees. These foolish games are tearing me apart, and your thoughtless words are breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. You're always brilliant in the morning, smoking your cigarettes and talking over coffee. Your philosophies on art, Baroque moved you when you loved Mozart. You speak of your loved ones as I clumsily strum my guitar. Well, excuse me, I guess I've mistaken you for somebody else.
this thing on?
You're breaking.
Keep talking, don't worry, I'm doing some other stuff. Okay.
You took your coat off and you stood in the rain. Ooh, you're always crazy like that.
All right, thank you for that amazing performance. Jewel, everybody. Let's give a round of applause for Jewel. Yeah. I've got some great, exciting news about the donation portion of this. From 8 to 10 Eastern Time, so 5 to 7 Pacific, right? A donor has agreed to match any grant up to $10,000. So we have a matching grant going on for 2 hours here. So you can double your money and donate then. So $50 will make your donation become $100. So definitely want to support at this time. Wow. So with sponsors and with donations, individual donations from people like you, from viewers like you, who would guess where we're at right now at 5:02 p.m. Pacific time? 42,000? Not quite. 25? Oh. Anybody else? 50,000. Wow, it's Price is Right? No, this is, we are actually at $93,000, everybody. How about that? $93,000. All thanks to everybody that has contributed, tuned in. Thank you to all our sponsors. We have some great guests coming up. I got a great guest here. We have Megan, aka Valerie. Let's give a round of applause for Valerie, everybody. I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna let Valerie do the thing. All right.
Hello. Oh. Okay. Hi guys. How's it going? Sick. I'm gonna do a song and then we'll talk. Hold on. Pause. Okay. Baby, you could stop traffic. You stopped me dead in my tracks and well, I'm not much of a romantic, no. But I wanna let you know that if you want it, you can have it. I'm acting, playing it cool, but babe, the fact is, someone's heard that McConaughey accent, yeah. The only thing that's on my mind, you testing just up on my backbend. I'm not trying to be forward, I'm just trying to be clear. If you're feeling what I'm feeling, all you gotta do is say the word, baby. Say the word and I'll be on my way. Say the word, baby. In your t-shirt or in lingerie. Anytime, any place, babe, it's up to you. Just give me the green light and I'ma come through. If you want me, baby, just say the word. You know I can stop traffic. I see you noticing my assets. And I don't like to come off bragging, no. But once you've been up in my bed, you're gonna be begging to get back. And it's tragic, wasting this electric attraction. So tell me why you dilly-dallying, yeah. Come on, baby, you just want a prize. Time to come here and rap it. I'm not trying to be forward, I'm just trying to be clear. If you're feeling what I'm feeling, all you gotta do is say the word, baby. Say the word and I'll be on my way. Say the word, baby. In your t-shirt or in lingerie. t-shirt or lingerie. Anytime, any place, babe, it's up to you. Give me the green light and I'ma come through. Want me, baby. Just say the word.
Thank you. Hi, guys. I just want to say I feel so fucking honored to be here. Sorry for the swear words. Don't notice it till it happens. It's like out and then in. This cause is really, really important, and I appreciate being here, and I hope that everybody is donating at home. I don't know where the cameras are. Donate. I want to introduce the band. We got Max Berlin on the keys, a legend in the flesh. We got Benny Rossman on bass, another legend. And we got Max Bowoff, two Maxes, on drums. Max and I also met today. He is now twice playing with people that he met 5 minutes ago. So props to Max, honestly. What a vibe. All right, that being said, we're gonna do another song now. I hope everyone's having a fantastic time.
You've been on my mind all damn night. I'm too burnt out to deny that I need you in my life, and I've tried to break myself away from us, but it's time to face the fact, baby, this just ain't done. So don't tell me why we won't work out. Don't tell me that it's too late now. I'm not running away. So what are we waiting for? This love ain't going away. You think you're such a saint for giving me space, but that's not your call to make, no. And I'm not yours to save, and I know the million reasons to stay apart. Not one of those reasons still my heart. So don't tell me why we won't work out. Don't tell me that it's too late now. I'm not running away. And don't tell me
Thank you. Thanks, y'all. We don't have a ton of time for this set, so we're just going to keep it moving, but I do appreciate it. You guys want to hear some unreleased stuff? Yeah. Sick. We're going to do that.
Yeah.
I always know the order of my set list. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That was a joke. Can you give me a note?
Well, I've wasted years of my life on the wrong type. Now I can't get back all of that precious time. So I spent a year on my own, learning how to love myself and grow. Now I can't help but thrive. So if you're interested in being a part of my life, you better know you're cutting into my alone time. Now I'm not trying to be harsh or rude, but since there's nothing I need from you, you gotta prove your worth, my wife. Yeah, my standards are high and they're right where they should be. So baby, what you bringing to the table? 'Cause anything you give me, I am able to give to myself. Confidence, pleasure, love, and wealth. The better halves, I'm whole as a woman. If you wanna make me your woman, show me what you bringing to the table. Yeah. I'ma need honesty, thoughtfulness, chemistry. Make me laugh, make me come, show me sensitivity. If you ain't been to therapy, you're probably not the one for me. No, I won't be on money, security, maturity. Yeah, my loving is worth it, so you better earn it. So baby, what you bringing to the table? 'Cause anything you give me, I am able to give to myself. Confidence, pleasure, love, and wealth. The better halves, I'm whole as a woman. If you wanna make me your woman, show me what you're bringing to the table. Yeah. Now I'm not saying I don't have no flaws or you have to be perfect. I'm just saying you gotta have something I want, 'cause all of my needs are met. Yeah, I keep my own house and I win my own bed. So what I want from you is good love and respect, and I'll make you a promise. What you give is what you'll get. So show me what you're bringing to the table. Anything you give me, I am able to give to myself. Confidence, pleasure, love, and wealth. The better halves, I'm whole as a woman. If you want to make me your woman, better show me what you're bringing to the table. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. So this next song is not out, and oh, okay. Sorry, that was loud. No. Sorry. This next song is also unreleased, and I just thought it would be a good idea to play it here. I have mental health issues, like a lot of them. And for me, it ties into alcoholism. And I think that that's the case for a lot of people. And this is just about that. And it's about some really dark moments. And I want to say that I'm in a better place now before anybody gets worried when you hear it. But but I think it'd be appropriate. So we're gonna just go ahead and play that. I've never done it before, so you're the first people to hear it. Woo! White walls surround me as I'm coming to. Still feel metal in my wrists, charcoal in my gut. I'm dazed and confused. Never thought it'd come to this. And they tell me that I'm terminally afflicted. Choose death or a life that's clean. It sounds so simple, but I'm scared of commitment. 'Cause life could be long and I'm only 16. And everybody seems to think it's easy. Everybody seems to think I want it this way. Like I wasn't just a kid trying to find some relief. Like I don't wish it was any other way. So I clutch my knees and I pray to God. I don't know if I believe, and I beg for release till I find it again at the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Wake up, top bunk in my cold, bright cell. How am I back here again? Swore this was a phase, I was doing so well. Can't remember what happened. Then I missed my phone call, out cold in the tank. I got no clue when I'll see the sun. How long have I been here? I'm alone and afraid, but I can't quit now. I only just turned 21 and everybody seems to think it's easy. Everybody seems to think I want it this way. Like I wasn't just a kid trying to find some relief. Like I don't wish it was any other way. So I clutch my knees and I pray to God. I don't know if I believe, and I beg for relief. I find it again at the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Clinging to my life on the bathroom floor. Blood's turned black, I shouldn't survive. But I'm not ready to go, please. I'm only 24. I'm not ready to die. So I clutch my knees and I pray to God. I don't know if I believe, and I beg for release till I find it again. The bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Bottle of whiskey. Bottle of whiskey. Bottle of whiskey. Thank you. Just want to thank the band one more time. You guys are fucking
Congressman
incredible.
Jamie
And,
Raskin from
and
Maryland's
thank you
beautiful
to
8th
Mario for
Congressional
having
District.
us. Please
I'm
donate.
sending out my warmest
It's a really great
greetings
cause.
to everybody who's assembled to celebrate and invest in Garrett's space. What a beautiful vision for programming to help young people who are having a tough time. And we know how many young people are having a tough time today with so much depression and anxiety running amok, and with suicide being the second leading cause of death among young people. So I am very happy that you are doing what you're doing. I'm happy to be part of it. And I just want to send Julie and Scott, the whole family, and friends and supporters, my very warmest greetings and my solidarity. We've suffered a terrible, catastrophic loss in our family with our son Tommy, and we've become aware of what a profound problem this is in our community and around the country. So thank you for what you're doing, and I will do whatever I can to help you realize this vision.
Hello, this is John Hoffman, the co-creator and showrunner of Only Murders in the Building. And I am very happy to be here to share some thoughts and support for Garrett Space and the work that Garrett Space does and continues to do and hopes to do in the future. And I think the perspective that we all need sometimes is that we're not alone. And it's hard to have that in certain spaces in our heads. I know that well. Certainly more when I was younger. At times, I would have loved to have had a space such as Garrett Space and the hopes of what they're looking to do with our wellness center. I think, it's really critically important to connect and to see a bigger world sometimes when it's all inside your head. And I think the goals that I'm understanding Garrett Space to have now and in the future are so valuable when you're in a space of feeling alone or feeling depressed or feeling lost. Nothing is more important than connection. I think the show that I make actually is a show that is all about connection in isolated experiences and coming together and despite our generational differences sometimes, it's still necessary to connect with people, and it opens up our world and opens up our mind. So I'm here to support, say thank you so much to Garrett Space, and continue the great work. And everyone please give what you can, and good luck with the fundraiser, and thank you again. Okay, take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Quachu. I am a University of Michigan musical theater alum, and I'm currently starring in Phantom of the Opera on Broadway as Christine Daae. And I was first introduced to Garrett Space by my professor, Mark Madama. He reached out to me and told me about the organization, and I just really resonated with the message of holistic treatment. And as someone who has struggled with my own mental health and who's seen, my friends and family also struggle with mental health, I really believe that Garrett Space is an organization that can really, approach mental health holistically, regardless of your background. And I think, that message is really beautiful. And so, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sing a song, and I hope you all enjoy. Thank you. Then my world was shattered.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. If you have been tuning in, I know it's prime time over there on the East Coast. It's getting nice and sun golden hour over here in Los Angeles. I hope everybody's enjoying the performance so far. How is everyone doing out here tonight? Good? I'm just going to talk for a brief moment. We will have a performance by Christina Maxwell on a video out in New York City in a moment, and then we will be followed by Jacob Sigmund. So stay tuned for that. I'm supposed to, y'all can talk, it's fine. This is all right. This is just this to them. I would love to tell you all that the reason we're here, obviously, is to spread awareness about mental health, but we are donating and raising money for Garrett Space. And so we have over $93,000 at the moment, and we have some really great people that have joined us from the beginning of the hour at 11. We had Patrick Kennedy speak. We had Michigan Senator Gary Peters as well, and Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. And we just heard from Jamie Raskin as well. And so we have a lot of political leaders who are there and supporting us, as well as sports journalists and performers and writers and filmmakers as well. So be sure if you missed anything, you can rewind the stream and check it out, and you can see what you missed. And if not, it will be up on YouTube for the weeks to come. So please, please donate. This is a matching grant hour from 8 to 10 Eastern time. So every $5 you donate, it's $10. Every $1,000, and matter of fact, I think I got a word that we just got $1,000 in response to the matching grant. Hey, let's hear it for that $1,000 matching grant that just came. How about that, huh? So let's keep that up. We got all these people here from all around. Hey, make some noise if you are from the state of Michigan. Hey, we got a lot of Michiganders in the building. So, hey, Phil, are we ready with Christina? Oh, okay. Let's put it back to Christina here, and we'll be right back. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. What'd you have for lunch today?
I had a wrap from Hudson Market with honey turkey, honey mustard, basil, sun-dried tomatoes, and mozzarella. It was excellent.
The works.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. I had prêt à manger.
Yeah.
Prêt à manger.
You said it right the first time.
Okay.
I liked the second version better, though.
Like going to Target.
Yes. Yep.
Who are you?
My name is Christina Maxwell, and I am an executive in fine art and real estate, and also a singer-actress. So I'm a lot of things. I moved to New York about 5 years ago now, 5 or 6, and started out in the Broadway world. I also worked in pediatric oncology, doing music and art therapy, and through a wild twist of fate, sort of stepped away from focusing on singing and acting, and I now work for the Related Companies, huge real estate developer, and I run their art galleries in Chelsea, pick all of their artwork for their buildings across the country, and then I also work with all of our cultural partners.
Nice. Where are you from originally?
I grew up in Asheville, North Carolina.
So what brought you out to New York?
First went to University of Michigan in musical theater, and moved to New York City for the Broadway world first. But it turns out that it's kind of the place to be for any industry, so it kept me here.
Totally. Tell us a little bit more about what you do.
Yeah, so it's so funny because I have no technical background in fine art or real estate or business. But it's so similar to performing in that it's storytelling. That's what it all comes down to. When I'm in a boardroom with our C-suites, going over our P&L for that year, it's still all crafting a story and a narrative and thinking about who my audience is. The CEO what is he thinking about? He's thinking about our large vision, and our COO is thinking about if I'm wasting company time. The CFO is thinking how is she saving company money? And then when people walk into a building, whether it's 55 Hudson Yards and it's like a $10 million lobby, and they see this huge piece of artwork, or whether they're a young family in Queens walking into an affordable housing building that we've built, I decide what the story is that the art tells, and the way we want to make people feel when they see that piece of art. So I get to tell stories through places, through physical buildings, through artworks, and still also through a lot of music.
So through this art, what are some of the themes with this art?
I think one of the things that I love is telling an impactful story through artwork. I even think about one of the buildings we're building in Hudson Yards, Chelsea area. It's a super luxury building for young professionals. But there was a young woman at my company who worked on developing the building, and she unfortunately passed away from ovarian cancer. And this building was sort of her brainchild. And so part of our job has been finding the right artists and commissioning 2 pieces in memory and in honor of her to live in the lobby. And that meant learning all about who she was, what people loved about her, what were her quirks, and what made her personality unique. And then finding artists who could sort of craft a piece of art that somehow told her story. So I think the themes, for me, the themes vary, but it's what I want to always be consistent is that it's telling a meaningful story.
So some meaningful stories and revolve around mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any projects or art that's related to mental health that you work with?
Yeah. So one of the most amazing projects I've had the opportunity of kind of stumbling upon. So in the galleries that I run, I'm always looking for amazing stories to put into the gallery spaces, and gorgeous art that sells, but also amazing stories. And I had the pleasure of meeting this lovely couple, Chris and Brigitte Norton, who live near the galleries. And Chris is the CEO of Equinox Hotels, and their lives have been all over the world, but they're settled in New York now. And they became sort of like adoptive parents here for me. And I was having dinner in their home and noticed all of the amazing artwork, and there was this poetry they had up, and sculptures and painted sculptures and paintings, and a lot were these characters that I learned were called Pippins, and they're these sort of whimsical figures of all different types of people that have a thumbs up at the front and a middle finger at the back, that sort of represent the duality in all of us, how we may have this thumbs up smile to the world and the middle finger to the back, which, interpret as you may. And as I got to know the couple better, they shared that the artwork was all by their son, Charles W. Norton, and he struggled deeply with depression and mental health challenges. And all of his artwork is so colorful because he writes about how he couldn't get color into his world and didn't understand why other people could see color and he couldn't get it into his world and keep it in his world. But I think he left it for all of us through the artwork. So they shared that Charlie actually 2 years ago passed away after this grueling battle with depression. And so I've had the opportunity to mount this exhibit at our galleries and to partner with a nonprofit founded by a friend of mine called Project Healthy Minds. That's a mental health nonprofit sort of tech startup that connects people to amazing resources, almost like a kayak of mental health resources where you can compare different price points, different locations, different providers, and different options. And they're really working to use a lot of celebrity voices as well to destigmatize mental health. And it's been amazing to see when you partner beautiful art with an incredible story with people who are doing the work in the now, it's amazing what can happen.
So you're familiar with how nonprofits and organizations work with mental health. Garrett Space. This is a smaller, albeit Midwestern. We love it. DIY, grassroots, but doing big things like talking to people like yourself. What's something about Garrett Space that you love?
I think I feel like I keep repeating myself with the storytelling, but I think that it's amazing. We know, I think everyone is aware now that mental health is, really a endemic in our society, and it's something that's so important for us to address. But I think we get caught up in so many different issues and so many different headlines that sometimes it's hard to focus in. And to have a family who is willing to share their story, in this, loving memory of their son, and to put faces to the mental health crisis, and to come forward out of their pain and their grief and be willing to sort of relive it kind of over and over again so that other young people know that there are options and know that they are not alone. that to me is so beautiful. And I think it's exactly what young people need to be able to see today.
Sure. Aside from any sort of kind of work or career related things around mental health, is there anything personal with mental health that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, you know, my grandmother, who's passed away since, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder but refused treatment. And I saw the havoc and the pain that caused in her family. And I remember actually when she passed away, my father gave the eulogy at the funeral, and it was in this tiny, rural community in North Carolina, and they never talked about the fact that she was diagnosed with bipolar. They never talked about mental health when they were growing up, and their family was kind of ostracized from the community because of a lot of her erratic behavior. And I remember my father in the funeral shared her diagnosis at the service, and said, I think that the only way we heal, our broken families is, and our, human struggles is if we talk about it and if we shed light on it. And, he said, many of you knew my mother, probably not all of you knew that she was diagnosed with bipolar. And the response was insane. Just to name it, to talk about it, and to talk about, I think the complication of everything, all these shades of gray, and, it's not black and white, but how can we learn from the past, and how can we provide people and families and educators and healthcare providers and employers with tools in the future to make sure that when people are struggling, that they have a lifeline to grab onto.
Is there anything that you want to say to people out there watching this live?
Yeah, I think I think first of all, this is such a worthy cause to support in any way you can. Of course, making a donation so that Garrett Space can continue to do the amazing work that it's doing and to expand it. And I think also, letting the stories that you hear and the songs that you hear give you courage to share your own experiences, and to check in with the people around you, and truly ask how they're doing. And if you have friends who are in need of resources, to be brave enough to have the tough conversations and to help point them in the right direction.
Sure. I'm going to just pivot here.
Sure.
But, musically speaking, you studied musical theater.
I did, yes.
Tell me what do you love about theater? What do you love about music?
It's so funny because now working primarily in another industry, a lot of times, I'll be working on this, I have a phone call coming in, I have 75 emails coming in, I'm always kind of all over the place. And there's something about performing and about music in particular that is so grounding. It's both grounding and elevating at the same time. But it gives you something to be fully present in. And one of, to me, the most relaxing things and most restorative things is to just go, especially I love classical music like the New York Phil or the Met Opera, and just sitting in a dark hall and closing my eyes and just being transported by the music. And I think music has the ability to take us places, whether we studied music or whether we just love the way it sounds. And I love the transformative and transportational quality that music has.
Well, on that note, what are you going to be performing for us today?
I am going to be performing Love Is Here to Stay. And it sort of starts off talking about, and it's so funny because it was written so many years ago, but it's so perfect. For right now, it starts out saying, the more I read the papers, the less I understand. And while we may not, these days, physically open a paper, just thinking about the headlines I saw on Instagram, where I follow Wall Street Journal and clicked through their stories this morning, the world's crazy. It's a wild place. So many struggles in so many different ways. And the song says, all of this going on, all of this noise, the only constant is change. But what doesn't change is our love. And that is something that is here to stay, not for a year, but forever and a day. And I think whatever our love is, whether it's the love of your family or a significant other, or it's your faith, or a calling you feel like you have, I think that it helps so much when times are tossing you around to to hold on to the thing that is here to stay.
The more I read the papers, the less I comprehend the world and all its capers, and how it all will end. Nothing seems to be lasting, but that isn't our affair. We've got something permanent, I mean, in the way we care. It's very clear our love is here to stay, not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancies that in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay, but our love is here to stay. It's very clear our love is here to stay, not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancies that in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay, but our love is here. Our love is here. Our love is here to stay.
Cut.
That was fantastic!
How's it going, everybody? Yeah? So as Mario mentioned, my name's Jacob Sigmund. I just moved here from Detroit, and I'm super happy to be a part of this fundraiser for a great cause. So if you're watching at home, please donate. Make a really big difference. And yeah, I'm gonna play some music. These days I'm always running, looking for a place to hide, a shelter from the war that's raging, always on inside.
But as I hear the rolling thunder and I scream into the skies, I hear the song of my salvation echo just beneath my eyes. I know that there is trouble in the company I keep, and fears for friends and family make it hard for me to sleep. But I lay upon a bed of roses and do my best to mind the thorns, and I pray the song of my salvation will carry me to distant shores. I know the day will come when all our bodies will turn cold, but oftentimes I think that I'm too young to feel this old. They say a river's still a river, though the waters all have gone. So no matter how it changes, different names and different faces, no, my final resting place is singing my salvation song. Thank you. Nothing you say could hold me back now. Or from the love that you give me, babe, it's like a heart attack. Said, nothing you say could hold me down, no. As long as I know you're real, babe, I gotta have you around. If you want, I could say from the rooftops. Every time I hear your name's like a gunshot. It's on my mind all day and it won't stop. You get me so emotional. You could make a heart break in a head knock. You could make an earthquake in a bedrock. It's on my mind all day and it won't stop. Now I'm so change how I'm feeling now, baby. How could I ever give up when I see how you get down, get down? Give me a chance, I can get you higher now. Oh, it's a delicate thing, but I'm gonna have to shoot my shot. Come on. Oh, you will never lose faith in a rough track. Or go ahead and get your game, let the tape rock. Oh, ain't shit gon' change when it's on live. You get me so emotional. You could make a heart break in a hit knock. Or you could make an earthquake in a bedrock. It's on my mind all day and it won't stop. Now I'm so just wanna love you, baby. Is that such a terrible thing to be? I just wanna love you, dear, all the way down, all the way down.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I'm going to play a song I put out a few years ago. It's called In Spite of the World That's Around Me, All That I Dream of Is You.
Just outside my window, there's a world that shines, but all that I do is sit in my room, lost in the back of my mind. There are some men who long to be famous, and others that fly to the moon, yeah. And that's why I know I'll never make it. All that I dream of is you. On the television, baby, there's a man like me, lost now it seems in somebody's dreams, searching for answers again. But as DiCaprio folds down the skyline, I get up and go back to my room, 'cause it's nothing like that here in my mind. All that I dream of is you, and you'll never find my mind's eye, blindsided, blind. You'll never find my mind's eye, blindsided, baby, blind, yeah. Every now and then I see people pass me by with somewhere to be, someone to see, something to show for their smile. And I wonder, what is it about me that could lead me to dwell as I do? But in spite of the world that's around me, all that I'm dreaming, all I believe in, all that I dream of is you. Thank you.
Cool. I'm gonna keep on rolling, but if you're watching at home, maybe open up those pocketbooks, donate a little money for a good cause. Mom and Dad, I know you're watching. You've got some money to donate, I hope. So. This song's called Get Your Love.
What to do? I find myself in this position again, breaking into pieces every time I see your picture with him. Won't say this love is just a fantasy. I know one way or another, babe. Oh, gonna get your love, gonna get your baby, gonna How do I tell you that you're breaking my heart? Distant hearts grow fonder, baby, but fall to pieces if you keep them apart. But me, I just laugh and then I shake it off. I know inside that the day will come. Yeah, gonna get your love. Gonna get yours, baby. Gonna get your love. Yeah. Gonna get yours. Ooh. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. What to dream? What else is left without a vision of you? How long can I wonder, baby? Am I content to be no more than your fool? But anytime I start to lose the faith, here with my heart on your shelf, oh yeah, I play your song and for a moment, baby, I close my eyes and I tell myself, yeah, gonna get your love, gonna get yours, baby, gonna get your love, yeah, gonna get yours, I said, gonna get your love, I'm gonna give it to your mama, yeah. I'm gonna get your love, gonna get sad,
Thank you. So I think I got time for one more. And I'm hoping for maybe a little help from the audience on this one. You guys down with that? Cool, so I'm just gonna sing something and then you sing it right back to me. It goes like this.
baby, 'cause I,
Then you guys go.
baby, 'cause I think about you.
Nice. And then it comes back around.
And darling, do you think about me?
Yeah, okay. Whoever's playing with the melody, go crazy. I love it. No, I love it. Okay, so thank you so much for listening and hanging with me. Again, please donate to this amazing cause. Big ups to Mario for bringing me in here. And yeah, this song's called Think About You.
Lately I've been losing track and sleeping late and looking back on memories. Images of candlelight and waking up to find you lying next to me. Ecstasy. But in spite of my nostalgia, I'm still living for today. And darling, all I really wanna say, here we go, is baby that I think about you. 'Cause I never seen no one that smiles the way you do. And darling, do you think about me? 'Cause now and again, my friend, I see you in my dreams. I see you in my...
That was nice.
Da, da, da. Summer loving's wishful thinking, dancing in the kitchen, singing in the street. Let me show you what I'm thinking. Let me tell you stories while you fall asleep. Fall asleep. 'Cause I get high each time you smile at me. One more time. And baby, that's why I think about you. 'Cause I never seen no one that smiles the way you do. And darling, do you think about me? 'Cause now and again, my friend, I see you in my dream. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. And though I know my reminiscing of it isn't wise, I saw the world and it was right there in your eyes. So I hope they keep on shining, and every day you keep on smiling. Listen, all that I am really trying to say is, baby, that I think about you. 'Cause I never seen no one that smiles the way you do, you do, you do. So, darling, do you think about me? 'Cause now and again, my friend, I see you when I see you in my oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. Thanks so much.
Sorry about that. Some chicken. Hey, everyone tuning in at home. How about Jacob Sigmund, y'all? Let's give him another round of applause. This is really rude of me to talk with my mouth full. I'm so sorry. But we are getting some amazing donations. Can I just say that we've gotten over $6,000 in the last hour. And we have matching grants coming. And I said 8 to 10 Eastern. What time is it right now? I can't do math. I'm tired. How much time is left till 10 p.m. Eastern? Okay. So all of you watching out there, we are still matching the donations. Thank you for them coming in. We have a few more words from some of our guests. And very next, I have Christina Petty. And you may recognize her voice from Sirius XM Radio. Did you hit that, Phil?
Hi there, I'm Christine Petty from Sirius XM Radio, and I want to share something with you. I today had put time aside to make a recording and hopefully sing a song, and it was a full day, and I had to go perform at a nightclub, and then I was going to come back and do this, and today was the day that my computer crashed, and I can't play the music without the computer, and I had to have separate devices and blah, 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 blah. And I was having a little mini nervous breakdown trying to fix it, couldn't fix it, had deadlines, couldn't meet them, became more and more agitated, and then I realized, wait a minute, let's just stop here for a second, because isn't the whole point of this to promote a place that helps people who are struggling with anxieties and depression and etc. In my own tiny little way, I was not handling my own properly. So I decided to just step away and accept the as is and just talk to you all and to share something with you, because what I found really, really exciting and what I appreciate about Garrett Space is approaching everything from a holistic perspective, because I have, rather unexpectedly in my adult life, had to handle an ongoing battle with vision loss. And it's degenerative, and it's frightening, and it's paralyzing. I mean, the anxiety is off the charts, and so I have come to appreciate what people who suffer from anxiety and depression feel. It's just elevated with every passing day. I become more and more empathetic towards people who have this issue. I have it because it's connected to a specific, illness. But I still understand, because I want to control the thoughts in my head. And it's very difficult to control the script in your head when you are anxious and when you are troubled. I have chosen to do it without medication. I've chosen to do it holistically. I've chosen to do it with the list of things that I happen to see on this wonderful video about Garrett Space. And so it was sort of, I guess, serendipitous that this came into my life when it did, and almost serendipitous that the computers and the machines and the electronics didn't work, and and I had to just stop, pause, breathe, make a choice, accept it, let go, relax, and just talk to you all. So I hope that you'll support Garrett's Space, because it's so important to approach these things from the most organic place you can. And it's so important that the young people feel understood and listened to, and that this thrive and flourish and continue. And it's important in general that young people just become much more in tune with themselves holistically and organically, no matter their struggles. Even if they appear to be not struggling. But when you're struggling, it's so important. So I hope that you'll support Garrett Space and spread the word. I know I will. And I'm just going to share with you just one personal, holistic way that I deal with my stress. This is just my personal way, holistically, organically, at dealing with my stress. Okay? You ready? Okay? You ready? Come on, here we go. Here we go. This is my stress buster. His name is Clarence. Hi, Clarence boy. How you doing, sweet boy? Clarence was taking a nap. Oh, hi. Yes, I love you too. So this is how I deal with my stress. It helps a lot. And it's organic. And it's holistic. Okay, sweet boy. Oh.
You're on. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are here. Well, I am here in Los Angeles. I have a guest with me, Carson. Is it Borbley? Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's great.
How are you, Carson?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well as well. I guess just a brief intro of how we all got connected here. Jeffrey Cass is an Ann Arbor staple, Ann Arbor legend, if you will. He was my creative writing teacher. I did a lot of slams with him back in the day, and also Garrett was very involved in the youth poetry circuit in Ann Arbor. And so we are so grateful that Jeff is able to connect us with some amazing youth poets that are making their own way. And so I'm going to kind of get out your way, and I'll let you kind of do your thing. And thanks for being on, Carson.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Just like you and like Garrett, I benefited a ton from Jeff Cass's involvement in the poetry scene, and just his willingness to make space for youth voices, and being in Ann Arbor got me started writing poetry. And I was really lucky to be the recipient of the inaugural Ann Arbor Youth Poet Laureateship in 2016, which was the year that I graduated high school. And since then, I've been very, very invested in the way that writing can be influential and a path forward for recovery, for various forms of trauma, and also just managing mental health. My cat is choosing now to play in a pretty dramatic way, which means that I need to show her to the people, and then I will read you guys a couple poems. Pets also very, influential in a positive way on the mental health of many people. But yes, really, really lucky to grow up in Ann Arbor around a really vibrant literary arts scene, and to have leaned into that to support elements of my own recovery. I'm going to read a poem that I wrote when I was 15 years old that is in a book called Undocumented, which is an anthology of various Great Lakes writers and youth poet laureates as well as adult poet laureates. It's called Sophia Tells Me. Sophia tells me that they got the one dimple in their face because when they were little, they had a gash so big in their right cheek, it had to be stitched up, and that's the way it healed, concave. There's nobody I'd rather unmap myself to here in the basement of the Michigan League, which looks like the future if the future were ugly. Sophia and I compare notes on the way we and others have left permanent scrapes on our bodies. They show me the place that their ear, when sliced off by a bad, sharp fall, was stitched back together, overlapping. It is the first and only time we have ever touched. They say, here, feel, and I run my finger and thumb over the place it was sewn on, feel its sloppy thick next to the rest of the velvet. I show them the burn on the back of my hand, scar on my knee from climbing straight into concrete. I show them my forearms, tilt them forward like seesaws, so the nicks will catch the light. Overlapped, tiny cross stitches of skin re-rifted like fault lines in reverse. I say, but I don't do that anymore. They say, can you still see it? And point to the edge of their own scar, farther up on the wrist. They say, I did it because I wanted my dad to notice. I did it because I wanted to see what it would feel like. I think about Rachel, who in the 7th grade used a paperclip, and Alexa, who in the 6th used a lighter. There are things that hurt so badly that we want them to hurt on the outside too, or that's how the psychology seems to go. All I know is that my mind can bend backwards, stoop to this, but nothing will make the brain short circuit and fizzle, quite like the body can, zap like spit on an iron. But our bodies have a threshold for pain and we want to see it. It's stuck in my head. I want someone to notice. I am 13 and for the first time bleeding, patched skin at the cushion of my arms, and I raise my cell phone camera to take a picture. There is pain like this that I want to externalize. The body is its own defective eraser and leaves pink smudges behind, always. Our abrasions belong to us, and here, we want them. Here, with my finger on their ear, their dimple out, sideways, gritty, sunny. There is no sympathy, no mention of phases. We sit, staring at marks of our body's continual and repeated forgiveness, grins and new skin like tissue paper where blood used to be. My mom taught me, in Italian, there is one word for all of it, cicatrice. Each disfigurement is met with the same word, tongue cluck, and handmade salve. Okay, so I read that poem because famously I'm not 15 years old anymore, but I once was. I'm 23 now, and I'm really lucky to have survived a time when it didn't quite make sense to me to make my way through the world without hurting myself. When I think about Garrett's space and why it's so important, I think not only about myself, but about who my patients are now. I chose to pursue social work. I'm in a 2nd year of my master's in social work program here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I work in inpatient child and adolescent psychiatry. So I work with children and adolescents who are not particularly okay with continuing to live, and I understand that, and at times can find myself resonating so much with some of the struggle for hope that they seem to feel, and that I remember feeling and still feel at times, but have deepened these paths to living in connection. And some of them started, and I see these roots of them in this work, even as an adolescent. I was able to take some time and write a poem specifically for this event, which felt very meaningful and felt very right. In part, of course, to honor Garrett, and also honor the work that's being done to create a space for people in need of the same type of care and support that I was in need of, that Garrett was in need of, and that so many people in our community are in need of or will be in need of. We are here for each other. What are we here for, of course, if not for each other? And with that, I will move on to my second, shorter, and I believe last poem. It's called Living. I permit myself to enjoy the small achievements of living. Parking tickets, first drafts, side effects, fragments of not particularly or always enjoyable delights, but delights nonetheless, like choosing a restaurant on the turnpike in the dead middle of a logistically necessary road trip, like rediscovering a good song on a just okay radio station, or clearing your throat when it's been full of room temperature movie theater popcorn, or hearing a kid tell a fib and thinking they really sold it, or getting quoted an absurd rate for a car repair and telling the guy you'll have to think about it, only to have that car break down at the tail end of the aforementioned logistically necessary road trip. These are the things I wish you were here for. These are the things I wish our dead were here for. I wish Garrett was here for. I wish Kelly was here for. I wish Charlie was here for. I wish Justin was here for. Each day I hold them and give them some of the necessary, thankless, and pleasurable elements of living. I give those things their names. Okay, thank you so much for having me to read a couple of poems from two very different points in my life. I'm so grateful for the work that Julie and Scott and everyone who's working for Garrett Space alongside them are doing, and I really look forward to seeing where it goes. So thank you so much for having me on.
Carson, thank you so much for being here. That was really wonderful. I really appreciate you taking the time and, kind of expressing grief through words and connecting with people through words is something that I really, I've had the time to work on myself, and something that I think being vulnerable is not very easy. Sometimes talking and saying the words that we write doesn't always link up. I think that connection with our mind and our soul and losing a piece of you. I really think like when Garrett passed away, I really did feel like I did lose a piece of me. And so it was hard for me to sometimes express in words just how I was feeling about the grief. And I think, your words were really resonating with me about that. And sometimes you just wish, someone was there. And so I thank you for being here. Scott and Julie and everyone at Garrett Space, thank you. I think it's a little noisy where I am too, so I'll move real quick for you. But thank you, Carson.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the event.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Okay, so, boy, it was noisy out here. Wow, I really, I really have a place in my heart for people who are able to express themselves through creative writing. And I was hoping to see Jeff on here tonight, but I think that he couldn't make it, and that's okay. But we have a few other things going on, like our auction, our live auction that I should mention that is happening. There's some really great items for sale here. Let me, I have a list. I have a list here. Let's see. We have, for people living in Ann Arbor right now or in the Southeast Michigan area, we have gift cards for places like Monty and Black Pearl, I believe. And then we have some vacation rental spots. You can have a day for a suite at Comerica Park to watch the Tigers play. So check that out, and that's all going to obviously go towards helping Garrett Space. So you're probably wondering, what am I doing in this room? You just saw me outside. I was wearing a different jersey. I was hopping all around, and I can kind of tell you a little bit about myself. I think it's a good time to sort of do that. And I should just say that I'm from Ann Arbor originally, and I live here in Los Angeles. And I'm really grateful to have the community that I do who all wanted to come out and support this event. A lot of people I have, worked with in Detroit are now in Los Angeles as well. And so I feel really fortunate that a large piece of my community kind of was shifting this direction as well. And so, yeah, it's a really amazing thing to kind of be a part of. I'm getting donations from people that I grew up with, and for instance, my good friend Cesar, his mom Mindy, she donated after the John Hoffman testimonial that he was so gracious to give us. John Hoffman, of course, known for his work in Only Murders in the Building, and so seeing names from my childhood and people growing up and tuning in and watching, it really means a lot. And I don't feel that far from home. I know I sport the Michigan paraphernalia wherever I go. I might change into some other jerseys throughout the night. So yeah, so thank you all for tuning in and being a part of this. It's very hot too. I'm running around. I've been up since about 7 a.m. this morning, and I went to bed probably around 4 a.m. last night, just getting things all ready. And obviously we start here at 8 a.m. Los Angeles time, so it's been quite the journey, but I've got a lot of help here. I mentioned Phil Millman and Joe Hagan are the two people that have helped me set this up, among other people, lots of names I will think later on in the broadcast. I want to push for the matching grant that we have at this hour. We have raised over $95,000 with our sponsors, with our Give Butter donations, with our ticket sales from this event that we are here in Los Angeles. We will receive more money from the auction when that's all said and done, so please bid on some of those items there. Yeah, so let's see. I'm gonna take you on a little field trip. Oh wait, okay. Wow. So we raised over $88,800 since 8 p.m. And so we're only $1,200 away from reaching the goal. So our matching grant, again, is happening at this hour. So we're only $1,200 away from that goal for this time slot. Which our overall goal is $125,000, which we got last year. And if we were able to get that, we are just that much closer. I believe less than $30,000 away from the goal, and it's more than 12 hours. We have, yes, we have a lot of time left, and I really hope that you can pass the word along, send it to somebody. We're going until the morning, so for those night owls out there, there is something for you. For those early birds, there is something for you. We want to really make this an inclusive event that everybody can feel welcome and a part of. And I hope that you're enjoying it so far. This lighting is kind of bothering me. Let's flip the script a little bit here. Is this better? Something. Welcome to my study. So I have a few more performances here that I'll tell you about. And you know what? Full disclosure, I wanted to be in kind of a more quiet place when Carson was performing, and then I had stepped out, and she had finished, and I wanted to get back to kind of a quieter place so everyone can hear me and I can tell you a little bit more about the event. But all my notes are actually on the other computer out there, so we're going to take a little field trip. Hope that the Wi-Fi stays true. Yeah, here we go. Little field trip through the premises. People might laugh here. They're giving me some funny looks. Here we go. Woo! Ran into a chair. We're good. That'll go in the blooper reel. So you saw that live. We'll definitely post that. Phil, I'm coming for you. You heard me.
Is that a threat or a promise?
Ah, that's very funny. All right. I think our next, yes, we have, okay, we're going to pass it over to Man, and let's hear it.
Hi, my name is Iman Siad. I'm 23 years old and I live in London, and today I'm going to be singing Lonely People for You. I found that this song was appropriate for this event and I hope you guys enjoy. Is there anyone out there trying to sleep? Anyone out there as lonely as me? I know what you're thinking, I know how you feel, laying in the dark, looking for colors, wishing that your heart could cry with another. If all the lonely people spoke to all the other lonely folk, there'd be no lonely people. If only we could shine like stars to find each other in the dark, there'd be no lonely people. Am I the only one out there singing this song? Trying to make a connection, trying to belong. If I talk to my shadow, you would know how I feel, laying in the cold, longing for summer. And now we all alone under the covers. If all the lonely people spoke to all the other lonely folk, there'd be no lonely people. If only we could shine like stars to find each other in the dark, there'd be no lonely people. And if we reached out our hands, we'd find somebody who wants to be found. Oh, if only all the lonely people spoke to all the other lonely folk, there'd be no lonely people, no more lonely people. If all the lonely shine like stars to find each other in the dark, there'd be no lonely people, no more lonely people. If everyone held up a sign, the red was really on their mind, we'd all be crying rivers just the same. We'd never be alone in loneliness again. extremely grateful and honored to have been part of this amazing project and event as Garrett Space, and it is really close to my heart, and I literally did not think twice when I got this opportunity, because not only have I felt it, but I've seen people around me really suffer with mental health. And unfortunately, many times when people don't make it, it's their family and friends that try and make projects like this that actually help other lives. So I'm extremely thankful, and I want to say thank you to everyone that is doing this and helping people. And I wish I had this help when I was little, because I remember struggling and not wanting to make it. And when I think of how blessed I am now and how many things I would have missed out on, it really hits me deep. And that's why I make music that connects with people as well. And a song like Lonely People really does make you think, I feel like this, and there's so many others that feel like me. And if we only could find each other, and even if you don't have actual friends or family around you that understand your mental health, which is something that happens, because even myself, I was blaming myself for feeling this way, and I'm like, why do I feel like this? Why do I feel this down when I have a family, I have a roof over my head, I have food, and other people don't have it? Everyone's situation is different, and that's okay. And it's also okay to ask for professional help if you don't have people that understand you around you, because there's going to be people that have been through it or that have had family members go through it, and they are willing to help, just as Garrett Space did. So thank you so much for everyone that is part of this and everyone that truly cares, because this is the most important thing ever. And if only everyone understood this, it would be a much better place.
Right. Cool. Are we going live? Are we live? All right. I think we are live. Okay. Wow. What an amazing performance. What kind words. And to make this event, I really appreciate that. So thank you for all of that wonderful performance. So we were running a little behind, and so our schedule has just kind of changed a little bit. I actually have a special surprise guest with the Garrett Space that's familiar with Garrett Space, actually from Ann Arbor. Funny enough, I might transition outside and hop on the speakers here. So I'll tell you about that in a minute or so. In about 13, 14 minutes, we're going to be hearing from a former producer of the Ellen DeGeneres Show, Andy Lasner, as well as Rosie O'Donnell, a comedian that I remember watching her talk show growing up. And so it's really cool that they can be a part of this. Earlier we had Jewel speak, we had Patrick Kennedy. I think I'm getting the okay. Is Jill ready? Okay, I think I'm going to switch to going outside here. So, yes, this is my life today. I had a host that was going to accompany me, and something had, came up for her, and so I had to sort of do a dual role in producing and hosting. So I appreciate everyone's patience as we shift through this. I'm actually going to pass it along to Phil. Do you want to say something for 2 seconds while I... Yeah. How about you, Doug? I'm going to give it to my co-producer, Phil Millman, and we're going to get squared away up there. Here you go, Phil. All right. You're live, baby. Yeah.
Well, good evening, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Philip. I've had the pleasure of meeting Mario actually this year while we were in LA together. We both moved to LA within the last year. And so I am incredibly thankful that he allowed me to be a part of a project that is just so much bigger than me or him. So I feel like suicide and mental health affects every single person, and it definitely affects, especially the people that are around me.
I got Phil hosting right
I
now
personally
for a
have a
minute.
friend that, you know, very, very close on the edge to suicide.
How's the pizza?
You know, I do my best to check in on him every single day. And I hope he's tuning in right now. I feel like we've given so much great advice and support for people who really need that in their lives. And so I'm really appreciative to Garrett Space in order to make that happen. But yeah, a little bit about me. I actually used to live in this space that we are currently having this beautiful concert in LA. Shout out to Jeff Beal. So the people that live in this house actually used to go to Eastman School of Music. And through Eastman, we were involved in Jeff Beal's graduate program called Contemporary Media and Film Composition. And because of that, after select students have graduated from that graduate program, he selects specific people to come move out to LA and help give them a jump start on their careers. And so because of that, we were able to put on this beautiful event, and we've done so many more. And I'm sure that he really feels the thanks that we give him, because he has done so much to help us. He's done so much to help others. He's allowing us to have the space to put on the live event for this beautiful live stream. But yeah, I really appreciate everything that he's doing for us students in order to give us the space to do this. And I really appreciate Garrett Space and all the family and friends involved in making a huge event like this happen, because it takes a village to put something like this on. But we are ready to go. So you guys are going to see me transition over to Mario on the mic. You ready for his handsome face? 3, 2, 1.
All right. I think we are here. Thank you for the technical patience, everybody. I have a really great surprise to those who are watching in Ann Arbor and who may have attended a previous Garrett Space event back there. I'm going to introduce Allison Albrecht, right?
Yeah.
All right. I will just let you take it away and do a couple songs here. Okay. Let's hear it for Allison.
How's everyone doing? Yeah. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you all so much for having me to perform. I performed in Ann Arbor at Argus and did a Garrett Space benefit there and was able to meet the Halperts and just had such an amazing time. So I'm so excited to be with you today. And this is my song, I Say. White noise and whispers around, they follow everywhere I go. Echoes off of buildings in town and sticks like a shadow. Opinions, questions, concerns from the crowd in the gallery. This is the right call, but easy wasn't guaranteed. The sun shines through the pouring rain. I wouldn't have it any other way. Mascara runs right down my face. Wouldn't change the ending. I enter chaos confidently. Myself to blame. The sun shines through the pouring rain. This time I say, silence the voices, chin up, look into the mirror. Lock eyes with the face, and finally the fog begins to clear. Biting my nails down, but alone, nowhere to hide. I breathe the same air with a fresh new pair of eyes. The sun shines through the pouring rain. I wouldn't have it any other way. Mascara runs right down my face. Wouldn't change the ending. I enter chaos confidently. Myself to blame. The sun shines through the pouring rain. This time I say, oh, I could not stay. Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way. Ooh, oh.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for, like I said, being here today. If you're streaming online, of course, continue to donate. This is a song that I wrote many years ago, but I almost say a couple, but it's actually been a minute at this point. And it's about when you're going through a really difficult moment or time in your life, and it's not just that initial shock or that initial moment, but rather, those days and months and maybe even years after, when people have stopped calling or checking in, but you still feel that lingering inside you. So this song's called Hurricane.
Time does not move slow just because I can't let go. It keeps on moving even through the sleepless nights. I push the pain off to the side. What's really keeping me alive is masking mixed emotions as I hide. Oh, but it's a treacherous climb. I know that healing comes with time. I take 2 steps forward, then go 10 steps back, glue broken pieces back together. But my heart wants to crack. I believe all the rain is gone and my clothes have all dried, but my life is still a hurricane and I'm stuck in the eye. It's hard to comprehend uncertainty that lies ahead, though I'm afraid of the future. It'll be alright. There's no set of rules or guides to moving on once the tears have dried, but the heart's not yet prepared, so hang on tight. I'm still battling the treacherous climb, and I just wonder how much more time. I take 2 steps forward and go 10 steps back, glue broken pieces back together, but my heart wants to crack. I believe all the rain is gone and my clothes have all dried, but my life is still a hurricane and I'm stuck in the eye. But the rain won't fall forevermore, though it feels like drowning in the heat of the storm, and the wind will try to blow me away, and I feel so weak today. I take 2 steps forward, then go 10 steps back, glue broken pieces back together, but my heart is still cracked. I believe all the rain is gone and my clothes have all dried, but my life is still a hurricane and I'm stuck in the eye. Oh, oh,
Thank you. So I think I might have time for one more. Yeah, awesome. Thank you all again so much for having me. This is my song, Right Thing, Wrong Time.
don't overthink it, but there's madness in my mind. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Don't overthink it, let it happen undefined. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. We linger in the starlight, but we should be faster asleep. No rules to play by, no promises to keep. I bite my lip and feel the air brush my skin. It's warm in July, let the heat begin. Black dress, black sky, my eyes meet your eyes. My heart beats out of my chest. So don't overthink it, but there's madness in my mind. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Don't overthink it, let it happen undefined. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Right thing at the wrong time. Four walls knocked down, can finally feel the wind. I ride it for a little bit, goes nowhere that I've been. You whisper secrets, brush hair from my face. We'd be locked down, but we're stuck here in this place. Oh, dark air, darker mind. Not now, I know why. Let's just soak up this space. So don't overthink it, but there's madness in my mind. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Don't overthink it, let it happen undefined. It's the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Right thing at the wrong time. Oh, 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 oh. This could erupt any second, but you're always on my mind. You're the right kind of thing at the wrong time. Though I should learn my lesson, this is nothing like a crime. You're the right kind of thing at the wrong time.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andy Lastner. I work in television. I produced the Ellen DeGeneres Show, and now I'm working on a show with Jennifer Hudson, but that's not important. What is important is I was a hope-to-die drug addict for much of my life. Living was not a priority for me. I just wanted to numb all the pain. Julie and Scott have felt the unimaginable pain of what happens when people like me decide they can't keep going. And it doesn't have to be about drugs and alcohol. It could be depression. It could be anxiety. These brains are very fragile that we have, and we need to take care of them. And the work they're doing at Garrett Space, launched by the unimaginable loss that Julie and Scott have felt, is what I believe the most important work anyone can do and anyone can contribute to. I'm proud to give money to Garrett Space. $5, $10, I beg you. 18 to 28 in this world of ours right now is such a hard world. It's getting harder every day. But there's places like Garrett Space that give me hope, that have the sense of mind to bring people in and go, we hear you, we see you, and everything you're going through is okay. I wish at the age of 18 to 28, someone would just have told me, it's okay, and you have a free place to go to now, Andy. It's called the Center at Garrett Space, and they can help you. I wish that existed. And now that this is happening, I want all of us to be a part of it. And the best way we can help them right now is financially. Anything, $5, $10, $20. We appreciate anything you can do. And I promise you, this is the greatest help of all you can give to the next generation. Thank you, and thanks for listening to me. I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm just saying I think I can help you guys understand that people like me are alive today because there are people like Julie and Scott out there who care enough about people like me.
Hey, it's Rosie O'Donnell, and I've lived my whole life with anxiety and depression, and I know what it feels like when you're alone and you're sad and you don't think you're going to be able to pull yourself up. Well, there's a place, and it's called Garrett Space. And if you're in need of some help when you're feeling like you're at the end of your rope, that's where you go. And they will help you, and they will give you a sense of community, and you'll be able to feel as though you belong, no matter how sad you are, no matter how anxious. And I'm thrilled to learn about what wonderful work they're doing, and I'm happy to give whatever time I can to help them in their cause. So, Garrett Space, look it up.
Keep it low.
Thank you.
I kind of wanted to do this at one point anyway. If you, this might require some participation, just so you know. If you lived in the state of Michigan, grew up there, went to school there, or spent any amount of time there, please come up to this stage right now. Everyone just come up. I just want everyone at home to see that the Ann Arbor, Southeast Michigan, entire state, how deep we roll. Any Michiganders out there? I see you, Max. Come on, anyone who's from Michigan, anybody, everybody come on up. Look at all these people, and this is. If you go to school in Michigan, you live there. Jacob, I see you up there, babe. I know he's stuck up there. He's coming down. He's coming down. Let's just. Is that everybody?
That's right.
Wow. Here, I'll do a little squat. I'll do a little. Wow.
You gotta get on his feet.
I know. I gotta. Look at that. Yeah.
Tail pull. See? Perfect.
See?
Then we can lean on you as the Captain Morgan pose.
That's right. Oh, one more. Wait, Jacob's coming. These are all the. Here we go. Michigan folks. Come on, Jake. Come on, babe. Come on. Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic.
There it is. So, to you watching out there, look at where your donations. Look at. Hey, man. Okay, man. I feel you. Everybody say Woodward Ave. Woodward Ave. Everyone say Pop. Pop is not. What else? Hey, Lafayette, Coney Island. We still love you, right? Okay, that's great. Yeah. That's right. Hot mic. That's true.
Sorry, they closed that thing down. Sorry.
Okay. Without further ado, I think we're gonna start. Are you? Okay. Are we gearing up? I'm gonna pass it to Audrey. I'll let her talk for a minute here. I think you are all probably sick of hearing me blabber. I said padaddle earlier, didn't I? Padiddle? Any padiddle at the... Okay, yellow light. I'm going to pass it over to Audrey, and I'm going to get situated. Thank you for tuning in. We got plenty more to come.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. It's been a long day. My name's Audrey Barnes. I am from Michigan. I spent 4 years in Ann Arbor, so I'm so grateful to be a part of this Garrett Space fundraiser for the Ann Arbor community and mental health. Thank you to Mario for including me and being my amazing piano player. Yeah, this first song is called Summer's Cold. bite like the liquor does, but it's still hard to swallow. That day, LA was rainy. First time you called me baby. Right then, I probably should have known. But I still miss nights, just me and you, with the sunroof down and your Subaru. Summer's cold on your own. And the memories now have me black and blue, but it still won't hurt like the follow through. We both know it's down that road. Your touch was my ritual. You covered up the lonely. Lost myself in your angel eyes, but this ground was never holy. Half the time we were gunfight, too blind, dancing in headlights. Back then I probably should have known. But I still miss nights, just me and you, with the sunroof down and your Subaru. Summer's cold on your own. And the memories now have me black and blue, but it still won't hurt like the follow through. We both know what's down that road. What's down that road? I still miss nights, just me and you, with the sunroof down and your Subaru. Summer's cold on your own, and the memories now have me black and blue, but it still won't hurt like the follow through. We both know what's down that road. Give it up for the amazing band. We got Charlie on the drums. We got Dylan on the guitar. Mr. Mario Sulaxana, your host, on the keys, and John on the bass. And I'm Audrey. Thank you. Okay, this next one is called Right Person, Wrong Time. Allison, we're on the same wavelength right there. Was it fate that I met you? Meant to be some lesson learned. Don't know if I'd forget you, even if I somehow could. So can you take back everything you said that made me fall away too fast? Why'd you do that? I know it's her touch you fall asleep to. So just tell me I should give up. You're already in love. So I'm praying that you're wrong for me, 'cause right person, wrong time just hurts too much. Am I blind or am I stupid? why'd you do that? I know it's her touch, you fall asleep too. So just tell me I should give up. You're already in love. I'm praying that you're wrong for me, 'cause right person, wrong time just hurts too much. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Feels like heaven, but your touch is sinful. Used to think that this would all be simple. Thank you. Okay, we got a couple more here. This one is another original. It's called Sunk Cost Fallacy. Stayed out with your friends while I slept in your jacket, and I don't know which of us made more excuses for you. I once thought death was the only thing permanent, but I don't know how you and I could come back from this, and all of my friends could say that they warned me too. And I've been crawling in my skin, 'cause I don't wanna feel the places where your lips have been. And I don't think that you're in love with me. I think I'm just your sunk cost fallacy. You paint a fog over all of my consciousness. Reason can't battle how badly we wanted this, and I'm afraid to see I would wait endlessly for you. 'Cause I've been crawling in my skin, 'cause I don't want to feel the places where your lips have been. And I don't think that you're in love with me.
the same now when you look at me. But let's just play out this fallacy.
Thank you, Joe. Isn't he amazing? Yeah, hopefully that one's going to be coming out in the next couple months. And the lovely Joe Hagan was kind enough to bless that track with his viola. Yeah, I think this next one is going to be just keys and vocals. I did it. Yeah. Oh. This is a cover, but I hope you like it anyway. Thank you, guys.
Turn down the lights, turn down the bed, turn down these voices inside my head. Lay down with me, tell me no lies, just hold me close. Don't patronize, don't patronize me. I can't make you love me if you don't. You can't make your heart feel something that it won't. In these final hours, I will lay down my heart and I'll feel the power, but you won't. No, you won't, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't. I'll close my eyes and then I won't see the love you don't feel when you're holding me. Morning will come and I'll do what's right. Just give me till then to give up this fight, and I will give up this fight, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't. You can't make your heart feel something that it won't. Here in the dark, in
Thank you. And thanks again to my amazing band. Give it up for them. Keep donating to Garrett Space. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, I guess I'm the host, so I guess I gotta. Hey, give it up for Audrey. I'm gonna be honest. I gotta figure out what's next. I know we have some videos we have to play. Am I ready for them? I think I am. Let's get some music going, Joe, can we? A little bit. If you're all tuning in out there, and if you're just joining us, welcome. Welcome to the third annual Go24 for Garrett Space. If you're here live, we have a few more guests to join us here this evening. I've got some videos we gotta play as well from other performers. I'm talking live into this camera, so it might seem weird if you're just joining us. Feel free to help yourself to a drink, some food. There's plenty of things, places to go up here. And if you are just tuning in, welcome. And I hope you donate, because we are well over our match grant goal from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. And so far we've raised over $100,000, everybody. How about that? Let's give it a hand for everybody out there. Over $100,000. Our goal is $125,000. Let's see if we can get that by the end of the evening here in LA. We'll see how it is out east, but we still have many hours to go. So stay put, and we will be right back with some more music.
Hi, I'm Robert Ariza, and I'm an actor. I am so happy to be a part of another Go24 for Garrett. I think it's an incredible organization, and I think what Scott and Julie Halpert have initiated is something that's really important and necessary for a lot of our young adults in today's culture. I myself used to suffer from depression and suicidal thoughts when I was in high school. And I know that music and art, I went to an art school. It was essential for me to keep pushing through and make it out of that dark time. I had the pleasure of knowing Garrett back in 2013. I used to teach him voice and piano lessons. And I just remember he would come into his lessons and, he seemed very timid, very shy, a little bit nervous. But as soon as he started to play and sing, he just opened up and just became so soulful. It was such a beautiful transformation I got to witness every week. And I was honored to be able to help him out a little bit and, improve his confidence during that time. I wish I could have done more, back then, but I'm happy to know that at least for that hour session every week that we were working together, that he was inspired. And I hope that many more young adults through Garrett's Space can continue to feel that inspiration and seek some solace from their dark thoughts. Thank you for being a part of this Go24 campaign, and I hope you enjoy the performances.
And rubble, out of the smoke, out of our night of struggle, can we see a ray of hope? One pale thin ray reaching for the day we can build a beautiful city.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but we can build a city of man. We may not reach the ending, but we can start slowly but truly mending, brick by brick and heart by heart. Now, maybe now, we start learning how we can build a beautiful city. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but we can build a city of man. When your trust is all but shattered, when your faith is all but killed, you can give up bitter and battered, or you can slowly start to build a beautiful city. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can build a beautiful city, not a city of angels, but finally a city of man. A city of man. A city of man.
Right. It is a little dark in here. Let me get some light. How do I put light in this dang place? There we go. I'm so sorry about that. We just had a quick technical difficulty. We have our lineup to continue momentarily. It'll just take us 1 second. I've got Phil working hard to get it all squared away. But in the meantime, I will say briefly before we get to our distinguished guests, please donate if you haven't already. Check out the auction. We have a lot of amazing things going on. And stay tuned for some more music here live in LA. We have 3 more performers. Also, late into the night, we have some interesting, I don't know, acts, if you will. And when I say interesting, it's really me and my buddy Cesar, who is one of Garrett's best friends. We stay up late and just kind of talk about all the things pertinent to the, I don't know, social affairs and, I don't know, sports climate and memes. If you like memes, tune in, you know. Also, very late at night, I have a dear friend of mine, Ozzy Cargyle, going on. He's going to talk a little bit about astrology. He'll talk a little bit about his journey with mental health and his trek over from Detroit to LA. And he's been a huge mentor and person in my life that I really respect and admire, and it means a lot for him to be on the stream and share a little bit about what he does and who he is as a person with all of you. Additionally, I think maybe it's a good time to say some other thank yous. Thank you to Davey Rothbard for being a host, also for this great program. And then Leonard Navarro in the morning. I will be hopefully sleeping. I don't know. It will be 4 a.m. our time here. Here, I'm trying to get the lights here. There we go. It'll be 4 a.m. about our time. So I hope to kind of get some rest. I've been kind of going at it almost nonstop since 7 this morning. So yeah, so Davey and Leonard, thank you so much for being a part of this. Obviously, thanks to Scott and Julie Halpert for letting us take on this very ambitious project. I know that many years ago, during the start of the pandemic, they were in need of a fundraiser for the Garrett Space organization, and so they reached out to a lot of people in the area that knew Garrett and wanted some kind of ideas for how to raise money. And of course, after everything got shut down, we didn't really have many options, but I saw a lot of friends live streaming performances, and I thought that was something really interesting. And somewhere down my YouTube hole of I don't know, whatever it was you were doing in 2020 in the winter in Michigan, I watched a lot of old clips of Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin, and I was always really astonished at how he would bring so many people together and raise money for a cause he really cared about, and that was obviously for muscular dystrophy. And so I think I drew a lot of inspiration from kind of that realm of that era of show business, and I would love for this to blossom one day into something as large as that, and it could be just as big, and $125,000 as a goal. And we're very close, you guys. We're very close, so I hope you can keep donating, spreading the word. There's no reason that one day this could be hundreds of millions of dollars raised for this, and we can open a Garrett Space in every city around the United States, if not the world. But enough from me. I think our videos are ready. Our first one that we'll have queued up, hopefully, I think Phil got the message. It's Ben Ehlers, and I'll just let Ben take it from here. Thanks for tuning in, and happy Go24.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Ehlers. I'm an actor living in New York City and a graduate of the University of Michigan's Musical Theater Department. I was introduced to Garrett Space, the organization, his story, and his family through my professor at Michigan, Mark Madama, and I'm extremely honored to be with all of you here tonight. Over the last 3 years, I have struggled, and my family has struggled, and there has been a heartache on a global level. And many of us have felt so confused and paralyzed by the fear and stress and seemingly insurmountable obstacles that we deal with on the day-to-day. But I know that I forgot just how much liberation and just how much joy and peace comes from being of service. And I think many of us, including myself, forget just how divinely appointed we are by being a human being on this earth, to change the world and to alleviate the suffering of the people around us, and to learn of a family that took the most unimaginable circumstances in losing a son to such tragic situation, to turn that into a concrete, proactive, impactful effort the way that they have, to create a space of intimacy, of trust, of non-judgment, of curiosity, exploration in a multifaceted level with resources at the ready, was so inspiring to me. And in addition to my contribution here tonight, in addition to all of our contributions here tonight, which is not nothing and something that we should all recognize is why we're here on this earth, is to be there for each other. I would encourage all of us to not underestimate the power we have, especially when we're in communion with each other, to make an impact. I'm going to carry that with me from interacting with this organization, and I hope all of you do too. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Garrett's family, Garrett Space, and Garrett's memory for allowing me to be here tonight. And I wish all of you a good night and a good life. God bless.
Hi, my name's Grace Martin. I'm from the University of Michigan's chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
At AFS PUM, we focus on delivering innovative prevention programs, educating the public, raising funds for suicide prevention and programs, and reaching out to those who have lost someone to suicide. As students in a school like Michigan, we're really cognizant of the types of toxic stress cultures that exist in high-stress environments. We focus on breaking down those stress cultures while also normalizing talking about suicide prevention and mental health services on campus. As an organization, we offer multiple resources to Michigan students, faculty, and the wider Ann Arbor community. First, our programming committee has a program called Talk Save Lives, where we reach out to different organizations on campus and educate them on suicide prevention and mental health. We also have International Survivors of Suicide Loss Day to support those who have lost someone to suicide and to honor their memory. We also hold our Out of the Darkness Walk every year, which involves reaching out to donors and local businesses to raise awareness and support for suicide prevention and mental health destigmatization. In addition to these kinds of outreach programs, we also really try to foster a culture that is supportive to students and allows them to understand the kind of resources that are available. We look to connect students to these resources, as well as to faculty in the wider Ann Arbor community. This is why we so wholeheartedly support the Garrett Space Center, which focuses on providing these kinds of support to young adults when they might need a little bit more support than just a regular therapist. So we want to thank you so much for supporting this fundraiser and for supporting the work of suicide prevention. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Hobbs, and I'm so honored to be performing with Garrett Space today. I chose this song because I lost a friend to suicide in high school, and something that I always think about is the feeling that the person is gone, but you don't really realize it, and you think they're just gonna like come back, walk through the door. So I think Garrett Space is really important for young adults like myself, other actors who are struggling with mental health, with the transition to adulthood, and I think it's really important for people to talk about these things as young adults, especially because I feel like that's the time when mental health issues really come to the forefront. So yeah, this song is dedicated to my dear friend, and I hope you enjoy.
I had it all, but I let it slip away. Couldn't see I treated you wrong. Now I wander around, feeling down and cold, trying to believe that you're gone. Love takes time to heal when you're hurting so much. Couldn't see that I was blind to let you go. I can't escape the pain inside, 'cause love takes time. And I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be there alone. You might say that it's over. You might say that you don't care. Oh, you might say you don't miss me, you don't need me, but I know that you do, and I feel that you do inside. Our love takes time to heal when you're hurting so much. Couldn't see that I was blind to let you go. I can't escape the pain inside, 'cause love takes time. And I don't wanna be here, I don't wanna be there alone.
Boom. Happy New Year. welcome back to Los Angeles. If you're tuning in at home, we've got a great big crowd here. Let's make some noise for yourselves here, everybody. We just heard from a few special guests, Lauren Hobbs and Ben Ehlers and others. And we just heard a performance from Audrey Barnes. And yes, part of our Michigan, is constituents a funny word to use there? I don't know. Contingency? Contingent. Okay. I didn't do well in Scrabble. I'm sorry. Disappointing my mom. Okay. I am very excited to introduce two really great friends of mine, two incredible musicians here in the Los Angeles area by way of Tennessee and Wisconsin. Let's hear it for Caleb Minter and Nathan Kay.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Yeah, again, my name is Caleb Minter. This is my bro, Nathan Kay. Make some noise, y'all. Yeah. So we've been working on like a body of work for the last like week and a half. So I have my lyrics, so don't judge me. But yeah, y'all just sit back, join in, have some fun. This first song is called Already Over.
That is over.
Y'all like that? It's just starting, but yeah.
Going through the motions got me feeling broken, yeah. And I didn't feel anything, yeah. Come on. So play it off like I'm in control. Can't take my eyes off the door. I'm a prisoner. You already know I'm on the run from myself. Said I'm on the run from myself. It's already over, yeah. Night still calling. Still on bed. 'cause things were left unspoken, yeah. And now we don't feel anything, yeah. Play it off like I'm in control. I can't take my eyes off the door. I'm a prisoner, you already know. I'm on the run from myself. Say I'm on the run from myself. It's already over, yeah. The night's still calling. It's still on, baby. Yeah. Let them know. Let everybody know. Let them know that it's over, yeah, yeah. Yeah, y'all like that? That's called Already Over. This next song, it's called Won't You. Say, won't you be my lover? Won't you be my girl? Alright? You know, everybody done had that. Somebody's like, why can't you just be my lady? Or my nigga? One or the other. Well, yeah. It's a feel-good record. Y'all feel good to, you know, move around. Don't be afraid. It's a party. Alright? Come on. Nathan K on the track, on the keys. This guy's amazing back here. Come on. Yeah. Won't you, yeah, be my lover? Say, won't you, yeah, be my girl? I said, won't you, yeah, be my lover? Oh, won't you, yeah, just be my girl. Listen. Yeah, close out, few drinks gone by. Wanted to take you home. Felt you read my mind. I thought we had it going. I'm just trying to feel. Do you feel me? Yeah. Looked up 3 days gone by. I put my life on hold. Why didn't you hit my line? Did I do something wrong? I'm just trying to heal. I'm all in my feelings. Why don't you be my girl? Come on. Say, oh, won't you? Hey, just be my girl, yeah. Ooh, won't you? Just be my lover. Oh, just be my girl. Said something like this, verse 3. Cloud 9 left me on high. I thought I struck gold. Turns out it's just one night. Is it time to let go? I just wanna feel. Do you feel me? I just wanna feel. Do you feel me? Please. Come on. Won't you be my girl? Yeah. Come on. Won't you be my lover? Oh, won't you? Yeah, yeah. Let me get y'all. Come on. Let me feel y'all.
Y'all like that? Yeah, all right. Hey, I appreciate the crowd participation. Yeah. This next one is called Breathe. Thank you.
Mistook you for a one-night stand that I thought you wouldn't call me back, but you're proving me wrong. Yeah. Fantasize about the way that you move. Was it real or was it 80 proof? It's just been so long since I've seen you, girl. Yeah. You're so far out of my way. But your love ain't playing no games. Lay in my arms, I feel you melting. I'm stranded, but I just can't get enough. With no regard for the next plane. What are the odds? Are the odds that you stay one more day? Yeah, just one more day. Yeah. Look up and see the stars. Hey, 'cause there's nowhere left to run. Tell me, can we make this moment last forever? Rewind and press restart as we breathe in slow motion. Yeah. Yeah. Waking up, I see your eyes want more. Caught a feeling that I can't ignore. The way you smile, the way you love me, I dream for miles. Yeah. Don't know when I'll get to see you again. Wrap your arms around me, we can pretend we're more than friends. Listen, we're more than friends, yeah. You're so far out of my way. But your love ain't playing no games. Lay in my arms, I feel you melting. I'm stranded, but I just can't get enough. With no regards for the next plane. What are the odds? Are the odds you stay one more day? You'll stay one more day. Yeah. Look up and see the stars. 'Cause there's nowhere left to run. Tell me, can we make this moment last forever? Rewind and press restart. Please stop.
Breathe. Appreciate y'all. Make some noise for Nathan K back here, y'all. We've been working on some music. This guy's amazing. FYI, if you don't know, my bro is the shit. So we've been having some fun, y'all. This next and last song is called Show Me. It's a fun record also. Again, this is the last song. Don't feel like you have to sit in your seats. Get up and have some fun. Come and dance with me. I won't bite, I promise.
You better dance on this one for sure.
You better.
I just want to say a few words. Thank y'all for coming out and supporting this wonderful event. Please consider donating to this wonderful cause. This is really exciting for me because some of y'all know me as like a trumpet player, because I'm mostly a trumpet player and a keys, somewhat of a keys player, but this is my first time like kind of showcasing the stuff that I've been producing, you know. So y'all are getting the first taste of it. And my homie Caleb and on the vocals, and he and I have been working on these songs together for a bit, and he's been helping me write. And man, it's such an honor to work with this gentleman right here. So give it up for Caleb. So we got just one more for you guys. Got a big make sure this is all right. Yeah, please, if you're catching the spirit, please stand up and join us on this one.
If you're catching the spirit, you hear it.
Yeah, let's go. All right. This one's called Show Me.
Yeah. Y'all feel that? Come on, yeah. Get that in your soul, get that in your body, y'all. Don't be afraid to move and dance, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a dancer, but you see the moves, you know? Yeah. You ready? 5, 4. The stars are out and I'm looking out for you. Can I get a hit of that? Yeah, hit of that. Yeah. The lights are down and now I'm falling for you. Yeah, can I touch that? Yeah, I need you. Come on. Show me, baby. Show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me. Come on. Just show me, baby. Show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me. Yeah, I see your silhouette peeking from the shadow. Can I see that? Yeah. Listen, I need you. Ooh. I see the light hit your waist, no time to waste. Nah. Yeah, I need you. Come on, show me. I need you, baby. Show me, baby. Come on, show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me, baby. Show me, baby. Come on, show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me. Take it to the bridge. Yeah, all vocals. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Now I'm lost in your hips and I feel you everywhere. Baby, I need you. Come feed me. Please, babe. Yeah. Stuck with just one kiss and now I'm living in your bliss. I risk my life for your love, babe. Just show me, baby. Show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me. Come on. Show me, baby. Show me that you want it. Show me, baby. Show me. Come on. Y'all like that? How y'all feeling out there? All right. We're gonna take it to a party. I got this remix. It say something like this. And hopefully they like this. But listen, all right, we're gonna take it back. It says something like, to the window, to the wall, yeah, to the love drop down your, all these lovers fall. Oh, ski, come on, oh, ski. Yeah, I know y'all like the words, oh my God. Then we're gonna take it here. Apple bottom jeans, hey, boots with the fur, come on. The whole club was looking at her, come on. She hit the floor, next thing you know, shawty got low, come on, to the window. I ain't gonna take it back there. Can I, come on, hey, can I get a hit of that? Yeah, hit of that. Can I get a hit of that? Yeah, hit of that. Again, my name is Caleb Minter. You can find me on social media, Caleb Minter Music. That's CALEBMINTER, Caleb Minter. And my boy Nathan K on the keys. We appreciate y'all rocking with us. That's our set. Thank y'all. Much love. Hey, get a hit of that. Can I get a hit of that? Yeah, hit of that. Can I get a hit of that? Get a hit of that. Yeah. Oh, you go ahead. Yeah. Great job.
Give it up for Nathan K and Caleb Minter, everybody. Wow. That was amazing. I should have had a better intro. Nathan K. Yes, he said trumpet player turned producer. Always was a producer at Howard. Give it up for Nathan on the beats there. And Caleb, wow, what a voice, bro. Amazing. You might have seen him on The Masked Singer or Kanye's Sunday Service Choir at some point. So check them out. These guys are for real. How's everyone doing? I'm back. Okay. We're going to take a quick video break back to people in Michigan. There's actually a group by the name of Sabbatical Bob, if anyone are familiar here. Back in Michigan, they have a quick video to show us and offer their support. So we'll turn it over to them, and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, my name is Benjamin Green from band Sabbatical Bob, and we are honored to be here today to be performing for the Go for 24 Garrett Space virtual fundraiser to help raise funds for suicide awareness and prevention. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death for people ages 15 to 34 in the United States, and Garrett Space is creating programs to offset that statistic. This fundraiser is to support their wellness programming, specifically for the creation of a brand new, holistically focused residential center for struggling young adults called The Center. Help support this important mission by donating today, and we really hope you enjoy our performance. Thank you so much.